They just want me monitoring this, so. I think I am actually sitting on this.
I can also do this. Can you see both? Can you see the thing for me?
Yeah. I just gotta make sure there's no alert coming up on the phone for like Wi-Fi. So.
Hello, everybody. Please take your seats. We're going to get started. Thank you. Hello. We are going to get started. We're about to kick off this morning's amazing program. If everyone I know some great conversation, but please take your seats.
Yeah. Okay, hello. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? A little lighter today. I don't know why. Why would that be? Why are there fewer people here this morning? Anyway, my name is Mark Sternberg. Again, I want to thank all of you for joining us. We had a great day yesterday, and just kind of like hanging out with everybody. It reminded me like our purpose here at Brand Innovators is to bring people together, right? We do it for the past couple of years. We've been doing it virtually, right? And we thought, hey, that was pretty good, right? This isn't bad, right? I can go online, I can hop on a Zoom, I can engage with my friends and family and colleagues. But then we realized, right, when we came back, how much we missed in person. So I want to say welcome back to everybody. I want to thank everybody in our community who has participated this week. I want to thank all of our speakers. We have over 100 speakers on our program, and we have close to 80 sponsors. So a big round of applause for a thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the Brand Innovators team. We have about close to 30 team members here who have been working incredibly hard behind the scenes, on the reg desk, on social media, facilitating networking. So thank you to all of you. What else? I'd like to ask, before I introduce David, our Chief Content Officer, Megan, if she would like to share with everybody, Megan Hubert, our Head of Marketing in the back, how you can all engage on social media and share with your colleagues back home and amplify all of the incredible content.
Okay, sorry, that took a long time.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, super pumped for today. It is my social media manager's birthday. Active on social, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. We have an amazing photographer from Shutterstock here. If you want a new headshot, hit her up, Chelsea. She's right back there. Yeah, but our hashtag is BI Summit. Our handle is @Brand Innovators. And what happens in Austin stays on social, right? So let's get the social conversation going. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Emily.
Yes.
Bloody Mary's on the house. Yes, everybody. Big cheers. And now it's my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, our Chief Content Officer, David Teicher. David.
Thank you very much, Mark. But look, it's Saturday morning at 9 o'clock at South by, and this is a pretty great crowd. And it's just a testament to our community. So we really appreciate all of your support being here, right? Because I know it was a fun night for a lot of us last night, late night for a lot of us last night. So coming out here to support us, to participate bright and early, we really appreciate it. We have an amazing program today. The first half of our program is our Women's Leadership series. This is something, many of you know, we have our annual Women in Brand Marketing Awards every year during Advertising Week. And then a few years ago, we said, how can we kind of continue to build momentum? And we started building women's leadership discussions at some of our tentpole events. And I think I don't know if it was the last time we were at South by or maybe the year before that. We hosted, again, it was also Saturday morning, I think right early 9 o'clock in the morning. Just one discussion, and it was such an amazing discussion. I think it went an hour over. It was a packed house. People were standing on the stairs. We're like, we just have to make this clearly a part of what we do at South by Southwest every year, and it's been a staple since then. So I'm super excited for this morning's discussions, and that we can use our platform to address some important topics in the industry. Again, beyond that, this afternoon we've also got other great speakers and great content that will touch on a lot of other topics. So you'll hear from amazing people, and I'm not going to go into it all. It's all on the website. You got the QR code. There's too many amazing people to mention everyone by name, but you'll hear from them and you'll see them on our stage. And we've even got 2 more days tomorrow and Monday. So a jam-packed lineup. And should we bring on our guest MC to keep the show rolling? We'd like to welcome Renee from Vox.
Thank you. The unfortunate ones who had a later night than intended, so bear with me if my voice is a little froggier than I hoped it would be this morning. I am Renee Appel. I run partnerships with Vox Media. For those of you who don't know, Vox Media is a collection of premium publishing brands like The Verge and Estimation and Eater. We run media across a myriad of platforms like our podcast network and our concert equity collective. And we are nearly finished with our acquisition of Group 9. So we are happy to welcome the Dodo, Thrillist, Pop Sugar, all to the family. So lots of cool stuff. Thanks. I have really nothing to do with it other than now the hard works. But we're really excited. I think it's going to offer our brand marketers amazing premium solutions at scale. So without further ado, a topic that is near and dear to my heart, as you can imagine, is women in leadership roles in marketing. So we have a jam-packed morning for all of you. Let's get started with our first panel. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Carla Dodds, Head of Marketing and Strategy and Planning for Financial Services and Retail at Walmart. Jess Burns, SVP Marketing, Rent the Runway. Michelle Froch, SVP Marketing Strategy and Sciences MetLife. And Kira Daly, VP, Better Choice Snacking Brands, Frito-Lay, PepsiCo. Today's session will be moderated by VP Worship, Outfront Media. It's a tight stage.
Hello. That's right. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining so early in the morning. It's actually a great turnout. Excuse me. For those of you who weren't so good last night and are feeling a little hungover, I think you're in for quite an entertaining panel discussion. I was fortunate enough to be able to chat with everyone a bit this past week, and these are a bunch of powerhouse superheroes here. So I'm like really pumped for this discussion. And since we only have 30 minutes and there's 4 of them, I really want to get started with the convo. So let's get going. So we were talking a bit about that big marketing campaign over the last couple of years or so about women supporting women. I think if we were to try and grade how that effort has done over the years, you know, how well do you think we're doing with that? And what do you think we could be doing to do better? Start with Carla.
Well, I think we're definitely on the low side, but I would like to put that back into the audience to really understand from you guys how many of you in here are supporting women in your line and in your hemisphere, I guess, if you will. So can you just raise your hand up there? How many of you are now mentoring women? Pretty good. So that's 50%.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah. So I will say that, you know, that's impressive, but I think I would love to see it at 90% or higher. So how do we help other women along the way and nurture each other throughout the leadership stage?
Yeah, just to add to that, I've actually, you guys do?
Yeah.
Okay. I actually have been taking a lot of guidance from the junior women on my team. I actually think that generation is supporting each other in a really amazing way. I think they've learned from a lot of our mistakes. And I kind of use them as an example of like how we should be supporting and championing and cheerleading each other. And oftentimes when we're talking about DE&I, I'm like pointing to them to ask about their experiences. So I think that's been really helpful. And I think it's going to take a couple generations to like finally make it to, you know, what we think is a little bit more of a equitable, supportive environment for all of us.
Completely. Great. So there was an overarching theme, I think, with all of you around 3 words: empathy, compassion, and courage. So, you know, I think all of you can kind of speak to this. I'd love to hear your opinions, but what do those words mean to you, particularly around leadership?
I'll jump in there. And, you know, I think I've heard a lot, even in the last few weeks, between International Women's Day, a little bit of jadedness around those words. And I think the fact you've read them from each of us when you talk to us says there's nothing jaded about them. And when you think about what we've come through in the last 2 years and the need for that, those themes like compassion and empathy is stronger than ever. And it's true that women, it tends to be quite innate in us. You know, we have that, they're strengths of ours, and we should be encouraged to use them even more now. And when you think about what the future of leadership looks like, I truly believe, and the studies will tell you, and there's an amazing Harvard Business article, if anybody wants to look it up, that says empathy is the new face of leadership. And when we think about some of the themes that we talked about here yesterday around purpose and how do we lean as marketers to make the world a better place, those elements are so important. And I think women should be proud of their strengths in those areas and bring them to the workforce and encourage their colleagues. You know, men are brilliant at it as well. So we can all bring that to the workforce. And I think that would make it a better place.
So bring it back.
Maybe it's my froggy voice.
Well, I think what you were talking about was one of my stories of, you know, whether it's your own experiences or if you are, you know, getting experiences from mentoring a woman, you take those experiences and those shape you as a leader. And so, you know, I started as an engineer actually before I was a marketer. I went to the dark side. And I worked in a manufacturing plant, and I think that experience, you know, being a young woman in a non-traditional role, made me definitely more empathetic because, you know, you really look to what's behind people's actions, like what feelings are there driving that. And then it also makes you look for inclusion and signs that people aren't being included. And so, you know, I root for the underdog, but, you know, I think it's because I saw so many people not being included in the conversations and in the ideation, etc. And so it makes you really keep your eyes open. And I think that's one of our roles as a leader.
Others have to assume that role though. I mean, to your point, like obviously leading with empathy, but I think a lot of women take that on, especially at the executive level, and are the culture carriers and kind of have that as like kind of their second job. And I think it's really important to kind of distribute that equally across the C-suite and executive team. So it's really felt.
And that it's not just the woman who should be showing the compassion or the empathy. Exactly. And it's so interesting you talk about that burden of who's taking on the roles and responsibilities, because Valerie, we were chatting as well about new and more progressive ways to bring true diversity to the workforce, because let's be honest, a lot of our initiatives in the past haven't worked. And it's why the numbers are improving. And I'm a real glass half full, but they could be going faster, and particularly as we look at women from ethnic minorities, women of color. I mean, those numbers are not moving fast enough. But we're, for example, working with an amazing author called She's written a book called Fair Play. And her book is all about equal partnerships in the home. But now she's taking that idea to the workforce and saying, look at all the things that unpaid for, unrecognized jobs that women do in the workforce, whether it's being the empathy leaders or compassion, whether it's being the ones who are responsible for the team events or the birthday cakes, or the women who are leading the ERGs, the women who are leading the DEI initiatives. And people go, oh, that's lovely, well done, Michelle, good for you. And you're like, yeah, but this is like a culture changer for my business. So that's a super interesting concept, I think, Jess, you raised about the things that women do in the workforce that maybe are not recognized, and we should be calling out because they're so important, and rewarding and recognizing and promoting for that.
Right, they have a different impact that might not be directly correlated, but like if you, yeah.
Well, I think with empathy, one of the things I've seen listening a lot is there's this unconscious bias that creates assumptions out there. And you know, the key to that is asking the questions. Stop assuming and start asking the questions. And once you start asking the questions, to actually take the time to get to know people around you, that is, you know, whether we're highly innovative, technology-based, whatever we are, that is the key, humanity. So getting to know the people around you, to understand what their experiences have been, and really empathize with them, right? No two of us in this room have had the same experiences. So to me, that's what diversity and inclusion is. It's not just about women, but just it goes much broader and deeper.
So my next question is about bringing your authentic self to work. And I think for many years, like many years ago, it was always kind of placating to these unconscious biases in the workforce. So, you know, and I think the younger generation, like you mentioned before, is like doing a really great job of just truly bringing their authentic self, speaking up about things that they don't believe in. So do you have any advice on how to continue to foster that and how you're doing that within leadership today?
I think COVID has just been really transformational. Like you kind of had to bring your authentic self to Zoom every day. You know, you saw my son running around in the background, like shooting your phone darts at my face. You know, dodging, you know, family life and work life. And it actually has created this like nice transition where you get to know someone on a deeper level. There's no other option than bringing your full self to work. I think it's about how do we carry that forward to go back into the office. And I think a lot of that, when we've been talking about RTR, is like, we are excited to go back into the office, but it's super important to make the most of that time and develop deep connections with people. We were talking about like productivity and how like every day has been really productive while you've been kind of working from home. But now it's like, you know, working in the office is now trying to connect and foster those relationships and really like, you know, be a center of like relationship building versus just like, you know, heads down in the computer. So I'm excited to see how that transforms.
Oh my gosh. COVID so changed how we interacted, didn't it? And I think as your point's right on, as we move back to the office and as we move to new, more agile ways of working, we can't get sucked up in just the work. And I'm feeling like we need to keep those traditions that we set up to spend time together on our teams. And so, you know, like my team has a happy hour. We started it every Thursday for 30 minutes. And we started it on March 20th, I think, the first week of 2020. We have not missed a week, except for holidays, right? But that is the time where people, and it's user generated. So the team signs up for any one of the happy hours and they make it whatever they want. So it could be a passion of theirs, like, you know, having, oh my gosh, they were in the hot seat, like literally. You know, so it could be a passion, like, you know, bringing a yoga instructor and doing meditation with us, or cooking and showing us all how to make recipes. I mean, just super fun games, and we have to keep that tradition. Otherwise, I think it'll
and it's like blending up personal with work. It's actually really nice because then that whole like authenticity of who you truly are can come out, and you get to know people so that when you're working with them, you're that much more connected.
We do a thing that it's just spontaneous and such. I'm like, oh yeah, we started this called gratitude moments. We have a team meeting Thursday mornings. And I have to be honest, I don't think we would have done that or been as vulnerable to do that if we'd been in person. I think we'd all been sitting in a meeting room and we'd be like, okay, let's talk about our gratitude moments. They would have looked at me and gone, oh, she's really lost it this time. We knew she was a crazy Irish woman, but this time. But everybody loves it. And, you know, it's talking about vulnerability and compassion and empathy. It's a safe space. People really open up to that, and it's just maybe things you say, Michelle, how do we keep that going as we go in, you know, as we go forward? But also, I think coming through the pandemic, the flexibility that it has given, particularly women, is incredible. Now, it was tough during the time because we all know, you know, she-session and women carried a lot of burden through the pandemic, a lot of unseen burden, even when they were working at home and working outside the home. But it has offered flexibility that was never there before. I mean, in our office, if you didn't turn up on a Friday, you were signing off. I mean, there was no, you must be there FaceTime. Now we're going to be there maximum 2 days a week. I mean, that's incredible. So hopefully some of those changes will actually help drive diversity even faster, hopefully, if we stick to it.
So I know we've been touching upon this a bit already, but what are some of the concrete steps that you've been taking, start with maybe Michelle, to embrace, leverage change in your organization?
Well, I think first and foremost, you have to go back to like, what do we do as, you know, as marketers, I think. And we get insights, and how do we get those insights? We listen. And I think some of the concrete things that we're doing is we're listening differently across the organization. And, you know, really listening both to we have to approach listening, I think, in a little bit different way. So with our employees, we've been listening differently. We've been co-creating, like, what does future work look like? What's our employee value proposition? I was like so excited to see that we actually co-created that with our employees and what that experience felt like. And now it's out there. And, you know, it totally resonates with future employees as well, because
it is the first step in work, right? But I think we're also thinking about ways we listen to our customers differently as well, and try and be even more inclusive in the research that we do. So making sure that we are listening to underserved communities and not adding any bias, unconscious bias into what we listen for.
Yeah, we, in the spirit of working for a tech company and being agile and making sure we're like constantly listening and improving, we actually integrated this like widget into our Slack channel called the Butterfly Survey. And once a month, people are asked a series of questions about kind of how they're feeling from like a communication and engagement, kind of a bunch of different actions. And what we've been doing is it's probably the most agile way to capture like employee sentiment and engagement I've ever seen. And we're kind of like reporting out on that data and then like rapidly coming up with solutions every month. It's exhausting as a leader. It's exhausting, but like the entire team feels like they're being heard and can actually.
It sounds like it's like we in the moment versus our org health we do once a year. So it's sort of sometimes the moment has passed by the time you're trying to solve the problem versus that agile get on it now. It's a great idea.
What sort of actions have you taken?
Yeah, the biggest thing is just communication, I think, across the board. And a lot of that is, I think this survey is actually helping with communication, and it's taking that and it's doing like 30-minute once a week, like roundups of everything that we've heard. If there's gaps in like specific projects that people need insights around, or specific company actions, or there's questions about like a return to office policy, like we're able to like stand up those topics and address them like immediately, which I think is really helpful.
Do you feel like COVID has like fast forwarded all of these new things that were changing within the organization? Do you feel like it's just on a trajectory that's just getting accelerated trajectory?
I think if you think of some of the things we're trying, I don't think we would have done them before because you would have all the old reasons. Oh, that's too awkward, that's too expensive. Oh, we don't need to do it. When you think of the, as I mentioned, she session, the labor issues, the employees saying, I don't want to come back, or I don't want to come back into the office, or I don't want to move back to Dallas. We've had to be, it's been pushed on us, and I think it's exciting, and we do things for the better, and we try new things. So absolutely, I think it's accelerated so much that it's a lot braver.
I think it's definitely created a balance more than anything, right? Because it was always very business driven, very business KPI, and now you have a human KPI that you really have to pay attention to. So it's just really creating that simple balance between the two. But I love the technology piece. We've been doing it via email. So obviously we're not a technology company, we're a retailer. That's the difference. We have a lot of technology. Yeah, we're doing it. But I love the fact that following up and maintaining the relevance of the conversation, I think is definitely key.
And I was just listening to a panel with someone from AT&T yesterday, and he was saying, they obviously have the Fort Knox and the data, and he's like, you can't just listen to data. You have to talk to your customers. You have to talk to people. And I love it. Well, I think the other thing to build on what you're saying is you have to listen, you have to take action, and then you need to hold the leaders in the organization accountable. So we do an employee survey once a year in Pleasant Coast, but those objectives of improvement are in everyone's goals, so that you help drive the change in the organization. If you can say it all you want, but if you're not tracking up to talking about DEI again, in your perspectives, how has it changed over the last several years?
I can take that one on. Well, first of all, it's an imperative, right? When you have diverse teams at the table, better representing your customers, your communities that you serve, you have a better vantage point to actually understand what you need to do to help serve them. But I think there's also compelling research out there that says, we need to take an expanded approach to diversity. Yes, it's about the inherent pieces of diversity, and demographics, etc.
But there's also this other emotional and experiential piece of diversity. You know, whether that is people bringing their passions, you know, into play, whether that's art and music, etc. Cross-functional or cross-industry experience that may give a different perspective. Living and working in other cultures and countries that bring a perspective. And when you have kind of that 3D approach, you know, to diversity, then your innovation and your solutions and the way that you actually work with teams internally changes. Because really, you know, diversity brings ideas and innovation to the table in a much different way.
I think that diversity being part of the business to build on your points, Michelle, because it is now so broad, is so important because it is a business driver. As you said, your business will go better because of it. But because of that, to Cara's question, invite at the start, it's on all of us. It's not anymore just the DE&I team or just the HR team. It's truly on all of us. And I think that's where it gets exciting. We talked yesterday about, you know, how brands can bring diversity to life. You know, if you're in every home in America, what messages can you be bringing? How can you bring some of that diversity of thought to life? So I think that's where it's got very exciting because now every part of the business has a role to play.
I think also, you know, it's interesting because I used to run multicultural for Walmart, and at that time it was very much embedded in our DNA, like throughout the organization, cross-functionally and upwardly, downwardly, everywhere. So we all had KPIs to be accountable to. I think now with all the focus on DE&I divisions, you know, not taking off the accountability on all of us that are not in the DE&I space specifically, but having that accountability and responsibility throughout the organization is going to be key. And I think eventually over, I don't know, I'm not predicting, but, you know, 4 or 5 years, it's all going to have to be fully integrated again, not a standalone. There should be a frame, but there needs to be consistency throughout.
Going back to Carla, I love one thing that you mentioned in our call was marketing your internal team, essentially building a brand for the team. So can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
I don't really remember.
Oh, great.
I took lessons then, and I did not take lessons. No, basically, it's just understanding your team, you know, what their strengths, their opportunities are, and giving them a platform of what do they represent in the organization, right? And giving them a voice. And it's more about voice than anything for me, in the sense of, you know, not every level has a voice to the top. So how do you help them have that voice and understanding their strengths and opportunities and seeing how do we want to be seen as a group? So we're financial services. We're this small piece in a huge retailer, but we're really not that small. We have a lot of, you know, strength to help our customers. The idea is just because the company is focused on retail, how do we help build our brand as a group? And so understanding the individuals that make up that group, giving them the opportunity to speak up in different areas, and then also highlighting their wins. You know, that's one of the things I've done during the COVID time is basically every team meeting we start, what are your 5 wins? Or 2 to, no, not always 5, but, you know, 1 to 5 wins. And what are your top 3 priorities? I ask them not to have 1 to 3 priorities because to keep that balance. So really just keeping that consistency of what is our brand that we stand for as a group and how do I help them elevate them in their larger organization to really be represented, right? Because sometimes you don't feel like you have a voice, and I feel like everyone should have a voice. It goes back into diversity and inclusion, right? It's part of the beauty is everyone has an opinion. Okay, some opinions are way out there, but they're still valid. So can we get those gold nuggets out of each one of them and represent them throughout the organization?
I love that. We're kind of in the process of doing that now. We're creating kind of a team charter, and we're going to be kind of presenting to the entire organization. And everyone feels really connected to it, and they've all like contributed to it. And it's super important. One, just to it's like you carry with them as a badge of honor. Like I'm a part of the brand team. This is what we stand for. We all kind of speak from the same script. It's been really empowering for them, and it's also provides clarity in their roles throughout the organization. So even at a junior level, you're like, I'm part of the brand team that do X, and the entire organization really understands like the impact and the value that I bring. So it's been pretty empowering for them. More to come, but like baby steps.
And it'll serve them so well because we did the same thing kind of more towards the beginning of COVID, and we called it our vision, so our team vision, right? And it was a little bit of like, who are we? Who do we, what's our responsibility? Who do we want to be? And then like the things we do now and the things we should do next. And it was all co-created by the team. And I tell you, those things that, especially the things you do next, are what energizes people, right? And keeps it like, we have a little side hustle, to go off and prove and it bonds the team. And so we did come back to that quite a bit, that vision, to say, are we doing on this vision? Are we on track? And it's amazing.
Like a North Star, it's something that all keep us.
One other thing though, other than the vision that we've done a roadshow just to show what have we done, what's gotten us here, because I think that's important. A lot of people are so busy in the day-to-day that they don't recognize the amazing work that they've done. And so just to help their confidence and really, say, this is amazing. Look at all the stuff that you've done and look everything that's up ahead, just to kind of build the roadmap and, get the word out there in such a large organization.
And I think the final thing on that is that unifying vision you all talk about also helps the team, I think, feel like you're in it together and you've got support. And I always say to my team, I've got your back. There's nothing you can do that I don't have your back for. There's no mistake you can make. We all make mistakes. And if everybody feels they're part of that, particularly in the smaller parts of the business or in the lower levels, as you said, Michelle, that's so empowering and so exciting and really fuels the energy.
I love it. Jess, we were talking about that there's been obviously like a trend in retrofitting purpose into pretty much everything we're doing. So can you speak to how Rent to Runway RTR has built purpose into that kind of DNA?
Yeah, we've kind of have a new take on it. We've evolved a little bit. When you think about brand purpose, it's usually tied to your mission. It's tied to business activities that lead to like stakeholder value. And that's why a lot of brands are doing it right now. But we've kind of taken a step back and kind of repositioned it around creating equitable well-being across all of our stakeholders, from employees to shareholders to vendors, the designers that we work with, just across the board. And there's like this shared sense that everyone is being valued and their goals are being met. So I think that's the first thing. We've kind of repositioned value or purpose. And then the second thing is like, and I think this is really critical for any organization, like everyone feels deeply committed to it, to the point where they can kind of recite kind of our brand purpose, like verbatim, anyone throughout the organization. It's really evangelized all the time. And I also think it's just kind of what our company has been built on. We're built around two things. One, empowering women to kind of like their most confident selves every day, but also creating a more sustainable future for fashion. And everyone feels like this shared sense and understands how we are basically applying that to kind of all the stakeholders of our business.
A few more questions. Are we good on time? Okay, great. So with all of your learnings over the last few years, particularly, what experiences and learnings rise to the top that really truly help move you forward and thinking about the future? Michelle, if you wanna go with that one.
I think one thing is that we need to be resilient. And I think we've all demonstrated some resilience over the last couple of years for sure. But I don't think change is going to stop, right? And so whether it's changing your life at work, whatever, and the power of being a resilient leader, I think one, sets a great tone for your team, but two, just for you personally to be able to overcome whatever life puts in front of you.
I think one of the things we linked to that, Michelle, is around just the dynamicness of the workplace and all our careers. I know if I look back on where I started and where I am now, I never would have planned this. I never would have thought this is where I would be, particularly in Texas, which I love, by the way. But I think that dynamic nature of the workforce is super exciting. And I say, when somebody says to me, what are you going to do in 5 years' time? I have no clue. I hope that job hasn't even been invented yet. And I think we need to encourage our teams to embrace that diversity, and with that, embrace diverse experiences. You know, I often say to them, you don't just stay in food all your life or in CPG all your life. There's a whole world out there. And the ability to gain those experiences for all of us, I think, is super exciting. So I just think that idea of one set career path isn't there anymore at all. And it should be encouraged to take those different roads and weave and learn as you go.
I think connected to that, it's just like giving yourself the grace to take some risks. One of my favorite quotes from Abby Wambach wrote a book called Wolf Back, and it's the best. But like one of the quotes was, "Once you fail, you're finally in the game." And I just love that, and like encouraging and I encourage myself that every day, just to like grow the mindset, like take those risks and be, comfortable with failure. But that's something I think that we can take on as more as women and pass that down to kind of future generations to go out there and take those risks, fail, so you can kind of finally be in the game.
For me, it's three things. It's authenticity, value yourself, and determination. And they're tied to what, resilience, obviously, determination, but authenticity is, I think we often don't value, and the value is tied to authenticity, is value yourself for who you are and what you bring to the table every day, and be your best self and be authentic about it. Because I think that's what's, going to be important for the days to come. And that's what's going to make you happy. Find your connection. And I can't agree with you more. I've been in so many different industries. This is my third time at Walmart. And, it's like a running joke now. So, but, you never know what tomorrow's going to bring. And skill sets are transferable. And so it's about the relationships you build and be determined. I don't have a 5-year plan. I don't think I ever have. And I just think it's serendipitous if you are in the moment, the power of now, I guess, just live it and live life to the fullest. Do as much as you can for yourself and for others.
I think of the analogy of like me wearing really bad suits in my 20s and like being like, oh my God, I feel like I'm in a costume right now. Like, you know what I mean? It's like really, that's it. So I think that's a lovely way to end it. And what do you think, Renee?
I think so. I'm a little, we just switch on for questions. The mic back for questions.
Yeah, any questions?
Any questions in the room?
Great.
Hi, great panel, Kristen here. So I had a quick question too, and Jess, shameless plug for everyone, Rent the One Way is amazing, and she and I have very good taste and similar taste. But same dress yesterday. It was amazing. I hope that hits your social channels later. But to that point, for the brands that are reaching women as your audience, how has you and like the unique lens that you have informed your product positioning, the channels that you're selecting, your media mix? I'm sure that serves you really well, but any insights there would be really great to hear. That's an easy one for me. I mean, our product is focused on women. I mean, we're deeply tapped in from like a customer insights perspective. It's completely shifted over, not to go back to COVID again, but it's completely shifted kind of what she needs. And so we've been kind of adapting our business model. We've been adapting our business model and our service to her needs, everything from inventory, everything from, how she can select garments based on her body type and fit and all those things. So we're like acutely tapped in to like serving the needs
Less
of her.
sweatpants.
Still sweatpants. Yeah.
The trendy ones.
Trendy ones. I mean, yeah, we can talk about for an hour about trends that are going on right now, which are delightful, but still fun.
Also, I think, I'm just very quickly two things because we're like, I sell chips. Like, it's not changing the world, but they're tasty and they're better for you. But 80% of our shoppers are women, and yet for years and years we were promoting to men all the time, and our ads are to men, etc. So two things for us. One is understanding that mother who's trying to just take a little bit of a step towards health and wellness, and understanding that the majority of Americans are nowhere near there, and being humble enough to go, we're trying to serve those women who have only so much money in their pocket, and they're trying to give their kids something a little bit better. And how can we humbly do something along those lines? Meet her where she is. So the empathy piece that we talked about is very important. The other big shift we've noticed is who we depict in our advertising, and I see it across the board. It heartens me when I see the current Athleisure Communications and just, real women. It's real women. And I think it's real women in our communications, but it's also harnessing the diversity of talent out there. We talked about it yesterday about this year we made a really conscious decision. We would only hire diverse production teams. We would only hire diverse agencies. We would only hire diverse directors. And when someone says they don't exist, well, they do exist. Go find them. So a shameless plug there because all of us have the power to do that. But I think that deeper empathy with our consumers and women in particular has led to that.
I'll add one short one as well, which is, women historically have had lower financial health than men, right? There's a lack of education, understanding, and then that drives the products and services that they own, right? Less life insurance, or maybe not understanding, how to invest their money, etc. So, and really, it's taking care of your family, right? And that insight of, it's. So we've made sure that we do have services out there that help build education, help support women, help support single moms, to make sure that they are protected and what they love is protected.
We have time for maybe one more quick question.
Hi, I'm Hallie. Thank you all. This has been wonderful. I'm in a chief of staff role, so work really closely with our CMO on culture and transformation as well we're describing. And one of the challenges we run into is that as we're transforming as an organization, we want to make sure we're listening to the team and tailoring our culture to what they need to thrive. But we also run into this thing where there's some members of the team who aren't really along for the ride at the culture shift. And how do we make sure that we're kind of bifurcating the feedback we're getting, the people who are just going to hate everything that we do and probably should leave, versus the ones who we want to make sure feel really valued and trusted and celebrated and all that. I'd love to hear if you all have any advice on how to navigate kind of tailoring your culture to the high performers, people who want to be there and not, regressing to the lowest common denominator of people who are maybe unhappy.
Wow, that's a good question.
I think it's that cohort of people that are unhappy. I think it's still important to hear them and listen to them because it actually might help influence the strategy that you're developing down the line. But I think you also need to know that they're not going to be persuaded and kind of putting a lot of your energy. I mean, a lot of this work takes so much energy. It's a lot of conversations, a lot of thinking, a lot of meetings, and focusing a lot of that energy on the groups that are actually going to help evangelize your mission while still listening to the folks that might be more of the naysayers.
I mean, I think about performance reviews and how antiquated they can be in certain organizations. Do you guys have any interesting thoughts on performance reviews? Because I feel
That's a whole other panel.
I know.
I think a comment I'd have for you on that piece is, and this is part of my learning over 20 years as a woman, was I tend to be a real people pleaser. I want everybody to be happy. I want to make sure everyone is good. And I've learned from some really great advice from some good colleagues and mentors, that's never going to happen. So I think it's so important that you do, if you show up with authenticity, if you, as all these women said, that you have great advice about how to build a vision, how to build a culture, but if you're doing that with good intent, the good will come and the rest will work their path out, and the important thing even under that is to be fair in your feedback to everyone and make sure people are hearing. If they're not playing with the team, if there's a negative influence there, the best gift you can give is to give fair and honest and transparent feedback. And then people are adults, they work it out for themselves. But for me, that was my biggest learning. I think you can't please everybody, but be authentic, bring the team forward, and the good ones will come with you.
I completely agree. I think that is going to be your main filter, but going what Jess said, asking the question to understand the why they're disgruntled, right? Or why they're not happy, because there are some folks that maybe, there is a transformation that can happen if you address those pieces. And it also can save you time and a lot of money in trying to retain them and, building an environment that's culturally diverse that includes some of these pieces that might have been a blind spot for you as an organization. The main thing I think as a CMO is, at Walmart, we have lead by walking around. And I know it's hard in pandemic and in this hybrid state, but you know, pick up the phone, call, text, whatever it is. I mean, now you have all these channels you can get to really quickly, and make the time for your associates. That human capital to me is precious. It's people first.
It's a great way to end the session. Thank you ladies so much. And I do see some open seats. So although it is standing room only, I see about 10 open seats. So those of you standing, please come filter in, grab some seats. We're also going to put a TV downstairs. So for those of you who want to eat and watch or take a seat, if you make your way downstairs, this panel will be broadcast for you downstairs as well.
Thank you. Just make sure you tape it down. Yeah.
Starting in 1 minute. As a reminder, please come find seats. If not, head downstairs to be watching on the TV.
Range rover.
So I saw this thing. I was like, all right.
Two seats up in the front, 5 in the back. Come filter in, come sit.
You guys want to help me carry this? Or?
Yeah, it's there, please. I'll get more of the guys.
Okay, we're back in business. So based on the popularity of today's session, we are going to stream downstairs. So for those of you who didn't hear me earlier, there's a TV downstairs where this session will be broadcast. Those of you who proceeds, looking to be able to catch the session downstairs will have the same content a la the TV. So without further ado, thank you again to our last panel. Great to hear about recognition and accountability and the way that first leads to better business practices. Continuing the conversation on all things women in leadership. We're very excited to welcome our next panel. I'm gonna do this a little for a second. Okay, go. Joining us today, Katie Burse, SVP Marketing and Media Strategy at the CW, Ashley Cartwright, Vice President Media at the Walt Disney Company, Iris Diaz, CMO Dallas Mavericks, Lindsay Morgan, CMO Pizza Hut, Manich, Nagaroshan, SVP Revenue and Loyalty, Panera Bread, Patty Morris, AVP Marketing, State Farm, Anna McMichael Kane, VP Executive Director, Audacity, and moderating from the sidelines based on a density of stage capacity will be Ahid Yenza, Head of Industry Auto at Innovid, who will be moderating today's session. Thank you. One more round of applause for this dynamic group of women. A marketing innovation session. I want to kick us off with some thoughts and some situations around marketing in the post-pandemic world and what we've seen so far today.
Closer to my, here we go.
Can you hear me now? I know, I'm like, what is this? Who are we? Meenakshi, I'd actually like to kick it off with you. Can you begin by sharing how your marketing strategies have evolved throughout the course of the pandemic?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Meenakshi, and I'm the SVP of Marketing at Panera Bread. But when it comes to pandemic, I actually started that when I was still leading marketing at Sweetgreen. So I've experienced pandemic through the lens of restaurants, not just one, but two. And so as you can imagine, March 13th, everyone remembers that. After that, every single day has been, you can say you're evolving, winging it. I don't know what it was, but I do think it brought a lot of focus in what we were doing. We had to quickly prioritize, at least for restaurants, that it's about safety, it's about convenience, and it's about gaining that trust back with our guests, right? So we had to really pivot on omni-channel, not just the word, but getting the food to our guests wherever they want it to be. So whether it was innovation like curbside delivery, stepping in more on rapid pickup and for Panera, drive-through, contactless dine-in, just all of those different channels of how do we make sure that food can be delivered safely to guests wherever they wanted it. And energy delivery and omni-channel is where we ended up really doubling down. And digital was a way that just accelerated, I think. A lot of things that were just table stake in other industries had to get caught up for restaurants. And I think that's what happened everywhere.
That's amazing. Thank you for that perspective. Ashley, I'd love to have that same question to you from a Walt Disney perspective.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Cartwright. I'm the Vice President of Media at Disney, as mentioned. And I think I'll start with my job description, which is what shifted in the pandemic. I was only working on theatrical before and came out of it working on theatrical, Hulu, Disney Plus. And so quite literally everything shifted because of what was going on and the way that we were distributing content and what was most important for consumers. And so our tactics shifted to the home and the television, and that's becoming increasingly more important in general across all of our brands. And so I think one of the major things was transitioning our mindset to reaching someone in the home. And before it was on the go, mobile devices are where you're at. How do you reach them at every touch point and channel? And it really shifted our focus into the home and into what those audiences and targets were doing. So I think that was the main thing.
That's a great point. Yeah, going from being everyone everywhere at any given time on multiple devices to one main device in the home, or a couple multiple devices in the home. Really interesting. Anna, I'd like to shoot the next question over to you. If you could, yeah. What skill sets do you think successful marketers will need in the years ahead? And how are those different from pre-pandemic days?
I wouldn't say that they're different from pre-pandemic days, but we've heard a lot about empathy, we've heard a lot about listening, we've heard a lot about compassion, and I think we probably were doing some of that before, but I think when everything slowed down, we kind of got in our little bubbles and started to really listen to each other, not just each other, but ourselves, right? When the din of the office has kind of calmed down and it's now suddenly the chaos of your home. To listen to yourself. If I'm a consumer, what do I want? As a human being, what do I need right now? So putting yourself in the position of being that person you're marketing to, and just kind of taking your cues from your own life and how things have changed for you. That's how they changed for everyone. Maybe not exactly, the same logistics, but emotionally and where we all feel in the world has changed for everyone.
Piece there. Lindsay, I would love to hear a little bit from you on that topic. If you can expand a little bit. What skills do you think successful marketers will need in the years ahead? And how do you think that's shifted from pre-pandemic days?
Yeah, I mean, I love the conversation on empathy because I think, in a time where people have been locked down and at their homes for many, many years, people are getting back out there, but it's been really isolating for a lot of people. I think where you're consuming a lot of content and you're hearing a lot of real stories, but you feel sometimes pretty alone, even in a really loud, noisy house or even in a very crowded Zoom conference. Yeah. So I think empathy is a great call out for marketers in the future. And I also think it's a skill that really people are looking for in their bosses too. My best bosses are the ones that make me feel really seen and valued as a person and giving me some grace where during the beginning of the pandemic where I had 2 small kids at home and you have no childcare options and you're doing the best you can. And people are really hard on themselves, I think especially working parents where you can't really do it all. So I think just a little bit more grace is really important. It's great.
Yeah, I would just add, I think it was ironic how the world kind of slowed down and closed down, but the pace of marketing accelerated in that time. And I know for us, not that we get complacent, but marketing, I think, in some ways, or maybe at that time was sort of a one-way conversation. And for us, it was about stopping, listening, understanding what was going on, and starting to have a different kind of two-way conversation with our customers. And just the pace, right? So to your question about what do marketers need moving forward, mental agility, I think. And it's around pace, it's around new and different ideas, it's around new ways to connect with people, because we use the saying all the time in our office, what got us here is not going to get us there. And we're really trying to build that culture because everybody on our team needs to have that mindset moving forward.
I love that. Yeah, that's amazing. We are going to touch a lot more on work from home and parenthood and pandemic life a little bit more, but I do want to touch on a little bit, Katie, I love your perspective on, marketing during a world event like a pandemic or even a crisis like we're seeing in Ukraine can be extremely challenging. How are brands working to set the right tone while remaining extremely authentic to their brands?
Thank you. How are brands doing that? I can speak to how we're doing it. I've been lucky enough at the CW to work at a company that's just about sort of entertaining. We can have some loftier goals and ambitions in terms of sort of the stories that we tell, and we try very hard to have a very broad range of stories that we tell about a lot of different people and experience. But to never sort of or rarely step in it in a sort of more serious situation. We're not out.
Sometimes that is the most authentic way.
Yeah. So we're not, we're lucky enough to not be trying to trace trends. We're so lucky that we don't have the budget to be running on CNN. We are so lucky to not be Applebee's. But I think it's it's keeping in mind what is our core purpose. We're a TV entertainment company. Our core purpose. I mean, our core purpose is to sell ads, but our core purpose as humans
is to entertain. And so, you know, we've got great shows that do that and it can take people's minds away, but also not minds away, but their cares away. And can definitely do that. But in terms of how we market and where we put messages and how we put messages out there, it can be a little tough and it can be really sticky right now, you know, and I just, a thing that I keep thinking about since I, you know, got on a plane from California yesterday is even being here in Texas, right? Like I had a long night of the soul. Is Texas a place I want to come and spend my money and my company's money at this precise moment? So what I did is I gave a bunch of money to trans youth in Texas. I gave a bunch of money to Planned Parenthood. And, you know, I did some research and I was like, well, wait, no, Austin's, I mean, probably where all the trans youth are. So, so I should be here sort of like with my pocketbook voting for them. But, you know, it's not just Texas and today. And God bless the Disney company stepping in. It's so bad this week with in Florida. Like, I just, like, how do you not know your core consumer at all? So I think it's about remembering who your core consumer is, remembering who you want to be as a human, and making sure that your message is aligned with that. How about that? That's what marketers do.
Yes. Thank you for remaining personal. I do want to continue the brand storytelling conversation, and I want to take this over to Patty. First of all, congrats to State Farm on the 100th anniversary this year. Yes, amazing. And congrats on the huge success of Jake from State Farm. I feel like everyone knows Jake from State Farm. I'd love to hear a little bit more about you on how that campaign was developed and really how you market a non-tangible product.
Well, no one asked us about Jake from State Farm, so this is great. No, I'm kidding. It's a blessing.
And a curse?
Yes, no, it's a blessing. I would say that, you know, our brand strategy is really built around making our specifically brand IP as famous as possible. So we have a long-standing tagline, like a good neighbor. I love it. And, you know, we knew that we had something special with that character who was just a cameo in a commercial way back when, right? So our whole goal in bringing him back was to create a branded piece of IP that we wanted people to talk about and be part of the cultural lexicon, but we knew no one could ever talk about without talking about our brand. So we have a lot of discussion in our brand strategy about use of celebrity and the role that plays. And I think we all saw in the Super Bowl this year that really sort of ballooning out of control. And it has its place, right? We have spokespeople, you know, athletes, whatever. But what we love about Jake is he's in that fine line space between being a branded character and being a real person. And there is magic and there's lightning in a bottle in that, because it is, you know, giving dividends from a branding perspective that we couldn't have imagined. But the key to that is making sure you have the right person in that role.
Say, real severe background checking.
Yeah. But truly, like, he brings a lot of his own personality and heart and soul to what he's doing for us, and it is a huge difference maker. So it's been super successful. You know, this last week, there was a video on TikTok that someone posted. This guy had just a few hundred followers. He posted a video. Have any of you seen it? Okay, so Jake from State Farm is walking off the court from All-Star Weekend, All-Star Saturday night. And this guy's like, hey, it's Jake from State Farm. He holds up his camera. And literally, Jake is just on his own time, right? Like, we had him sitting down there, I'll admit to that. But just his own personality says, hey, like a good neighbor. And the guy doesn't say anything, and he's like, come on, say it. And he's like, State Farm is there. And he's like, yeah. So he posts this video, and I think it was 9 million views maybe this morning, completely organic. So that happens when you create the right conditions to have a piece of branded IP out there in the world. And from a branding perspective, it's invaluable.
That's amazing. Anna, I'd love to have you expand on that a little
Yeah,
bit.
I'd love to add to this. I think that, you know, Odyssey
even under a different name before last year, had really a lockdown on human connection, right? And not just the authenticity of ourselves as brand storytellers or marketers or the product or our morals or values, but also our whole business is built on relationships and it's built on authenticity, right? In the entertainment space, in the news space. So we, much like what Pete was saying, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to tell stories, to hear perspectives, to engage, to entertain. And so we started to think, how can we bring what we do closer to who we are? And how can we tell that story to brand? And so what we started to see is in our brand storytelling, we're fans too, we're fans of the music. We know the music, we know the news, we're fans of it all. Let us come to you as we are, as you are, and meet together and really have a one-on-one personal relationship. People have relationships with our talent. Our best programmers in the country program our stations. They really know what they're doing. So I think it's, again, that view of, if I were the person consuming this product, if I were the listener, what would I want? And then trying to think about how to bring that together and bring it to life.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a theme of empathy going across everything that we're saying here today. I do want to pivot a little bit to live experiences because we haven't seen many in the last 2 years. Iris, I'd love to hear from you. What experiences were almost non-existent for the past 2 years? Can you share how you managed that and how you pivoted your executions, especially from a sports perspective?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I think for me, I was listening to everybody and understanding that we're all in the little sports bubble, and we realize obviously everything else that you guys and all other companies have to be doing. But from us, from a live perspective, from the NBA, it really took the toll and really started getting us involved more in digital screens, especially in the bubble 2 years ago in Orlando. That was probably the most hectic time because it was, how do you still entertain fans? How do you still show up in their houses? How do you still keep your brand intact and also people following you? There's a couple of things that we also did during the pandemic, but it was giving back to the community. They're the ones showing up to the arena every single time in their season, that it was important to give back to the hospitals, donate to the schools, donate to them. And it was, in a sense, it wasn't to get more followers or to get more social media likes, posts, reposts. And it happened till we got close to over 1 million new followers within 3 months that basketball wasn't going on. So now, how do you advertise to this new audience that's not a basketball fan? They're just happy that you gave to their school and they're following you down because your kid is wearing the mask now. I don't know how close I am, but it was more, how do we make sure that Senor Jose over here at this house is still watching the Mavs game? And what the NBA did, and what we did also as a franchisee, was we had those screens and we had to plug in 300 people in those screens every single night. And I was leading that for the Mavs. That goes back to being agile and really learning it. You're forced to learn a lot of new things during pandemic and learn it, take advantage, take the courses, because if not, we wouldn't have been able to fulfill that for 300 fans for, I think it was 7 games that we played, and we can't believe that. It was that many that we had to make sure, and people were excited. At that time, it was only 6 months in, 3 months, I don't remember now. But people were already zoomed out. They don't want to be on screens. But how do we make sure that we get that experience? The other thing too, we had so many giveaways. The Dallas Mavericks are really great at giving stuff away at games. So we had so many items that we were giving out, we're going to give out in our playoffs at home, that we started giving out these t-shirts and necklaces to restaurants that were starting to shut down, saying, no, if people buy more than $20 at your location, give them a shirt. We didn't care. It was more about give them something to talk about. But at the end of it, it was a return investment for us too, because our community was now wearing us too as well. So it was more, how do we make sure that we engage them? And while digital was the solution during that time, after that, I mean, this past season, when we did open it up for the fans to come back and sit for playoffs, nobody sat down. I think we had 20,000 screaming fans, and you just knew they were ready just to get out. So for us, it's always making sure that they're entertained on social, digital with animations. We didn't have access to our players. So animate them. We couldn't voice them over, right? Put text on them. We had to find solutions to make sure people were still engaged with our product, even though they weren't live. But one of the solutions was the digital screens that we did in Orlando in the bubble.
Everyone's getting a Mavs shirt. Just kidding. Nobody's getting a Mavs shirt. No, just kidding. Go to a Mavs game if you want an amazing shirt. Lindsay, I'd like to hand it over to you a little bit. And, you know, as we hopefully enter this next phase in marketing, post-pandemic, whatever we want to call it, still in the pandemic, I don't even know. Can you tell us what you've learned over the past 2 years and what do you never want to go back to?
All of it. No, it's a great question. I think, you know, talking about the last 2 years, so I'm at Pizza Hut, QSR can kind of sometimes be, oh, we tried that, we know that, this is what works. And I think what's been really fun is that, you know, a couple other women have spoken on this, is that we have the chance to do some things that we haven't done before. And not all of those things worked, and that's okay, because you don't find the lightning in a bottle or those hidden opportunities if you don't try. So I think there's more of a mindset of some healthy risk in trying some things that maybe haven't been done before. And so I think that would be a really great opportunity moving forward. I was also just having a side conversation with a couple ladies over here saying it's been a digital boom. You know, my parents are nearly 70, and before they would say, oh, I can't bank online, they'll steal my identity. And now they're like, what do you want from me, girl? So, you know, I think there's this huge boom of, you know, the digital world and people being more open to that. I also think what people expected before, convenience and easy, or personal preference and, you know, great for us, like a great tasting product. And you would usually say, well, I can have easy, or I can have something I really prefer or I want. And I think customers now are like, no, and I want easy, and I want what I prefer. So I think there's a great opportunity for marketers to hone in on that space.
Anna, I'd love to hear a little bit more from you on that same topic, especially as one of the few female executive creative directors. If you could touch on a little bit about, you know, what you've learned the past 2 years and what you never want to go back to.
Sure. Learned a lot about myself, learned a lot about my family, learned a lot about boundaries, learned a lot about what I look like on Zoom. No, I think what I learned is, well, a couple of things. I mean, this is just personal. I don't know how it would relate back to marketing necessarily, but you know, when you're in the office, there's this, you know, you walk away from the office, you leave it at the office, you come home. So there's this real bifurcation between your work life and your home life. And that was absolutely obliterated. So it's a new way of thinking. How do I bring the best of my work thinking and my work self into my personal life? And how do I bring the best of me personally into work? Because it's the same corner of my bedroom, you know? It's like, that's it, 2-bedroom apartment. So it's thinking of, what are those translatable skills? You know, curiosity, kind of discovery. I'm learning things off work hours that I'm bringing into work, such as, you know, better patience, or how moods are changing, how my mood is changing, how what I need to connect to and what I want to connect to is changing, how my kids, how my husband, like, you know, all of it. What do we need? Honestly, it has really forced us to show up as our authentic selves. So if you were leaving parts of yourself, like we've all been trained to do, you leave your personal life at home, you leave your work life at work, it really, you don't have that option anymore. So it's pushed me out of my comfort zone a little bit. It's made me a little bit more unapologetic about what I look like on Zoom. I think that's really helped me find a bigger voice and grow a lot more in the last couple of years.
I was going to say, like, the comfortability that it's allowed for all of us to have and showing up exactly as we are and having a little bit more courage to be like, I'm not okay right now. There's so much happening in the world. There's protests. There's, you know, World War III. There's so much happening. I'm not going to that meeting. And now people understand it a little bit more. There's a little bit more grace. And so I absolutely don't want to go back to having to pretend that everything is fine.
And I'm very impressed that you brought out the the big guns in your footwear. Like, I never wear sneakers again. You know, if you know me, you know I love heels. But what's interesting is, you know, I can sit in my position in my department, in my organization, and talk about the things that I have learned and the things that I experienced and the ways that my team experienced the last 2 years and the important lessons we learned and how we're doing our jobs better than ever. But it doesn't matter if you have senior management who's super excited to get back to normal.
Okay, what's normal?
Normal to you know, this is a friend who told me about this. This isn't my company, obviously. But you know, it's people who are, you know, a minute and a half from what is still a funded retirement for them because they've been working long enough to have gotten, you know, a full pension, who love to walk around and see the people who work for them and be sort of like, this is great. Look what I do. Look at how important I am, just because there's bodies in chairs. Are we doing our best work if our bodies are in that building? I would say the last 2 years taught us no, but there are plenty of organizations where there's a real drive to get back to a normal that just does not exist anymore.
Great point.
You know, in addition to that, I think the one thing that I will say that we've taken away is more about, to me personally, it's perspective. You know, like it's just in terms of learning that there are things that you can control and things you cannot control. And how do you, in these 2 years, really focus on that? Yes, maybe business is down, but you know, yes, work is hard, but we have a job, right? Like that was not a given. So I think that at least me and my team, we always talk about it's okay. You know, we're selling soups and sandwiches, and one day it goes down. That's okay. It's really understanding what we're here for and trying what we can in controlling what we can. You know, there is a macro environment, and I hope that mindset continues to your earlier points as well. If that's how you take risks, without the feeling of, I know there is a one way to do it. Now there isn't. You know, you thought there was only one way, and now you know that it blew up, right? So it's perspective, I think, is really key.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, it's time to get into the really good stuff. This is great. It's time to get even deeper. Katie, I'm going to kick off with you on this question. You know, what leadership lesson have you learned that's unique to being a female leader? You get only one pass for the day.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, I am going to take that pass on this one.
If anyone wants to raise their hand to answer that question, otherwise I can force you. Patty, thank you. Yes.
Thanks for that, Katie. I would say, you know, from a women's perspective, it's don't underestimate the power that you have as a female. And what I mean by power is not like power. I mean the influence that you can have, and being self-aware enough to understand how much that can affect other people, positively and negatively. So I think because, you know, we are female, we are nurturing, and you know, that's a big part of leadership. Just being self-aware enough to know how big of an impact you can have on other people and the impact that can have to your organization when you do that systematically and you do that well. I always go by the quote, everybody probably knows it, Maya Angelou quote: people will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And it's so true. Like I have people, you know, over the course of my career who have made me feel a certain way, and it makes me then work a certain way for them. And as I progress and get more mature in my career, I see that happening with people that, you know, work for me and work with me as well. So just that influence you can have, don't underestimate your power. And it's something in the workplace, I think for women, it's a really unique and special thing that we have to nurture others and let that come out.
I love that.
What Patty's?
Yes, exactly. Anna, can you touch on that a little bit too for us?
Just to jump in there too, I think if there's one thing that the last 2 years have really brought to light, is that
we can be unapologetically ambitious, right? We can, when the world blows up that runway and that ladder and that going that rigmarole, right? That rigor of like going to the office every day and walking by the offices, you can be the architect of new things. And that's something that I've found in a creative career, but also just in the professional capacity as a whole. When everything has kind of turned upside down, find the door, find the window, right? The current power might not be the way that it was a year before. You can blow things up and build something new. So find a way to do that, and that's yours, and that's your ambition.
I love that perspective. Thank you. Yeah, wow.
Can I add
Please.
well, something? And it's a reminder to self and to all of us is like celebrate our wins and boast a little bit more. That is something as a woman I've learned I had to do because no one else is going to do it sometimes. You have to have a group of women or men or allies to support you to celebrate your successes and, you know, both push you up and celebrate. And so I think that has been a key lesson for me and a key reminder for myself is that you don't know what little black girl was watching you saying that this is a position that she never knew was available to her. And so unless someone shows her and says something about it, it wouldn't be seen by her. And so just a reminder that we're all up here being badass women. And
There we go. All right, for me specifically, I think the biggest thing is just speak up. In a world of sports, in a world of men, no offense to anybody here, women don't speak up enough. They speak up so that way and show up for whenever you speak and say you did something, do it, deliver. That is what grows respect, and I see that. And that not all men are enemies. They all want you to succeed too. We work around a lot of people that are always very supportive of women. And I work with a lot of people like that. So I think that to your point is making sure that when people are saying, hey, congratulations, Iris, you did a great job, you and your team, know that it is to you too. And I'm like, no, yes, I did that too, right? And not just my team. I was leading that team, so yes. So I think it's recognizing the awards and making sure you speak up.
Amazing perspective across the board. Lindsay, I'd like to pivot a little bit to you on something in the similar vein. What do you think is the most significant barrier to female leadership? And have you been confronted with gender-based roadblocks in your career?
I would say, so I'm on the Pizza Hut leadership team. Whenever I moved into this position about a year ago, I got probably 40 notes from just women in the organization that I mostly didn't know, saying that they were really excited to have a woman on the leadership team and that they were happy to be seen. And then to the point of when you see somebody in roles like that, then you think you can bring that same, you can have that same path, you can have that same progression. I would say that like, I don't know really anyone here, but I would say I am not known as somebody who's like a shining star of optimism. I'm like, I'm a realist. I would say most people are rooting for you. And I think if you go to somebody and you say, hey, I could really use your help here. I'm trying to figure out this problem. Hey, this is what I want to do in my path. Can you help me map it out? I think most people would be like, yeah, I'm honored that you would ask me. Let me lean in on there. Let me help you. And one, I have a really strong, high-performing person who's been on my team for a long time, and she's amazing at lifting up everyone around her. But for herself, she never really said, I need this. What about this? Where's my next opportunity? And so the advice that I give to her, and I would say to other women who are looking to get into leadership is, advocate for yourself like you would advocate for your best friend, and negotiate for yourself like you would negotiate for your best friend. And sometimes we have more courage when we're doing it for someone else than we do for yourself.
And literally the data says ask for like 10% more than you could ever imagine your work. Like just ask for more. It's insane to me, like how, like I'm not a big data person, ironically in my job, but the data is so clear about the fact that women are still dramatically underpaid for doing the same work. And, plus the sort of like nurturing and the like emotional labor that's expected of us. But I would also say what I think is really important here is to talk not just about what it's like to be a female leader, but what it's like to be, you know, I am, you know, a white girl from Connecticut, but I'm a lesbian female leader in Hollywood, right? Like I'm queer. I, you know, am again very white, but there are a lot of like intersectionality is really important, and to realize that it's not just being women; it's being women who are from a certain class. Class is so pervasive in ways that I think we often try not to think about. But it's something to really keep in mind when you're going about your business and how you're negotiating with people and how you can learn to ask for what you want. You know, one of the things I learned in the pandemic was my girlfriend told me when I had been doing some Zoom panel, and afterwards she was like, you need to learn how to say I. Because I spent the whole panel talking about what we do at the CW, and we did this, and we did that, and And she's like, and the guy was like, I did this thing I did was pretty cool. I invented the wheel.
Yes, amazing. And that is pretty cool. Yeah. That he invented the wheel. It's amazing.
It's like, that is 28.
It's amazing. The many facets of diversity, and it's really important to highlight and to share. You'll be hosting the negotiation sessions after this panel, right? Yeah. It's one-on-one negotiation training.
Terrific. Yeah. Just come and touch me. Put your hand on me. I'll talk to you.
All right, get us back on track, moderator. Patty, I would love to focus this question to you because you've spent almost the majority of your career at State Farm. So I'd love to hear how you navigated power structures earlier in your career and versus later in your career. And when you had more of an established leadership role, how were the differences between those two?
Yeah, I am blessed to have been there for 23 years, which so I started when I was 5. Yes. But it's weird, right? It's kind of, it's not normal necessarily for someone to spend that amount of time in a single place. But I fell in love with the company when I was brand new, and when I was 5. Yes, thank you. And there's no reason for me to leave because I believe so strongly in what we do and how we do it. So yeah, I've been there a long time. And I've been in a lot of different positions as well. So even the marketing organization, I started, you know, as a junior person and have just worked my way through that organization. And over that course of time, there have been a lot of different power structures between our C-suite and the department and in the organization. And I can't say that I've like purposefully navigated them. I would say that I've always just tried to be my true self and work as hard as I can to bring what I think my value is to my company. And I find that if you just focus on that and doing a great job and being kind and being smart, you can kind of navigate your way through anything. So I try not to look at those things I can't control. I don't know who said that. Very smart and control what you can, which is how you work, how you come across, how you interact with anybody at any level. And you know, if you do that well, it'll come back to you well. Great point.
I'm not aware of anything I can't control. No, and I was thinking about navigating power structures. Again, I don't think I navigated them so much as I kind of maybe naively bowled right through them. I showed up and announced myself because I didn't know that that wasn't an okay thing to do. And I always said, whatever I'm doing now, I'll be doing something else in 3 years, or this is what I want to be doing, and just kind of making decisions that, you know, shuffle you that way. And of course I look back and I think I had mentors I wasn't even aware of. It's only now that I'm in a position in leadership to mentor someone that I realized what women did for me. And I didn't really understand it at the time. So going back to those women, which I've recently done, and saying, I get it. I get what you were doing. You were block tackling for me in so many conversations, in so many rooms. And just understanding that
it's our responsibility to do that for someone else.
I do want to keep going on this idea of mentorship because it's such an important topic across, all aspects of work. And how important is it to have a mentor as you grow as a leader? And what are some of the steps that, people can take to build that type of relationship, especially now that we're still in this online world? I'll leave that open to the panel. Whoever wants to jump in. Meenakshi, I see you.
I'm thinking, but, to me, mentorship has to be a two-way relationship.
Yeah.
Like, I think it rarely works that you see somebody who's you admire and I've done it growing earlier on in my career too, and I would reach out to them and say, I really admire what you are doing. Can you become my mentor? And I just feel like for that person, they don't know how to help you. I think it's really important to say, where is it that you want to go? What are the things that you need help with, that you need support with, right? Like, and it could be different mentors in different situations and for different things, right? Like one of the things a mentor had told me that I try to actively use even now is, remember you have a point of view, say it. Even if it's very different, and oftentimes my opinion sometimes is different because of the mix of who we're sitting with.
Diversity of thought.
Yeah. And initially I used to think maybe I'm learning something about this concept and what I had was wrong. But, later I realized it's about, I'm bringing a different perspective. So say it. So it's like someone who, like everyone said here, people are rooting for you. They want people to do well. When they notice and they give you one little hint, then you realize that they took note, and then you start building that relationship. And I think that's how mentorship's built. At least in my experience, it's not always a formal, will you be my mentor? Yes, I will. It doesn't just work like that.
Really great point.
I think the informal nature of a lot of the mentorship that I had coming up really is wonderful. And like, I wouldn't be where I was without like this really interesting woman I was a temp assistant for like 6 months when I was 24, right? Like, who taught me things about business that like I still use today. And for me, like, I don't understand why anyone would not be a mentor, right? Like, so I work very closely with my agency, which is, as always, staffed by 20-somethings, and then they age out and they go make more money than I do, sell it, whatever. But just, but it's been wonderful. I've been at the CW for 16 years, which is absurd. Because that's how old our viewers are. But I've had a real luck and opportunity being able to work with really, really talented young people, and to be able to like see them grow and watch them grow and offer, my advice and my candid assessments of things, and been able, because again, our average viewer is 16, I've been able to feed on their youth, and it makes me better at my job.
Iris, I'd love to hear a little bit more from you too. Yeah, the microphone. Both of them. If one doesn't work. It's really easy to talk a lot about this, and it's kind of, it's really easy to fall into the habit of waiting for opportunities to open up. And I think a lot of female employees and colleagues do that quite often. But how can we start actively seeking out opportunities to grow and advance in our careers?
I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I did. I'm pretty sure at one point I probably hit you guys up on LinkedIn. I think one night I was hitting out 200 people, 300 people just saying, hey, I just need a few minutes of your time. I am going to retire with peace. I just remember my name one day. But my goal has always been sports. There's a long story behind that we can certainly talk about on LinkedIn. Yep. But what I loved, and one thing that I love about the whole mentorship and just this question is, I was sitting at people, I literally was, so 2, 3 in the morning, like, hey, just give me 5 minutes of your time. I just want to know how you got to your position. And I was sitting at people from CONCACAF, MLS, MLB, NHL, wasn't going to hockey, but I was going to hit up somebody, NBA, everything that I was like, just give me 5 minutes of your time. And whoever has given that 5 minutes to those people, thank you, because I was that person too. And I've been at the MAP for 4 years, and I became the CMO after 1 year. But it was because I was determined. I'm like, no, Nikita, I'm going to get there and work my ass off. Excuse me, it's still morning, but it was more of how do you connect with people and thank everybody that really helped you. Because yes, you did all the legwork, no problem. But thank everybody. And I think that's really important to also do that, because even just reaching out, hey, you know what? Thank you, Becky, for giving me the contact for the HR for NHL. Nothing happened, but thank you for that. And look at where I'm at now. My goal wasn't to be CMO for the Mavs. It just happened. But it was because someone saw something in me that I didn't see in myself, that I was working so many hours. I don't think how many times I slept because of all these different agile moments we had to have. No one knows what's going to happen on the court or off the court. So we have to be ready for that. And I was the only marketing director. Thankfully, we now have 4. But it was that, thanking people. Make sure to thank them. Even if it's just a quick note. Hey, you know what? I want to tell you this. I learned this because of you, blah. Thank you. Great. Then move on. But the main thing for me is was really being dedicated to my craft and saying, no, I'm going to get there. No one else is going to move my legs. I am going to do it. There's a phrase in Spanish called interés interest has feet. It's like, if you're interested, walk your ass over there and do it. So, right.
We do only have time for one last question. That's okay, and I want to put this out to the entire panel. What advice would you have for your younger self? I think that perfectly segues into that question. What advice would you have for your younger self? As a little girl of 5 starting out at State Farm, Patty, what advice would you? Yeah, please.
Okay, I'll go first. Listen more than you talk. Be willing to do things that other people won't. And love everybody at all levels.
Stop planning so much. Just, ironically, that's all I do in my career is plan. Year ahead, 6 months. But it'll be okay. Stop planning so much and slack. Like this idea of giving yourself slack and grace to explore and learn, and every step in any direction is a step in the right direction, because you'll learn something about yourself, what you do like, what you don't like, how you want to lead, how you don't want to lead. So slack and stop planning so much.
I would say can you hear me?
Yes.
You can't do it all. You just can't do it all at the same time. So I would say, sometimes that's like your own personal mental health and your mental well-being that needs to break to do that. And sometimes it's your work, and sometimes it's your family, and sometimes it's your passions. And so it's okay to pick something that's not work for that time or season of your life. And so there's only so much time. You can't do it all. So pick the things that you need to focus on then. And a woman on our leadership team says the difference between glass balls and rubber balls. And so, sometimes you're going to drop something and you just have to decide, is it a glass ball? And if it drops, it will break. And if it's a rubber ball, it will bounce and you'll survive.
But what happens with my glass balls?
I think we find out in the negotiation session.
Panel negotiation sessions with Katie. Brass balls. Please.
So I grew up in South Carolina, where there's a lot of pressure to be polite and yes sir and yes ma'am, and children should be seen and not heard. And even today I still struggle a little bit with that. Like, is it my place to say something? Should I be more polite? Is this coming across as rude? I really want to go back. And recently I've learned I don't care. If I'm rude, they always say, I'm not here to make friends. But you are. So every rung is a relationship. But you got to be yourself in that relationship. But I would say it's still a struggle to shed some of that. Like, I don't know if I'm enough. I don't know if I'm okay the way that I am. Am I too much for this room? Is this idea too big for this conversation? And I would say to my younger self, just don't worry about it. Stay open. Stay open to receiving experiences, to different positions. Again, doors and windows. Don't forget the windows. And it's, yeah, just stay open. Yeah.
We think you're not. We think you're perfect just the way you are.
Yeah, I mean, all these insights have been great. So I don't know how much more I'm going to add to this, but when I look back, I think it's a little bit of own it, you've earned it. You know, it's not a race. You got there because you worked hard, and keep your mind open. I didn't know I was going to be here, but I knew what I was doing. I was enjoying it, and I was doing it well. Just do that, and things open up, and get that, get the opportunity that comes in front of you with all you got, and that's the best you can do. And so give yourself a slack. Yes. When I look back, I was like, wow, I had a good time. So at that point, I wasn't thinking.
Enjoy the time.
Yes, exactly.
When I look back, I'm told I had a good time. I think enjoying yourself is really important in it. I 100% stumbled into this business. I had a temp job at the WB for 2 weeks, and now I'm at an evolved company and run the department. But I had no idea that media was a thing that happened. And when I was like, wait, what, that? And people choose the billboards, and then oh my God, it was so exciting. And I have always tried to be a sponge. I think that's the best advice I can give to y'all. And also that I sort of practice myself and need to remind myself sometimes now that I'm a little more brittle than I was, is that the whole world's out there. We can learn about so many things, and the connections are astounding. And I think, being here right now and talking to you lovely ladies, and to be able to participate in something like this, being in community is key.
That's a great point, Iris.
I will say for me in general, I think it will be, don't focus on titles. Don't shoot for that title. Just be a good human being. When you walk out the door at 5:30, whatever time we walk out at 11, but you walk out as just Iris or Juan, say whatever. Not that title. When you die on your tombstone, that title's not there. Just be a good human being. Just be a good human being. I think we focus too much on titles and just treat people as a human.
Such a great point. Okay, one more round of applause for this amazing. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for sharing. I'm going to do one more PSA for the TV on the patio downstairs. Is a great place to get a seat, to get a drink, to watch this entire session in a seat to help with fire hazards and the like. So please make your way downstairs if you can.
I saw it. Great job, ladies. That was awesome. Thank you for providing it.
Give everybody a minute to transition. Come on in, take a seat.
The ones behind me are, yeah.
That one, how about that one?
I don't think that one's.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yes, I do.
Full row of empty seats right at the front. Come sit, come sit, come sit. It's all here. Everybody sit down. We're gonna keep going with our day. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Thank you. Thank you. I need one of these for home. So amazing session, continuing in the vein of women in leadership. Awesome insights, everyone sharing the idea of empathy, accountability, opportunity to mentor. So continuing on in that vein, we're welcoming back to the stage Nakshi Nagroshan, SVP Recurring Revenue and Loyalty at Panera Bread. She is joined on stage by Jardelle Holloway, Regional Director, Enterprise Sales, Yelp to Moderate. We'll be discussing current trends in the dining space and innovations resulting from the pandemic.
All right, Meenakshi, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I'm ready.
yeah, we have a tough act to follow with that last panel, which was awesome. But thankfully, we saved one of the panelists for this session to bring some of that energy here. So, as you mentioned, I'm Jardelle Holloway, Regional Director from Yelp, and we wanted to share some insights with you that we're seeing both from the Yelp side and the Panera side as it relates to the pandemic, some innovations that came out of the pandemic. First, also, not sure if we did a deep dive into Meenakshi's bio, But Nakshi is currently the SVP of Recurring Revenue at Panera. But prior to that, she was at Sweet Greens. She's also worked at Domino's, General Mills, and Pepsi. So she's got a really stout resume and a ton of knowledge to share with us today. So with that, why don't we just go ahead and dive right in? And so we wanted to start off with a couple of data points that we've got up here on the slides here, which you can see. And I'll just read off a couple of quick stats. So, and actually we talked in our prep calls about the in-cafe experience and how the pandemic has shifted consumer behavior towards delivery off premises. We've been hearing that as a common theme in a lot of the sessions over the last day and a half. The Retail Solutions Providers Association shows that 60% of dining experiences were off-premise in 2021. And Yelp's economic average report saw a 107% increase in consumer interest in delivery options. So since Panera traditionally focuses on the in-cafe experience, can you talk a little bit about how you shifted to meet consumer demand?
Absolutely. And as I was saying, I think a lot of these trends honestly were happening before, right? Delivery was picking up, convenience was becoming key. And once the pandemic hit, it just accelerated even more and restaurants had to pivot. For Panera in specific, right? We are one of the fast casuals, which I think we're uniquely in that position, to have a very rich eating experience as much as we have a delivery or a pickup. But when this happened, we had to really double down, and we focused a lot on visualization and making it easy, personalizing it, talking about how easy it is to pick up, whether for curbside, for drive-through, whether for rapid pickup, and also leaned into delivery partners more extensively. But and I will say that off-prem has shifted, but now it's almost like the whole thing is coming back. And our focus now is how do we bring the guests back into what was the Panera experience, but create a new normal, right? How do we make the experience still as enjoyable? And because that's the core of the brand. And how do we do it in a safe way and bring that back? That's why we recently introduced contactless dining. So for folks who want that experience of sitting, leaving your home and not just always eating from a to-go box, is you can now sit in and not have to talk to people, not have to touch things, touch your phone, do a contactless dining, and the food can come to you. So it's really innovation, thinking about where the guest is on their journey and building around that.
Yeah, so for that contactless dining option, do you have to have a Panera app on your phone to do that?
Yes, you do. You need an app for everything. Download it today.
Just by show of hands, how many people in here have the Panera app on their phone? Got it. Okay, so for those of you who don't, quick plug, you will be given a free pastry if you download the Panera app.
Yeah.
Actually, as a side, how many people have the Yelp app on their phone? Okay, you will. For those of you who don't, you will not be given a free pastry. But you'll get tons of useful local data.
More Yelp than Panera. Yeah.
So, for the things that you're doing, so it's kind of like the pendulum swung one way during the pandemic. Now we're trying to get it back over here. But one of the trends that we keep hearing is that the off-prem trend is basically kind of the new normal. I can say new normal, but that's what it is. What are some of the fun things that you're doing to try to entice people to come back into the restaurants?
I think what it's really bringing that experience back. So for us, it's what we call as a Panera warmth. And why people want to come back is to have that human element. And we've all, we know staffing challenges have been so acute in the last year and a half. I think for us, it starts with our associates. It's really training them and getting them to bring that Panera warmth. We bake our bread every day. How do we get our associates and bakers to talk to guests a little bit more? Really bring back that human connection. And and I think technology works the best when it's almost transparent and it takes away the friction, but really enhances the human connection. And that's what we're focused on. Whether it's contactless dining, whether it's food that we're innovating on, right? If you're bringing more flavors, we know that Thai chicken soup, right? Which is a little different to a broccoli cheddar that we've had always, but it's more flavorful, it's more global, it's not what we call the familiar made fantastic. It's how we approach things, and that's what we're trying to bring back in the cafes.
Got it. So Brianna, if you can do me a favor, and let's go to slide number 3, actually, the next one over. Just one more quick stat here, just on the off-prem trend. So at Yelp, we saw a tremendous increase in online orders and sales. 3 out of 5 Yelpers ordered takeout or delivery 1 time per week. And online orders resulted in 281 million for Yelp partners in 2021. So let's talk a little bit about this year as it relates to those numbers. Is Panera focusing heavily on online ordering, or what does that mix look like?
Yes, we are. I mean, I think almost 50% of our sales comes from digital ordering, and it has been more than before. You know, for Panera, I will say even before the pandemic, our app, our technology did give us a lead. Right? We had that established really well. Technology played a big part of who Panera was. And in COVID now, it's about enhancing that leadership further, right? So how do we take the friction away? We have a variety, the menu variety is probably the highest in the fast casual. We have everything from great breakfast, to soups, to sandwiches. Now we introduce flatbread pizzas in order to get, to meet that delivery dinner day part as well. And as we do that, how do we make navigating menu easy? So we're trying to make our apps be more focused in terms of personalization of learning your cues and giving it back to you so that it makes it not more convenient. And those are the little things that we're doing on online ordering, that every time we have this step improvement that you don't even realize happened, but makes you really come back again.
Got it. And then some other interesting data points that we were able to surface just preparing for this. So our data science team revealed there's a few new trends on the horizon. Good for late night, 74% year-over-year increase in searches. By the way, how many people here were at Ruth's Chris last night? Did anyone have a second meal after Ruth's Chris? Okay, at least we're being honest here, right? No, we're seeing it. We are seeing a huge increase in late night dining as far as Yelpers go. Also, ghost kitchens, 325% year-over-year increase in searches for ghost kitchens. Is Panera doing or testing anything new that you were able to talk about in the audience space?
I wish we owned insomnia cookies. I don't know if I can say that. That's the best way to get to the late night. No, ghost kitchen is something that we have looked at from operations standpoint, and we use that in some urban locations. But for Panera, we have the advantage of a wide network. Like we have 2,200 templates. We're able to really cater to a lot of neighborhoods already. So we work through that. But the idea of ghost kitchen and meeting, people where they are is what's happening now. And that's where we need more. Whether it's delivery, whether it's through, different formats are kind of what we're looking at with templates as well. And working with our third-party aggregator partners to bring some of that to life.
Yeah. And then just one final note on this topic, just leveraging the pandemic in a positive way. Are there any other interesting things that Panera has done directly as a result of the pandemic, or also anything else that you're seeing out there in this space that you think is really good and interesting?
Specifically because of pandemic, I think it's one of the things that's really changed, right? You think about Panera's, it's about the habit. What it used to be is that I go into work, and so this was my weekday lunch place, and that's when we saw the biggest sale happen. And now people are working from home, and how do you bring Panera back into that, or what's the job that we do for that guest in this new environment working from home? So we're working on, there is the list. There you go. I guess I wasn't saying it too important that it. No, I mean, it's really, it's being where people are and how their patterns have changed and how do you bring them back and meet them where they are. It is about, like we said, one thing we did is in terms of food innovation. We launched flatbread pizzas because Panera is not just about lunch anymore. Like how do you double down of more and warm and hearty, right? Like more satisfying meal, which caterers to a great dinner experience in addition to a workday lunch. You know, think about value duets, think about family feasts. Panera used to be more of a single person or work lunch with your colleagues. How do you make that more of a family occasion? So it's really, once you know what you're solving for, then ideas come and then execution follows. And that is the approach that we take in everything that we do.
And so that's interesting. So can you talk a little bit about what is the marketing strategy there for Panera as a family option? How do you build awareness around something like that and gain traction there?
It's about understanding, who comes for what, right? Like my kids love mac and cheese, and I tell them, if I'm not making a meal for you, as long as you have Panera, I can tell you I worked hard for it. So, so the mom guilt is gone. But it's understanding, like mac and cheese is, it is one of our most popular dish, and that's for the kids. But how do you, again, like it's the Vito word, understanding the full family, bringing flatbread pizza, something that is more shareable, thinking about the UP2 was one of those, but now like we have value duets, right? It's taking the menu and thinking about different occasions and expanding into that. And that's the key. And not just the menu, but in terms of our locations, we are a lot based on residential neighborhoods and talking about where we are and being where the eyeballs are in terms of our advertising strategy and marketing strategy, also shifting a little bit more to really focus on identifying those.
Yeah, and on that note too, one thing that the audience may not be aware of, so Panera is a partner of Yelp. So in the last 3 years, we've invested a lot in developing solutions for national brands to leverage national campaigns with a local first mindset. And so exactly what she's describing is one of the ways that they work with Yelp and gain traction with our audience. I want to shift gears though and talk about, so you're the SVP of recurring revenue. So loyalty is of course top of mind for you. We talked a little bit about personalization and meeting the customer where they are today. What are the key pillars that Panera's focus on to keep customers engaged and loyal?
Yeah. Loyalty also is one of those things that I believe the stat is something around, in the last 5 years, 75% of brands have a loyalty program. And if you think about it, what is unique? Everybody talks about earn and burn. We have an app, we can personalize for you, we can save your favorites. And so it's really thinking about how do you go beyond that and how do you break through. Panera was one of the first to have a loyalty program. We have a massive 47 million members. How do you keep them engaged? And it was even before the term personalized became very trendy. The whole construct is, it's called surprise and delight, but you follow your own journey. Depending on the number of visits and the spend that you have, the reward that you get at the end of it is based on your pattern. You're not going to get a breakfast item if you're always about a lunch user, right? It's really thinking through that personalized journey, and that is a base construct of our loyalty program. But now comes the notion of how do we expand that further? It's like it's loyalty without program. Right? How do you build that engagement? How do you build that relationship? And that's where we're working on, not necessarily doing another earn and burn kind of program, but what we see for us is subscription or recurring revenue is a way to do that. It's a way to provide disruptive value. For $8.99 a month, you get unlimited coffee. That takes your thinking out of great coffee. It's almost, it's less than $1 if you come in like 5 times, twice a week. And that's essentially how we're building that connection. And that brings you into Panera, it makes it top of mind. And as we do that, we pick up other things along the way. And it's just taking convenience and disruptive value to the next level. And through that, we're building that engagement and loyalty. So I see our base program as a way that gives you access to these clubs. And along the journey, it's about personalized rewards, right? It's having that conversation. It's not necessarily just a free burrito that I'm going after. It could be a lot of things along the way that matter to you.
So $8.99 a month gets me unlimited coffee at Panera. Are there different tiers to that subscription? How does that work?
More to come.
Okay, got it. You also talked a little bit about rewards as currency. Can you maybe share a few insights on that?
Yes, so by rewards as a currency, right? Like where you started off, somebody downloaded the app, they're gonna get a free treat, right? That's purely value. But when I think about loyalty, rewards has to come in more ways than just a transactional promotion. It has to be what we do, which we strive to do is when you go into a cafe and you're able to, you recognize yourself, you identify yourself with your card, and the associate welcomes you by your name and reminds you, oh, did you know you're just one visit away from it? Here you go, thank you for being a great guest. And then actually I'm going to give you, something as a reward, right? It makes, so how do we use these, in very functional words as discount dollars, and how do you use that to reward a certain behavior, whether it is a promotion, whether it is downloading an app because we know that's going to make it more convenient for you, whether it is letting you experience Panera through delivery, and so that we know that it's an omnichannel, not everybody understands that, increasing that convenience value, and that's I think becomes a language of a two-way dialogue with the guest.
Got it. So let's shift gears again. Let's talk a little bit about reviews. It wouldn't be a Yelp moderated panel without that, right? So, what are the main value propositions for businesses like Panera is that Yelp is helping you attract a low funnel consumers. 97% of people on Yelp, once they're looking at a business, ultimately end up making a purchase. The value prop for consumers, though, is that they know that there's trustworthy review content, there's great photos, limited time offers, loyalty programs they can sign up for. I know that you really pay attention to the reviews of Panera. You have a little bit of a playbook there. So can you share with the audience how Panera is thinking about reviews and just some of the strategies you employ?
Yeah, we all purchase, I think what we're trying to do is when we think about online ordering, it's not just, okay, now you can get the same food on online. It's trying to bring the mentality of e-commerce and everything that you do. And now that the connection that you've got with your guests through this digital offering, and unless you're able to hear back and find a way to capture what they have to say, there's no point to it. Right? They can either show you, you're lucky that they're actually leaving a review and telling you what it is versus forgetting about you and never coming back. So we take that really seriously in terms of and we do recovery every which way we can. The first thing is acknowledging that yes, we sometimes messed up, or if it is a great, a compliment, then acknowledging the thank you and following up with that. So on Yelp reviews, we use a lot of our customer service team is focused on making sure we capture the input that we have and where possible, we can respond back to the guest in every way. And then the second thing is based on these reviews, we make it easy for people to give us their feedback and for the common errors, sometimes it's a business with people in it and humans, and sometimes there is rush, sometimes things happen, staffing challenges. So how do we give them an easy way to make it okay? Give them an easy access to make it all right. Goes a long way in recovering our guests versus versus losing the time and making it hard.
Got it. Thank you. So I know we're running a little low on time. I want to maybe end with a story here, then we'll open it up to the audience for just a few questions. But you shared a really interesting fact with me, and just one more time, just by show of hands. Last time I'll ask you to raise your hands. How many of you pay attention to that little note next to menu items that tells you how many calories are in your food? Yeah, we all look at that. Now, does anyone know who originated that? Panera. Yeah. Right? Talk about bold innovation. So, Meenakshi, can you just talk to us a little bit about the history there and, some of the things that you're doing that kind of have evolved along that same path?
Yes. So, our mission at Panera is about making a happier, healthier planet. And one of the biggest things there is about transparency. It's a core value. And how do we bring that to our guests? So back in, I believe it was 2010, when we were the first large-scale restaurant, national chain to put calorie content on the menu. And the idea being, we'll give you information and the guest can make a choice, right? Yes, it's soup, but if you're looking for a low-calorie soup, broccoli cheddar is not the one, right? But as long as you know that, you're making a decision and you have other things to offset. Like you have, I think for us, it's about really having a lot of pride in how we make our food, where the ingredients come from, and have nothing to hide and share that information. I think we set that trend. And we saw that was really well perceived. And fast forward to now where people are thinking not just about, not health just in a single dimensional way of calories, right? I think health means a lot of things to a lot of people. And giving that context is really important. And as a part of a healthier planet, it's also to us, we just partnered with Cool Food Meals. About 50% of our menu is low carbon emission items. So we are amongst the first restaurant chains to actually now label our food as cool foods or like low carbon emissions. So folks who care about, like the planetarians, really care about what you do, what you put in your body, and how you're impacting the planet. We want to make sure that we provide that information. So it is taking that transparency. It's the same DNA of transparency that made us put calories information then now label our food as food foods where it's applicable.
Love it. Very cool. Yeah, cool. All right, so we have time for a couple of questions. Does anyone have any questions for Meenakshi or myself?
Hi, thanks for that. That was really enlightening about your loyalty program and how you've shifted the model, at least tested subscriptions. Have you fully rolled that out? And have you noticed any behavioral shifts in the new subscribers who are coming to your stores?
Yes, we have rolled it out fully. The timing was a bit unfortunate. We rolled it during COVID, so that changed some of our expectations. But now we just rebranded it. We call it Unlimited Sip Club, and it's in every cafe. And we really see that traction. We see our guests who are our subscribers come back in so many more times. We see the traffic go up. We see what they purchase go up. So we're able to learn so much about their patterns and actually offer them, rewards and benefits and where it matters.
Thanks. Well, you're gonna have to, for more questions, you're gonna have to find everyone downstairs. We're gonna keep programming going. Thank you guys so much. Amazing session.
Thank you, everyone.
As they head down, I have the again unique pleasure of welcoming to our stage the next fireside chat, which will be Monica Belsido, Chief Marketing Officer Lola, moderated by Bill Multiple, CEO, co-founder, Gen.Video. This dynamic duo will be covering the challenge interplay for challenger brands like Lola as it relates to the DTC space. Come on to the stage, guys.
Yes, sir. 30.
Yep.
Great.
I'll give you a sign too.
Okay.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Great to see so many smiling faces after the intense sessions last night and the late dinner. Welcome back. Good time was had by all. I'll say that. As mentioned, my name is Bill Humboldt. I'm the co-founder of a influencer marketing platform called Gen.Video. The quick 1-minute commercial on us is we are an influencer marketing platform, as I mentioned, that is focused on driving e-commerce outcomes and quantifiable ROI for our clients. We are currently the #1 rated platform on G2 for customer satisfaction for enterprise clients. And since most of you all here are enterprise class customers, we are absolutely matches for you all. And for let's chat if anybody is interested. But for now, we are going to be chatting about Monica Belsido and her company Lola. So why don't you kick us off by just telling us about your career journey, how you got to where you are.
Sure. So I started my career in crisis management, actually, but in doing so, got exposed to all of the great big CPG players out there, and really wanted to make brand management my lifelong career. So went to business school, got an internship, and then offered people to come olive and did the very traditional track through the base brand management and innovation program there. And it was really at kind of the height of my time in the innovation world where I started to see how broken the system at CPG was. And what I mean by that was that we would spend millions of dollars, years and years on tapping into these amazing consumer insights and developing them into product concepts, only for them to be very diluted once it got to the buyer floor. So the customer, being Walmart, Costco, et cetera, was essentially asking us to trade up a category. And in order to do that, we were adding all of these bells and whistles that weren't meeting on a consumer problem. And because of that, we were creating these brands that were essentially category duopolies that offered no real innovation, no real solutions to consumers. And I was really lucky at that point in my career for Dollar Shave Club to give me a call and ask to come over to their team to really instill some discipline in brand development, because obviously they had launched with that amazing viral video that many of you all know, but didn't really know where to go from there. Maybe they had something with subscription razors, but didn't necessarily understand how to build a broader brand or how to scale the business into something more than just a razor company. So I was very fortunate to spend 2.5 years there. Before getting acquired by Unilever. I didn't want to go back to working for the man so fast. I also wanted to get back to New York City and was super fortunate to get introduced to Jordana and Alex, who were creating this amazing brand for women. What they saw happening, in the broader scape was that subscription box businesses were obviously taking off, just like Dollar Shave Club had. But that there was nothing in the women's reproductive health space. And what do you need more frequently, more consistently than a tampon padded liner? Our periods are something that we never wanted to subscribe to, but we all do, and our control allows us not to. So it just, from a business perspective, made perfect sense. But then from a consumer perspective also, when she was going out to find a contract manufacturer to work with, what she found was that no one was willing to tell her what was actually in a tampon. And that was really the big aha moment here, was that we had been using these products, putting them in on our bodies in very intimate spaces, but we never bothered to turn the box around to take a look at what's inside. And because the FDA classifies these products as medical devices, brands are not required to list the ingredients, and so they don't. So when you turn the box around, it said may contain, which is ridiculous. But because the topic is taboo, we were never, thought to really question what these products were. Typically, we were given the first one by a very trusted person like a mom or a sister. And so again, it was this routine behavior that we had that we didn't question because we never talked about these topics openly. So when we started the brand, we set out to solve 3 problems really. The first was breaking down that taboo, normalizing the conversation, because when conversations are normalized, you then get progress. And then 2, creating ingredients transparency. And we're really proud that Grace Meg in the state of New York has now passed the Transparency Act for ingredients labeling, and we were partners with her for 4 years to get that done. And then thirdly is really creating access, so that you never were, running to the drugstore with a lot of toilet paper in your hands because you never had a tampon and you actually needed one. And understanding that everyone's flow is different and it should be customizable and curated to your own needs.
It's awesome. And so as you made that transition, when you got to Dollar Shave Club, you had that marketing momentum behind it, this incredible viral sensation. And of course, you can't plan for virality. Did you feel like, was there pressure to try to recreate that? Was there stress in your mind that you didn't have that? How did you think about that initial marketing push?
Yeah, so I think it goes back to really understanding the consumer and the consumer insight and kind of what is the rub in the category. So for shading, it was stop paying for the bells and whistles, really kind of
again, in a road routine category that's dominated by one or two brands, Gillette and Schick. Same dynamic in period care where there's Kotex. These are categories where there's road loyalty. You really need to ask a simple question and not feel like you're talking down to the consumer, but they're with the consumer, feeling that frustration as well. And so with Dollar Shave Club, it was the viral video exposing all of the annoyance in a really irreverent, fun way to that consumer. For Lola, the question is, do you know what's in your campaign? And that simple question, again, created the landscape for virality, whether it was through the press, because we got a ton of press coverage for it, or through our own video that also went viral. So I think the key is not being limited to, I think, a certain media content or concept, but really understanding what is that core rub, what is that simple message, that question that you can ask that opens up the conversation, that gets the consumer to think, that will get them to pass it on.
It's awesome. All right, so we've got awareness covered. Now we've got to think about distribution. You all started DTC, so talk about that. You had experience in your previous with traditional brick and mortar, with e-commerce, Dollar Shave Club, obviously fully DTC. How do you guys decide what to do? And is it the same thing for anyone starting a new product in one of these categories? Is it always the same path, or what are the variables you need to think about if you want to start a company like yours?
Yeah, I think there are a few different paths that you can take. I think, back then, it's not that long ago, but it certainly was a time where, your DR on social was much cheaper. It's a lot more expensive now to launch a brand utilizing Facebook, I think, or Meta, excuse me, as I add. I think at Dollar Shave Club at the time, it was, 2011, 2012, our CPAs were insanely cheap. We were acquiring customers at $6 paid. It was crazy. You could still hack the system and day trade on Facebook. All of that is now gone. It's completely different. You have to let it fly and let it go through the learning phase. You have zero control and you have no idea where it's going. And you can't audience target and everyone's going after the same lookalike. So I think it's just a lot harder to have that hockey stick effect in a direct to consumer space. At least it's definitely a lot more expensive, and you should expect for that expense. So what you need to balance the paid is obviously organic and what that's influencer marketing. You need to make sure your word of mouth is strong. And one of the things that we did at Lola very early on was that we actually created B2B partnerships. So we're the exclusive period product of Equinox worldwide, which is an amazing profitable marketing trial venue. So I think it just takes a little bit more creativity of where can the consumer discover your products, because it's not just going to be on Facebook, and if Facebook is your only outlet, it's going to be way too expensive to scale. Which is also why you see a lot of brands now dually entering direct consumer and quickly getting into retail thereafter. So, at Lola, we had the privilege of being early enough so that we could scale to a broad US base. We have general population sort of statistical significance. And what we're doing now is utilizing D2C as a learning lab rather than a scale channel. So retail is now a scale channel. We launched into Walmart's nationwide in 2020. The worst month ever. It was April of 2020, literally when Walmart started shutting down. But regardless, that launch has been incredibly successful for us, and we continue to grow in other retailers in different retail environments. We just launched into drug. That's kind of where the growth is happening right now, because it is a lot more affordable. That shelf space becomes the billboard, and we go back to kind of the roots of that traditional, it's full funnel of awareness being actually more important than PR.
All right, so now we're back to brick and mortar, right where you left.
Yeah.
Is it the same pain points with them now that, are you forced to make the compromises in the same way? You're not the size of Colgate, so you can imagine that it could be worse, actually. But
yeah.
What is the reality?
So the reality is, and this is where D2C becomes this secret magic sauce, is that, like I said, our D2C base is big enough and broad enough that I have
statistical significant user consumer lab that is raising their hand every day proactively, giving me rich insights, not just about the product, but also how they're shopping the product, what's frustrating them, what's becoming convenient, how they want to shop, how they want to use, and how their cross category is mixing. So what Lola does very differently than the large CPGs is we actually look at the consumer first. We take a consumer-centric approach to our brand vision and mission, which is to cover from first period to last hot flash. And what that means is I don't care about being the best absorbent hygiene maker in the world because I don't own my manufacturing. I care about finding a contract manufacturer that makes the best organic cotton tampon. But then I can also go out and find the best pregnancy test. I can find the best stretch cream. I can find the best cramp care solution. I can create a supplement addition. And so I can really create this holistic cross-category portfolio for her where it's not kind of jumping across all these fractured brands in 6 different aisles of the store. I can cross merchandise those things in one aisle and in fact bring different buyers from different categories to the same meeting to sell in. And that is something that has never happened before. Like to get a feminine hygiene, a feminine care, a sexual wellness, and a family planning buyer in the same room to work together to sell in an end cap for their categories where they always lost that space to oral care or to beauty because those were always higher productive end caps. We're now winning that space. So it really isn't the same dynamic, and that's because we're bringing these very real-time qualitative and quantitative data sets that we have from our D2C base and bringing them to life for that buyer, for that shopper, for that retail environment.
That's awesome. Let's pause and talk a little bit about this idea that you marry feminine care and sexual wellness. Nobody had ever done that I'm aware of. I've worked with other spaces. And so, was there a pause in time to say, are we crazy to try to scorch this much earth and take on this much? Like, or did it seem obvious and just a complete miss in the 100 years? So to speak, categories.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt obvious for us. So, I mean, as you know, our entire team is female. We have one guy. He works in logistics, but yeah, he's great. But you know, it starts first with understanding like what it wish we had when we were going through that stage and that phase. And again, it's not like you're just having a period and then you're just having sex and then you're only trying to get pregnant, having a baby, etc. You're going through all of these categories at once. And so at every unique stage in her life, she needs various products, but has to go to all these different brands and literally has nowhere to get educated on what's happening to her body. And so even though this has been happening since the dawn of time, women continue to hack their way around that next stage in life, whether it is the first sexual encounter, again, the first time trying to conceive. We're like shocked how hard it is to get pregnant. Guess what? It's really hard. We're shocked what happens postpartum and the crazy stuff that happens to our bodies. The thing that maintained very consistent was that the problem that we had with period care, when it was a taboo subject, no one was talking about it, you didn't know what to expect, and you didn't feel cared for by brands, that issue got worse and worse and worse as we aged into phases, particularly in menopause and incontinence. And so we set out very, very early on that our brand was going to be the first to cover every stage and be with her through those stages, with great quality products, but also content, education, and community, so that she wasn't alone and that she was prepared. And then it was, and you can buy products from us as well. And that has stayed true. That has stayed true because our consumer is telling us that she wants to go there with us. And we see it in the data.
Love the data.
Yep.
That's amazing. Okay, so you're D2C, you're brick and mortar, e-com, you've got it covered, but then there was I'm gonna call it a fourth channel, it's obviously related, but the sort of instantaneous delivery channel. So tell us about that. This is like my favorite part.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the other thing that I forgot to mention about D2C and retail is when we first launched into D2C, it was the most convenient channel, right? Like retailers.com sites were clunky, you could barely shop off of them. There was no such thing as buy online, pick up in store. It was very antiquated. And so direct to consumer was really the easiest, most convenient way to get something delivered directly to your door. And for something like tampons that you wanted on subscription, it could be that set and forget convenience. Especially during COVID, retailers accelerated their convenience models. And so D2C now cannot really, and certainly not profitably, deliver something the same day or deliver something overnight, whereas retailers can, and many of them can pick up within the hour. Now there's this plethora of deliver within 15 minutes, whether it's DoorDash or Uber Eats now offering more than just Eats. There's Avo, there's Fast AF. Literally you turn around and sneeze and there's another immediate same day delivery service out there. And what that is amazing for us is that they oftentimes started in categories that didn't include their sexual wellness. But what more than a condom or a tampon do you need in an emergency in 15 minutes or less? And one of the stories that we were talking about before that I wanted to share with you is during the pandemic, as the vaccines were coming out, we saw a huge dip early days in our condom sales, and that made a lot of sense to us. No one was out, no one was having casual sex. But when the vaccine started to roll out, it literally was a direct correlation. Like you could follow vaccine rates, and you have to look at the New York Times to see what percent of each state had been vaccinated. You could just look at our condom sales, and it was going up and up and up. And so, being that we can act on that immediacy in that data, we completely scrapped all of our plans for a period campaign that we were going to run. We diverted the media dollars into a new condom ad, which was around like the Vaxxed and Wax Summer of Sex. We turned it into a 6 and a 15, and actually worked with GoPuff to advertise in rideshare, in the back of rideshare, from Thursday to Saturday, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. QR code, get your condom delivered to your door before you get there. And it was a glorious test. We got immediate feedback, immediate results. And then we're able to take that back to the retailers and also show them, hey guys, let's get this out in the front of some of your quicker service marts. Walmart has smaller store formats. We should be putting condoms in the forefront, selling it and cap. People are out there. They're having safe sex again. Let's take advantage of this moment because we see it happening. So again, it's this great ecosystem that you can create, pulling out all of those immediate insights from D2C, going in, testing them really quickly, partnering with some of these newer, more nimble brands like the GoPuffs of the world, understanding if this is true of certain DMAs or multiple DMAs, and then taking that to your retail partners to sell at an event.
That's awesome. I mean, it's so great to hear a story where everyone wants to say we work with data, but it's not just looking at data and saying, oh, this one's working, we do more of this, but understanding the story behind it, and then acting on that and making it something new and innovative. So that's great. So it's a funny story, but it's an awesome learning for all of us. I love it. I did want to ask, so now you're in all these channels and particularly with the DDC. So one of the things we saw, so one of our clients, a large laptop manufacturer, and 3-4 years ago, pre-COVID, when we were trying to drive traffic, we can drive traffic anywhere. We can track the sales results anywhere we push that traffic. It was really all Amazon all the time, which was interesting because Amazon doesn't have the best selection in laptops. But people just didn't have accounts at Best Buy, and they didn't really trust DVC sites, even from a large manufacturer. As we went through COVID, and I think at the same time, you had the evolution of the browser, Chrome, autofills, everything for you now. Friction came down. And so suddenly now today, Amazon's an afterthought for that manufacturer. It's Best Buy or it's their own store is where we really see the best results. Sort of curious, one, you started on DCC, but you've expanded way beyond that. But are you seeing these same falling sort of barriers that give new life to the DVC? And do you see customers moving between channels, or are they loyal to a channel?
So really, those are a lot of questions.
A lot of
at once.
questions, sorry.
So I'll tackle the our consumers kind of loyal to a channel. I think they are loyal to, for our category, especially, it tends to be a shopping list category. And so if they're going to go and be on Amazon and do their shopping on Amazon, they're going to buy their tampons, pads, liners, condoms, whatever it may be on Amazon. If they're having a shopping trip in Walmart, that's where they're going to be. But what we do see is that consumers are not necessarily loyal to one format because they have different trip types. And that really hasn't changed since the early days of CPG, right? You have your stock up trips, you have your quick trips, you have your, oh, I forgot it and I need to add that and ask Alexa to add it to my cart trips. So it really is just making sure that your brand is there for the trip that you need to be there on. And that has been, the case for whether we're launching onto Amazon and how we launch on Amazon or how we launch into drug. Because the size and the price format does need to be unique for that particular trip, because she is looking for something different from your brand on each of those channels typically. So that's really how we've kind of broken out the channel, is understanding what is the mindset of the shopper in that channel or on that .com site, and what offering can you deliver to best meet the needs of that mindset that she's in while she's shopping there. Because we're probably not going to destine her to switch her shopping behavior.
Ultimately, it's all about the customer, channel agnostic, stop worrying about channel cannibalization, meet her where she's at.
And all of our channels have been almost entirely incremental. And I think it's one of the scariest things for a D2C brand, especially to go on Amazon. Like that's the big, scary one. You definitely have to be careful about your marketing dollars, because what you don't want to do is have like your Amazon team be spending on Google search, and then you're also spending on Google search to drive to your D2C. So you need to be very careful about literally combing through all of the AdWords to ensure that you're not bidding against yourself. But as long as you create that discipline really early on and you have that control, whether you're doing it yourself or utilizing an agency to check up on that pretty frequently, you can do both. And again, you find certain things do better from a search efficiency perspective if you're trafficking to mylola.com, if you're trafficking to walmart.com, or trafficking to Amazon. And then the other thing I will say you have to be careful of is brand conquesting to those channels. So we see that a ton. My competitor brands are bidding on my terms on Google to service to their Amazon. How do we catch them either at that first kind of search or once they get onto the Amazon platform? How do we catch them there? Same thing is happening now as Walmart Connect and Target through Rodell are getting smarter and smarter. Kroger is upscaling their media platforms. Walgreens is completely transforming theirs. So as marketers, I think the hardest thing right now is all of these retailer ad platforms are getting much more competitive. They're getting much smarter, but they're also demanding a lot more from the sales teams. And I'm at least seeing my sales team get a lot of pressure to like minimum spend on very inefficient things on the platform. And so I think another thing that D2C has helped us is help educate our salespeople on how to talk to the folks on their side, their buyers, to better understand what kind of digital media advertising is going to work so that we can get out of spending inefficiently and really move into some of their efficient programs that work really, really well.
Awesome. That's great. This has been amazing. I think we have time for one question.
Yeah, one question.
One question. Who's got it?
Okay. Hello. Hi. Okay, so I know I told you this before, but I discovered your product at Equinox, and I just love that collaboration so much. Do you project other collaborations with big companies like Equinox? I mean, I feel like when you go to hotels or anywhere, there's no tampons, and I just would love to see more of that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So we used to have an entire team focused on B2B. Obviously, with COVID and offices shutting down, gyms shutting down, we had to reduce that down to 0 humans. But as the world opens back up, we definitely intend to lean in there and put more investment there. That is, again, it's a business model, not just a marketing effort. So there always is that balance. But we're definitely back up and selling into Equinox gyms. We're at SoulCycle. We used to be at Berries. We'll see that coming back up quite soon. So expect the gyms probably to come first. The office spaces are really interesting right now because so many are requiring folks to come back to work, in this hybrid format. So 2 days a week, and then some at home. We're trying to reposition it as this is a perk that you should offer your employees, whether they're working from home or working at the office, because like toilet paper, it should be free and available everywhere. We're also working with public school systems. A ton of different municipalities are actually enacting laws to make period products free in bathrooms and put them in all bathrooms. That's another really big deal, not just the women's bathroom, but the men's bathroom as well, if there still are gendered bathrooms, to ensure equity and support for all genders. So yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, hope everybody will seek on out. So that was a wealth of information.
Thank you guys so much. We have another great session heading our way, so we'll give everyone a few minutes to work their way up to the stage and switch out a little bit. But thank you, Monica, Bill, for sharing more on access and equality and equity. I think it's near and dear to all the panelists' hearts we've had so far this morning. So next up, we've got another fearless female panel heading our way. We've got Sarah Moore, SVP, MGM Resorts. April Aslinger, CMO, Anytime Fitness. Melissa Colby, Chief Global Marketing Officer, OK Cuban. Siri Hickman, VP of Marketing, Harlem Globetrotters. Beverly Jackson, VP of Marketing and Consumer at Twitter. And Katie Hassan, VP Marketing Tallulah Cosmetics. And they will be moderated by Lauren Douglas, SVP of Global Marketing, Channel Factory.
Try it, ladies. And our Good morning. Good afternoon to the people having Bloody Marys downstairs. Oh my God, we made it. All right, we have the most amazing panel of kick-ass marketing women here. So I am super excited to talk to all of you. Yeah. Happy South by Southwest to all of you. I'm so jazzed to see all of your lovely faces in person. So, all right. I am Lauren Douglas. I'm the SVP of Marketing at Channel Factory. I'm going to let all of these ladies introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the conversation. All right.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Sophia Aladinoye. I am Director of Branded Strategy at Hallmark Mahogany, which is a smaller brand within the Hallmark ecosystem or mothership. Mic check, mic check. One, two,
Mic check.
Hello.
Thank you all for tuning in today. My name is Sarah Moore. I'm Senior Vice President of Brand Marketing for MGM Resorts. And those that don't know, we operate 29 resort casinos throughout the US and in China. We own the brands Bellagio, Aria, New York, MGM Grand, and many, many more, most of the Las Vegas Strip. So excited to be here today.
Hi, April Onslinger. I'm CMO of Self-esteem brand, which you probably haven't heard of, but it's the holding company for Anytime Fitness, which is the largest fitness franchise in the world. And then we have other brands you might have heard of called the Bar Method, Roxy in the City. We've got a startup HIIT workout and a nutrition company that we own.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to South by Southwest. My name is Beverly Jackson. I'm the Global Vice President of Brand and Consumer Marketing for Twitter. You may have heard of them, a little bird app. that keeps you connected to the world, where what's happening. I'm responsible for our brands around the world, as well as our emerging products and consumer marketing products. All of our amazing activations like Tweeted into Existence that you probably saw earlier this year, as well as our internal creative studio. So tweet away at BevJack. I will respond. I won't, but you know.
We saw something yesterday that said being at South by is like being in Twitter.
That is exactly right.
And
We're immersed.
the accuracy.
And Sarah and I are having a little reunion, so I just wanted to mention that. So
Former
fangirling.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Melissa Hobley. I'm the CMO at OkCupid, one of the biggest dating apps in the world. Some of you saw me yesterday. I cursed, fair warning, get that Bloody Mary. And if you are single, hit me up for a year of OkCupid Premium on me. There are so many good-looking single people in Austin right now, by the way, and I feel like a lot of them are here. So let's make it happen. This turns into a dating show with them. It is. And then MGM is gonna hook it up. So Sarah's gonna get you where you're going. Sarah will get you a room. You'll have that membership card from Hallmark. Exactly. We'll work out together.
I
like the idea of bringing it all
I'm
together.
scared of this. I'm scared of this panel because Beverly just said we're going to burn this down.
Exactly. You can tweet about your romance. Exactly. Bev will officiate the wedding.
No, she just
Okay.
All
right, ladies. My first question is, we're on a women in marketing panel. My first question to you is, do we still need to have women in marketing panels?
I'll jump in. I'm conflicted, right? Because on one hand, I'm the mother of 2 daughters. And I wish nothing more than when they're in the workforce that they're not in any women in insert industry or any pronoun for that matter. But on the other hand, we're not equal yet. And there's so much work left to do that we need these conversations, we need these forums to keep pushing.
Does it put us into a, like, you're good at being a woman in business instead of you're just good at business? Like, is there a distinction?
But I think that the distinction is that, and I said this a couple weeks ago, there's never been a situation where you put a woman in charge of some shit that went sideways. Like, there's a thing that says like trust Black women. Just let women do it. Like let us do it, and you will not come. Like leave, follow, and get out of the way.
I absolutely love that. We talked a little bit this week about empathy and why empathy and vulnerability make us really good leaders. So talk to me about why. Like, why are women great leaders? Because of our ability to have vulnerability and to be empathetic.
I think when it comes to empathy and vulnerability, so much of being a leader is actually being of service to the people that you lead. And so if you can't take the opportunity or take a pause to be able to put yourself into the shoes of the younger people you're leading, or even older people you're leading, who are trying to figure things out or trying to get to a place where they can really take the time and run, then you really don't set your people up to be able to really take your place somewhere, right? Like that's the real reason and purpose of leadership. It's not just for you to be in a high position and people are just chasing after you all the time so that they can actually replace you. And so you have to have empathy and have to have vulnerability so you can go, okay, they didn't get it this time. They didn't get it the 5th time. They didn't get it the 10th time. That's fine. But they are going to get it. And so, obviously boundaries, all the other things, but giving room for that so that your people can actually grow. And the thing is, your people actually work far harder for you when they know that you're taking the time to actually put yourself in their shoes.
But I think vulnerability is what you have to be yourself as a leader. And I will admit it has taken me a very long time to be comfortable to be vulnerable. And I think it's because women are inherently, I'm sorry, some of you aren't, insecure, right? I mean, we went to
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah, so we went to Brene Brown last night, and I think a lot of you probably know who she is. She kicks ass. And we got to see her, the first of her 5-part series. She literally then came on stage and did a Q&A, and she told us that she was so nervous, she won't watch anything she's done. She was standing in the back and was forced to watch it. And then she said, I bet no one's gonna come. There were tons of people that got rejected that couldn't come in. I bet no one's gonna ask a question. I'm like, Brene Brown feels this way? We all feel this way all the time. And so to be able to be a leader, be vulnerable and say, I don't have the answers, I don't know what to go do, that makes your people feel really comfortable. But that takes a lot of confidence.
I actually even think the 3 most powerful words are I don't know. and really being able to say like, I don't know the answer to that question. Like, how can I figure that out? How can I do some deeper dives here to understand?
Followed by encouraging your team to help you figure it out. Like literally, I said this to someone who is on my team who just took a great leadership role. And we were having coffee right before we came up here. And I said, if I'm in this job 5 years from now, I have failed. And she was like, no, my God, we're going to have you. You're going to do something new and different. And I was like, no. And this is what I mean by that. You all should be ready to take my job. And you should be able to do it with whatever fear or hesitation you might have. But by watching me sort of go through that pathway, you're comfortable with doing that. And so it's so right. Like the thing that makes women great leaders is that we're okay sharing the stage and the spotlight. Just by the fact that there's 6 of us jammed up on this little bitty ass stage.
I might go off. I might. If I reach one more time, it's going to be a clear moment.
We charge extra for those.
Oh, it's fine.
All right, so I think the answer is we still need to have women in marketing panels today, but hopefully in 10 years we don't need to anymore, right? It's just people in marketing. So yeah, I like it. All right, I am going to shift us a little bit. So what, why are, I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. What can we help to teach the next generation of women? So obviously we've come up in the time of, we are now talking about and actually implementing diversity and inclusion efforts in our organizations and beyond, where, we're trying to get gender parity, pay parity within our organizations and beyond. We've come up when these things weren't there, right? And what do we teach the next generation of women, the ones that are behind us, and what lessons can we really help them to understand?
Okay, so I have 2 daughters as well. And when I look at them, I don't want them to experience what I've experienced. And I think I wasted a lot of time at a lot of companies where I couldn't be myself. And I had to fit into a mold. I had to sit in a certain way, look a certain way, speak a certain way. And only really now I'm at a company where they hired me for me, who I am, my skill set, what I can bring, and I have autonomy. God, if I could have found that earlier in my life. And so how do you create comfort in who you are, what you're really good at from an early age, and then find a place that fits that? That is something I, would do over.
I think I would build on that with 2 things. I think, at Mahogany, it's actually really dope. We have a team full of Black women. And so from Alexis Kerr, who's our VP, down to our, marketing assistant, Black women who are just trying to figure out how to navigate the world. And I remember when I was at the beginning of my career, I remember one of my aunts that had a girl. She was like, you have to change your hair. We're not going to hire you. And I was like, if they don't hire me, then I shouldn't be there. Right. And so there is a gumption that I think comes, right, with each younger generation. But I think the thing that I would probably pass on would also be to remember that it's a marathon and it's not a sprint, right? And so when you remember that, particularly for myself as a Black woman, right, then you figure out which battles do I want to fight, which ones do I need to put down, right? I remember one time I was leading a team and I said to them, I'm not going to fight every battle. I don't have the bandwidth. I'm not going to do it, right? Because I also need to rest. And you need to rest, right? So what are the things we really want to go after? What are the things we really want to chase? What are the things we really want to die on a hill for? And then that also gives you room to then be really clear about, here's my lane, here's what my contributions are, here's what my strengths are, here's where I can show up. And then you start, to your point, right? Really choosing the places that really align and fit for you. And so when you remember it's a marathon and it's not a sprint, you don't have to fight every battle. Then you start to really get better at reserving your energy. And one of my old bosses used to say, what do you used to say? Jab, 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 and then a punch, right? So it was you could go jab, 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 and then a right hook, right? And so give your jabs, but then when you've reserved enough energy, then you can give that right hook and knock them out, right? And so it's really about remembering it's a marathon, remembering that you're going to sign up for doing this work and being in the space that you are pacing yourself and taking your time.
And just to jump in, it's on the guys. It is on the guys. We have to also shift the responsibility from everything that we're doing. Many of us in this room are in tech, and we have to look at the men in that room where 90 to 95 to 100% of the people in that meeting are men. And if you are not having the conversations about why is everybody in this room have a dick, then
then you're not being the advocate and the ally. I mean, really, I start to get frustrated because I think we have to shift that we will not be able to solve these equality issues ourselves. Only 3% of board seats in the US are held by women. That is abominable. When I saw the Lola speaker was so amazing, but the reason why we don't know the ingredients of important products in our lives is because women are not in the room making those decisions. So you have to, for the people in the room, that it was easier to get on your way up, you have to be having those conversations. And I think a little thing too that we can do is I have conversations, but I also have 2 daughters. This is apparently the 2-daughter club. That wasn't for you, I think for getting on the panel. I talk all the time about I have to leave to take my daughter to dance, or I have to leave to do this, or I need to do this, because when I was coming up, I'm ex-Walgreens corporate, and when I was coming up in the race, every man that I worked with, I was one of the youngest VPs, and every man that I worked with had a wife who did not work. And what that meant was he never was at the doctor, he never picked up the sick kid, he was never at the school appointment. And I was so self-conscious when I had those appointments. And so have those conversations, but also guys in the room, if you have a partner that isn't working, you need to be aware of what it's like for the working parents in the room. Okay, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
2 quick points on that. Back to your original question, I think the easy answer that you see across all of these panels is confidence. We need to build up the next generation of women's confidence. And before you can even do that, you have to instill validation. And it's one of the things I instill in my daughters, that everything you're feeling, everything you're going through is valid. Everything. When I'm experiencing with employees who are having tough days, and maybe it's a little warranted, maybe it's not, they're still 100% valid to feel that way. And so I think before we can ever talk about confidence, it has to be about validation. And absolutely, Melissa, to your point, second quick point, we at MGN have these things called courageous conversations, where we bring together senior leaders and we talk about how do we make MGM an employer of choice for women. And it's not just, let's put more women in leadership roles. It's really transparent conversations about paid family leave. And again, it's also like training and development for confidence. And in our last one, I was like, no, it's about training the men in this company. They need to be trained on gender bias and subconscious bias and how they're bringing that. And so we're actively looking at no more is this just on the female side, and what are we doing to prepare them to be more aggressive, but what are we doing to actually train the men to create and lift them up?
I'm just gonna, I gotta say this just because it's that moment in time, right? Because like you said, a lot of people are here today. And so here's the one thing that I would say to the men in the room and the women who are responsible for this. Because there's so much I can say about the other stuff. But we're in a point in time for tech where we're doing comp pay. So I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it loud for the people in the back of the room. Pay women what they're fucking worth. Don't hold back on the money. Don't skimp on it. Don't give them less because you think they'll take it. Pay them what they're worth. And don't look back. And if you have to stand on a soapbox in the middle of a conference room to make sure that your boss knows why you are paying her what she's worth, do it. For your daughters, for your wives, for your sisters, and for the women like me and these women who are sitting on the panel who will kick your ass if you don't. I will just add to everything you all are saying, right? And I know we keep hearing it, but it's also representation. When I was able to see senior vice presidents, CEOs, CMOs, who were Black women, who were people of color, who were women in these positions, really driving things forward, and I said, oh, I can do it, right? When I was able to see, I actually just ran into a former founder and CEO downstairs, right? Watching him, I remember walking with him, interviewing and being like, oh, this is what wealth looks like. This is what Black wealth looks like. I didn't know what generational wealth looks like. Right, what generational wealth looks like. Oh, no, I know I can go get it, right? And so it's that, or, being in a position to then be able, I remember I've hired people and then they were like, oh, here's my little amount. And I was like, it was women. And I was like, no, we're going to double what you just told me. So that way, the next time you go into any room with anyone, you go, no, it's double, right? Because again, to go back to insecurity and confidence, but being able to have somebody else there who goes, no, I'm passing the time, right? And so 1,000% to everything we're saying, and I think it's just the more, and that's why I keep saying the marathon, right? The more that you're like, okay, I'm going to pass the baton. I may not be able to fully break the glass ceiling this time around, but I can pass the baton to somebody who will. So.
What do you, I mean, how does mentorship play into what we're talking about? Does everybody here have a mentor or a mentee, multiple mentees? And is that part of our responsibility as the next leadership generation of women to have those mentorships?
I think I mean, we've all heard this, you need your own personal board of directors, right? And you have to have that, and you build that over time. And when you first start, it's scary, but then you realize you can ask people. I was at the dinner last night, I was sitting next to this like lovely French woman. Her name's Alice. She's lovely. She's here. But anyway, I talked about it with her, and I said, okay, so what do you want to go do? We talked about what she wants to do. And I said, how are you going to do that? Who are you going to talk to? She goes, I don't know. I go, I'll be on your personal board of directors. So we linked, and because it's my job to help her not be insecure, to have confidence. And then I said, what you have to do is pay this forward. You have to talk about personal board of directors with someone else and do that for them. And and your personal board of directors should be all female or all male. It should be diverse. It should be inclusive, so that you see the world through their eyes and through different lenses.
And I think not only should you have that personal board of directors, but you should tell them, equip them with what you want to carry forward. Like, not just your personal board of directors and your group people are randomly talking about you, but what is it that you want them to say about you? Like, I can't be everybody's mentor. I have a team of like 140 people. I can't be everybody's mentor right now, right? I got little nieces. I don't have daughters, and so I have nieces too. I was gonna say, if I walk downstairs and there's two people claiming to be my kid, it wasn't me.
But I would like to be in your family. I'm just gonna raise my hand.
I'm literally trying to stop you from falling off the stage.
You're already taking care of me.
Like ally ship. That's what it looks like. Don't let your sister friend fall off the stage. But it's like, what is it that you want people to know about you, right? And you figure out what that is, and you make sure that they can articulate a story that leads into why you are that thing. And that they tell that for you, so that when you show up that way, they know. Like Sarah said, if you spent 2 minutes with me, you knew that I was probably gonna drop the F-bomb. And I'm sure that Liz is down there in the audience going, that's not the comms message. I'm sorry. I think I would add to that. It's very important to have mentors. I've had phenomenal mentors, but it's also really important to have sponsors. People are going to be in the room for you who are going to go. Like, I literally have had sponsors who've been like, hey, I have a job for you. Here's how much this person is making for this role, X, Y, and Z. And I go get bet. Then I'm going, sorry, I'm from New York. Then, I'm going to go, okay, well, then I want more than what they have, X, Y, and Z, right? And so sponsors who are literally, and to your point, right, diverse. LGBTQ+, all of the things, right? Man, he was like, no, we're going to get you your money, right? Help me negotiate. Here's what you say, here's what you don't say, X, Y, and Z. So it's very important to have mentors, but also sponsors, because I would not be, I remember the first time I crossed a certain economic threshold and I said, oh, this is a whole nother chessboard. I didn't know, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know. You're like, wait, there's more money over here. Nobody told me. So it like changes things, right? So definitely having a sponsor can change the game.
I was just literally checking my talking point. No, in a good way. I actually hate the word mentorship. It's been so bastardized over the last couple of years. It's like this formal process that you have. No, sponsorship, mentorship insinuates like passive. I'll be here to mentor you along the way. Sponsorship is action. It's actually going out of the way to help people achieve their goals. And so find your sponsors, be a sponsor, find a sponsor for yourself, and create that tribe.
Can we talk about self-esteem? Company is called Self-Esteem Brands, and I know we talked a little bit about like confidence and helping build confidence and self-esteem. You brought up the point the other day in our prep talk of, well, how do women think about self-esteem versus how do men think about self-esteem? So would you mind elaborating on that a bit?
Sure. So the company I work for, the purpose of our company is to improve the self-esteem of the world. It's pretty lofty, but we genuinely work for 2 founders that do this every day. And I know in a fitness brand, you can say, okay, sometimes that's weight loss. Actually, sometimes it's weight gain, or sometimes it's someone had an amputated leg and you can walk again. Sometimes it's mental health. I mean, it's all the things. And we have a company, a culture that I've never seen before, because people are so tied to the purpose of self-esteem. But when you're working at a company that's about building self-esteem, and you have your moments of not having self-esteem, you realize, okay, you actually think about it. I mean, way more than I've ever thought about it. And at the end of the day, women just fundamentally have imposter syndrome, right? We all, if Brene Brown doesn't think anyone's showing up, like I said, like we fundamentally we judge ourselves, right? And I'm not saying we don't have all the confidence in key moments, but our core is to doubt ourselves. Whereas men, I had this friend once whose husband was not even in the comms space, was applying for a comms job. And she goes, you have none of the qualifications. He's like, oh, I'm sure I could do it. Like we would never put ourselves in that position. And so we have to constantly be reminding ourselves why we're great, right? And then when we're vulnerable, like, no, I'm not so great at this. Like I'm a CMO. I used to run a Veda, and now I went back into marketing. And there is a lot going on in the space right now, and there are things I do not know, right? And I can choose to be insecure about it, or I can just say I need help. I need to figure out the data problem over here. I need to figure out the CRM system. And I think just constantly reminding yourself that you are great, you get up in the morning, you're going to have a good day, you're going to make a difference. And that smart self-talk is really, really important. And then I'm not saying any of you aren't insecure, but God, I wish I was innately born with what you have that I think we DNA-wise do not have. So.
I think also with self-esteem, to your point, right? Like we live in a society where men are just supported to go, no, I'll just figure it out, right? And women, even from other women sometimes are like, oh, but do you have all 100 things? And going back to sponsorship, right? One of my sponsors was like, what would a mediocre, straight, no offense guys, white man do? What would he think? How would he operate? And so for a while I was like, ugh, and then it kept training me. No, what would he do? And I remember working for some of these folks and being like, you have 2 things out of the 25 on this job description. And you said, fuck it, I'm gonna go for the job. And so I said, if you've got 2 and I know I have 15, then that means I can do the job that you're doing. It's just a distinction between me saying it for myself, right? Going to your point versus me just going for it. And so, not to offend anybody, but like, it's like, what would a mediocre person do? And if a mediocre person is gonna go for it, then maybe you.
You know, it's so interesting because we talk about this a lot with my team because it's so diverse, lots of women, lots of people of color, lots of members of the LGBT plus community. Like it's just a very diverse group. And so I'm probably the old white man in the group. Like they're all like, oh my God, you move like an old white dude. I'm like, what's wrong with that? Okay, I'm an old white dude today, right? But it's the truth. I swear that they say that. I didn't make that up. It's not something I'm claiming. I'm not like trying to have like prostate issues. Yes, man. I'm saying, it's just how I move in the world, right? But I think what I ultimately get at is I'm also, as much as I look like that to them, I'm an older Black woman in that space. And so from the moment that I joined this to the place where I am right now, my face has changed, my body has changed, my resume has changed, what people expect of me has changed, how I show up has changed. And sometimes that's with confidence, sometimes that's with humility, sometimes that's with fucking terror. Like, and when I sign on to my all hands and all 140 of those little faces are looking back at me in that box, I'm just like, we can do this. We can do this. Wait. Yeah, we can do this. And then I believe it. And if I say we can do it, they will believe that we can do it. And I always tell them, we move together as one. And when we move together as one, it strengthens us individually. And it becomes that Luna song. When I move, you move. Just like that. I love it. It's part of it.
That McKinsey study where the majority of men are promoted based on potential, and the majority of women are promoted based on experience. And so, you know, I'm the biggest offender. I'm convinced every week my CEO is coming in like, no, we figured it out. Move on. Come your shit.
He's never gonna fire you, man. He loves you, and you fucking good at what you do. So
yeah, I bring her along. But I think you bring up such an important point. It's like instilling that in our teams. I sit in front of many of our team members and talk about where you want to go, what do you want to do? Well, yeah, you might not have the right experience for it, but let's try. Let's create some opportunities, some stretch projects that so you can get exposed to it and not be willing to kind of perpetuate that. You don't need the experience. You know, I put a mini bar manager from Mandalay Bay into a marketing manager role. he had a degree, he had zero experience, and it turned out to be one of the best hires I've ever had. So you have to perpetuate it intentionally.
I think I was gonna say, I think about that. I'm not gonna embarrass her and call her out. But there's a young woman in the back of the room who now works for you that I hired, who she wouldn't have gotten an opportunity.
Can't have her, you take her.
You can't, I might come steal her, but traditionally she would never have gotten on paper. She never would have gotten the opportunity. But we created the opportunity, we trained her, we built her up, we instilled in her that the opportunity was hers, and she's rocking it. Like, I might come steal her. I'm just saying.
No joke, in like performance reviews this year, she was the highest rated employee amongst 100 brand employees.
With not nine traditional. Stand up, Chelsea. Stand up, Chelsea.
Okay, Cupid is hiring Chelsea.
Chelsea, Twitter's got a great equity package. The stock is coming back.
This room is so like loving and a rising tide lifts all boats. So I think it's awesome. Okay, I'm going to shift this a little bit.
For me, I think it's fair game.
All right, I'm going to shift this a little bit and talk about representation and inclusion. And how does that relate to your marketing efforts? So, Melissa, I'm going to start with you because you, as the CMO of OkCupid, have some crazy ass ads going on in the subway to the point where people are actually putting covers over the ads and say, "Children ride this train." So, after having met you, I'm not surprised by this, but tell me a little bit about your thoughts behind this campaign.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, OkCupid, one of the things, we're one of the OG dating apps, and in this landscape, it's hard. And we're the underdog. And one of the things, one of the interesting things is OkCupid had never had a CMO, had never done campaigns. And when I joined, and some of my teams here, they're amazing. When I joined, we're like, we need to tell people why this app is great. And by the way, plug, we are the only dating app in the world that will let you match on the social and political issues that you care about. You want to filter out people that don't believe in climate change. No other app is doing that. You want to find people that are voters or that care about reproductive rights. Texas. We're the only app that does that. And by the way, those are important ingredients for meeting people. And so when we were working on campaigns, and also when you're the underdog and the other folks that have been in this situation, or you're a new agency, or you're the it's a David and Goliath situation, your outreach, your pitch letter, your marketing has to be louder and bolder, but it's got to be connected to something that's true. And OkCupid has always had the best LGBTQ experience. We've spent years creating experience for non-binary daters that was better than everywhere. By the way, we're always working on that. Every day we're improving and enhancing it. So the campaign that we rolled out said for every single person in a giant font around the US, it says for every single non-binary, for every single pansexual, for every single, and on and on and on. And some of it was for every single romantic, but the couples are women of color, they are men of color, they're queer, they're non-binary, and all the models, many of them were activists, actually are what that campaign says. If you haven't seen it, by the way, you should check it out on OkCupid's Instagram. But people got really angry. There was a video that went viral of people ripping it down on an active New York City subway. And Tucker Carlson and the far right really embraced it. And we're like, yeah, and they accused us of trying to corrupt their children with these beautiful images of queer and gay couples. There are lots of images they didn't like, but I think especially those. And it was a moment, and then we said, well, fuck it, we have to double down. We donated, for every hate tweet we got, we donated $1 to GLAAD. Love it. No, but it was amazing because the love, the support that came out, like George Takei posted a comment for me that was like, fuck all of you, like we're in. So, but what was really interesting is when we started doing campaigns like this, we several of our images were of two women. And I did not even realize this, but we had queer couples, I told this story briefly yesterday, but we had queer female couples or individuals reach out to us and say, I have not seen two women in a national ad campaign in a romantic scenario. And we pulled up to a stoplight and see this giant billboard, and now we're crying. And so the idea of how important representation is just so central to us. And if that's not for you, you can fuck off. But also, it's a business story too, because allyship matters. And even if you
straight and cis and, you know, you're looking for your husband or wife and a dog and whatever, you care more and you care more and more that your friends, your family members that have been ignored by other dating apps have a good experience. And that's brought OkCupid back to be an app that people are flocking to.
I love it.
But what
I know
scares
the
me
rest
is
of
that's
you
New
have
York.
answers. Yeah. That scares me, right?
In
We
New
have
York
so
City.
much more work to do if that's happening.
That is kind of scary to me, and I'm glad that Twitter was able to help in a good way. So thank you. Write that down, Liz, because Twitter helps. But you know, I want to say this other thing about like just inclusion. We did a campaign also, like all this out of home work, and we took a bold, beautiful Black woman who was a new recent college graduate. You know her as Meg Thee Stallion. We put her all over New York and the subway and San Francisco and LA and Toronto. But the other thing that we did that was a part of that campaign from an inclusion standpoint, because I just want to be mindful of this, is that for all the other celebrities that were there, the people that tweeted something when they weren't famous and then it manifested into their dream, whether it was Issa Rae or Patrick Mahomes or whoever, there was also a blind gamer in that group. And so we made these digital braille billboards so that he could be celebrated in that way. And I just think that like when you position marketing teams led by women primarily to think outside the box, how you include people and how you show up for communities that aren't in the room, that's equally important.
That campaign was so beautiful, by the way. Everybody's talking about that.
Yes. Also, I have a crush on Cindy Liu from China.
Same.
I was like, oh my God. Yes. Love it. I think I would just also add to that, and you were kind of touching upon this, Melissa. I remember watching that video of people ripping things down, because I am from New York, and I was like, not fully surprised, not as surprised. Yeah, people are crazy everywhere. But I will say this, from a business standpoint as well, right? For so many diverse communities, LGBTQIA+, Black and Brown, AAPI, all of these different communities, differently able, the buying power is increasing for each of these communities. What is actually shifting in America's demographics and psychographics is also shifting to be from a more inclusive standpoint. I'm saying this because I do multicultural research for, working with Hallmark Mahogany and others. And so I see the data on a regular basis, and it's like, this is shifting, right? People can feel what they want to feel, but this is shifting. And so, not even shifting. Shifting is the wrong word. Shifting makes it sound like it's sudden. No, it's in an evolution. It's been happening. It's continuing to happen. When we talk about Gen Z and the generations that are coming afterwards, they are growing up in a very, very, very different world than a lot of us have grown up in. And so, from a business standpoint, it just, to me, sometimes I'm like, don't you see that this is happening? Don't you see that you actually need to tap in and talk and engage with people and show up? For myself, when I don't see myself in ads and things like that, I'm not really interested, right? And for younger generations, it's even more so. They're like, oh, I don't see myself, so I don't care. And you don't want to be on the wrong side of history. And you don't want to be on the wrong side of history.
We have a newcomer.
Hi. Hi there.
From the Harlem Globetrotters.
Hello. And so I think also just from like, because we're up here and we're talking about empathy, we're talking about vulnerability, we're talking about self-esteem, we're talking about all of these things that are, I'm going to talk on a research standpoint, that are more qualitative and let's say a little bit intangible. From a quantitative, tangible standpoint, the whole business space is shifting and it's moving. And so when I look at businesses that aren't necessarily moving in that direction, I'm like, you're going to be behind, just from a volume standpoint.
And for those of you that are, some of you are great agencies that we do want to be tough, you should be telling us that. And also, we are not interested in working with agencies that are not diverse or they're not giving back, that don't have all the perspectives at the table that we need. So, call that out. Let us know. Let us know what's interesting about it. It's not just that you get really great PCAMs or you have access to this, but it is increasingly important. I know many people at this table are working on that we want to work with partners that have all of the audiences and people that we need. So
all right, I'm going to toss one to Sunny over here. So I want to talk about culture because Harlem Globetrotters is a 98-year-old organization, 96-year-old organization, and they're really reinventing themselves in culture. And I want to talk, we've been talking about culture, we've been talking about shifts and how everything's changing. And I just want to talk a little bit about Harlem Globetrotters and what you're doing as it relates to culture.
Well, so it's interesting how things work. Oh, I need to sit down. She said, sit down. Sit down, sister. You know, it's how all the things that you can control, right? You want to have things arranged. You want to have process. You have a flow. Everything's going to work out exactly how you think it should. Well, it don't. And that was my day to day, but it's also kind of reflective of like how all of this works. It's like being flexible and agile. So the Globetrotters are a 96-year-old, what I call startup. An iconic, beloved brand that has a need to reimagine itself to be more relevant for that next generation of fans, right? A lot of people in here, like, who knows Harlem Globetrotters? Like, never heard of them. Exactly. There's a whole generation that has no idea, right? So it's how are we bringing that connectivity in like in a meaningful way? This is the most ethnically diverse generation that's coming of age. And we have to find the right ways to be able to like connect in that 360, like on and off the court, right? So kind of lean into all those things that resonate for like folks like in your everyday life. So that's kind of the journey that we're on, and the pandemic really turned the faucet off, right? We were kind of like a one-trick pony. Like the tour was our business and that was it. So when that stopped, it was like, so now what are we going to do? What do we grow up? Someone mentioned agencies and partners, right? And wanting them to be able to tell us like, well, what is the right way to connect, and how are we being ethnically diverse in all ways, right? To be able to connect. It's both what you know about the consumer, but as an agency yourself, and as a partner yourself, like how are you being like deliberate and intentional of doing it?
I'm just going to add something about culture, right? Because you, depending on what your timeline looks like on Twitter, is what you are exposed to or what you see, right? And so your timeline is everything, and it's the look into culture. And one of the things that I love about the work that we do is we have a team that is led by this amazing woman, Goddess Rivera. I'm sure you all have heard of her, seen her on many, many lists. But Goddess leads this team called Culture and Community. And her purpose for Twitter is to amplify those marginalized voices and to give pathway to lift them over the noise and the timeline, to make sure that people, that those cultures have an opportunity to breathe and to grow. They have a place where Twitter will support it, regardless of your POV, right? But that those voices don't get lost in the narrative, like they don't get consumed by the timeline. And I just love that work, like just amplifying those Twitter voices. We call them Twitter voices, and if you do hashtag Twitter voices, you can see them. But it is really true, just people who need the extra amplification. And that's important work.
Right, it's just access, right? At the bottom line, it's like there's so many of those audiences that they just don't have access. That's the thing we talk about with, so like with the Globetrotters, and we're in this touring business, right? And there's a lot of people that they don't even know what that business is like, right? Like, so well, what does that mean to like be a tour manager? What does that mean? How do you become a Globetrotter? How do you become the vice president of marketing for the Harlem Globetrotters, right? So it's like, how are you opening and giving access, right, to the information so that people can be exposed to the opportunities that are out there, because it goes beyond just the usual, like your lawyer, doctor, teacher, dentist, right? CEO. This kind of gets deeper into it, and it is platforms like that. And the Globetrotters, we're doing a partnership with Savannah State University in Georgia to introduce a certificate program that is actually teaching how you can get a job or like grow your career in spaces like that, because it just doesn't exist. And then the desire is that extends and becomes like a degree program, because it's just something that it's not on your radar. If you're not exposed to it, you just don't know.
I think I would just add, when it comes to diversity and inclusion, right? When we talk about equity, right? We talk about access, we talk about amplification. But we also talk about funding, right? And like ensuring that there, you were talking about this earlier, Melissa, ensuring that there are, dollars behind. Like I was mentioning, I've done research before, specifically for Hallmark Mahogany, and we were very adamant about the people that we partner with to do the research have to look like the people we're trying to talk to, right? It cannot just be a completely, you know what I mean? Like when we're shooting, when we're doing productions, when we're doing commercials, when we're doing any of these types of things. And like I said, we're a team of Black women, right? The people who are working on this brand are women who are trying to connect with Black women, right? So there needs to be a reflection of such, and ensuring that the right people are getting the funding, the right things, entities, agencies, third parties, what have you, are also being partnered with, right? And so to your point, in regards to that mandate, anytime we've ever like sourced for partners, we're like, well, who's on your team?
right? And not just who's on your team, but also let's get into conversation about what in your team's perspectives on things, right? Because it shouldn't just be your team have like one little, person of color or things of that nature, or one woman on the team, right? It should. And is that person speaking? Are they contributing? Are they just there as part of the photos on your website, right? And so let's really get into conversation and really vet, are these people the right people that we want to partner with and we want to give our dollars to, right? And I think to things that you were talking about, the more that brands are shifting and everybody else has got to shift, right? So it becomes what is the word? Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Movement, thank you.
Right, especially when you live, I live in Minneapolis.
Right.
So we don't have a lot of diversity in our company. So I have to partner to get that perspective. And if you come to an event like this and you realize you're doing all these things and you're like, I gotta do more. You said that, give everyone the voice and you get ideas on how to do more. But it is even more important when you can't find, your own.
Yeah. But I just want to say this. Sarah's going to jump in on this. I already know this, right? So it's when we talk about culture. So leading a global brand, it's more than just the parentheses that make up the United States, right? And so it is thinking about going from North America marketing to going to marketing for the Americas. It is also, thinking about how you show up in different places. And so Sarah and I spent a lot of time traveling back and forth to Japan, right? And so you get this Black woman with braids and a tall blonde woman, and we show up talking to a bunch of Japanese people. We don't speak Japanese men, right? In hot little rooms, pre-pandemic. The doors closed. I'm like, am I having a hot flash? I'm not the old. What's happening? But culture and being very respectful of that place and showing up with purpose and intent and being our authentic selves, bringing the leadership and our own expertise, but being super respectful of that culture because it runs just as deep. And so when we have these global roles, seeing sort of where that can take us and how we show up and being mindful and thoughtful of those places. Because Sarah and I were on a plane. I will tell this one quick story. Sarah and I were on a plane going to Japan, and the flight went from Las Vegas to Los Angeles to Minneapolis to Tokyo, and then we took a train to Osaka. Well, no, I think I dropped you off in Tokyo and then I went to Osaka. Somehow, whatever. There's a woman on one of the flights. Sarah and I both have a mask, and this is literally pre-pandemic.
February 25th, 2020.
Never forget it.
That's my birthday.
Exactly. And this Japanese lady was leaning over, low key, trying to take a snap of us, the two weird looking Americans with the mask on. She had a mask on, right? This is culturally a part of what happens. And Sarah and I oh no, we good with it.
It's my good side, actually. All right. So we only have 5 minutes left. So what I want for each of you,
everything they just said.
I want to get one piece of leadership advice that you play over in your head that you would give out to somebody else. So for me, somebody told me those 2 words, play slow. And I always think about it every single day, play slow, don't rush, you're good, play slow. So I want to hear from each of you, what's one piece of leadership advice you've gotten that you would pass on?
I got it. Mine is, and this was actually the motto when I was in college. I'm a product of Clark Atlanta University in Atlanta, Georgia.
Shout out to the HBCU.
Yeah. And unbeknownst to me at that time, but mine is find a way or make one.
So much good advice. I think similar to you, take a beat, right? Something I say to people I work with and teams I work with all the time, just take a beat. Because sometimes, both from just I'm big on self-care, boundary standpoint, but then also from a strategic standpoint, right? Sometimes things are moving so fast in business, you're just rushing. And sometimes when you're working with your team, you're like, did you think that through, right? Because everybody's moving. Right, it wasn't built in a day. So just take a beat. Does this make sense? The people we want to partner with, does that make sense? The strategy you come up with, does that make sense? Because then you actually, as much as things are rushing, you actually produce better work. So, yeah.
Mine is life advice that turned into an anchor of my leadership style. But when I was a kid, my mom told me always use the power of forgiveness.
So mine is a never wasted a crisis. And so I had a boss. I had a boss that led like that, and I worked with him for Procter & Gamble. We were in hair care, and it was a really, really hard time. And it's amazing when you're in crisis what you're not scared to do. And so whether it's a supply chain crisis, a pandemic, remember how you operate, how confident you feel in yourself, the risks you're willing to take, and then do that as much as you can when you're not in crisis. Right? It is amazing how things can happen when you can remove all fear from what you're thinking.
Mine is probably something like Sarah I learned really early on, and it is be yourself. So I am the same person on the Twitter timeline as BevJack as I am on a stage or in a boardroom around the world. I am just my authentic self. You can only perpetuate a lie for so long. So just rip the Band-Aid off and expose people to who you are, because that's what you can sustain and scale.
This is one I know a lot of you heard. People will not remember what you did. They will remember how you made them feel. And a lot of us are in creative roles where we're taking big chances or big bets or big gambles. And our team, I know, I can feel when they feel supported and they feel like you have their back, the work is even better, and knowing it's a safe place to be. So that's mine.
Well, I think we've successfully burned this shit down. So thank you all so much.
Like might have some questions, so I think we have time for one or two. So anyone? And we covered a lot. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, hang on 1 second.
Mine's just a comment as a humble, mediocre white male.
So you're rocking a pink shirt. That's not the mediocre about you.
Best fucking panel of the day.
There's some serious badass panels. Again, that the idea of how you leave people feeling matters more than anything else you said, and it seems in the smiling faces in the audience that you left everybody feeling pretty optimistic and pretty happy. So thank you, ladies, so much. Hi, everybody. We're gonna get started in 1 minute, but I'm gonna ask if anybody knows the owner of this wallet. Megan Stevens. Wait, you're on it! Yay! Oh. Okay, everybody to make their way to some seats. We're gonna ask everyone to quiet down so we can keep our day moving, get everyone eating. So file in, sit down, quiet down.
Yeah. Well, I don't need to get all these chairs anymore. Because today, yeah, we only need to, when it's like 8 people, he has to pull back. Now we don't need to because it's 2 people. Okay, yeah, no break.
Thanks so much. Obviously, an amazing morning full of impactful and impressive women. So many great sound bites shared by all. I'm sure we're all going to find each other as the day continues on. I am thankful for some of you who have stuck with me since 8:45 this morning, leaving you in the capable hands of the rest of the Branding Leaders team to moderate for the afternoon. But before doing that, I would want to finish my MC duties by welcoming to the stage John Starkbrother, AVP Advertising at AT&T, who will be joined by Anna Cruz, VP and GM Best Buy Ads. These two will be discussing new working environments and their impacts on innovation, inclusion, and diversity trends in marketing and advertising. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for having us. And no pressure, John. We just have to follow the best fucking piano of the day. I'll try to tune out the hooting and hollering as the stars of the show are getting their recognition below us. All right, so great to see you all. I'm Anna Cruz, the Vice President and General Manager of Best Buy Ads, which just launched in January and is Best Buy's retail media network. And John is the Associate Vice President of Advertising at AT&T. And John, you have a rich background in consumer electronics as well. And so maybe just take a few minutes to tell the audience a little bit about your background.
This is the exciting part of the afternoon for everyone. I would say I've done a whole mix of things and had a lot of different titles, from somebody grabbing coffee for everybody to communications roles, to product roles, to digital roles, and now advertising. But I think to kind of build into what we wanted to talk about today, through all of that, I have really believed and found a lot of success in really trying to listen to customers and really capture an insight. In fact, I've used it as a cheat. I call it a cheat a little bit for a long time to really find ways of being part of discussions to try and improve a product or experience or something else. So it's helped me, I don't know, sit at the table with people that I probably didn't have permission to sit at the table with, but I brought a customer insight, and it's been really fun.
And it's awesome. Well, it's good to be here with you in person and not on the screen, which is most of what we've done the last couple of years. So And that just kind of leads me to my first topic with you. We have been virtual. I have been virtual for the last 2 years. I know many of the people in this room have been virtual. And now with hopefully a little, hopefully the COVID is kind of, we're in a new space and we're entering this hybrid work reality. One of the things you and I talked about a couple weeks ago was with the new phase of hybrid work reality and the great resignation, hopefully slowing down a little bit, but we're entering this new phase of apathy and disengagement with our teams, with a lot of us. And so we'd love to just hear your thoughts on that. How are you, continuing to drive engagement with your teams when, people are exhausted from remote work over the last couple of years?
Yeah, so not a new thing, but the remote thing that we've all been working with, I've had a couple of really huge epiphanies and moments where I've been really, really scared for myself and for my teams. In mid-2020, there was a study that came out. Microsoft did it at 30,000 some odd respondents. And there's a bunch of data you can go find on it. But the one that just hit me like a ton of bricks was this gap between the perception of senior managers and more junior staffers. There was like a 40-point gap in how the question was around, are you thriving, right? Now let's change, are you thriving? A 40% gap. So senior managers going, this is great, we're getting lots of things done, we're being productive, and a 40-point gap. That was just this moment of what in the world is going on? Because I would have answered the question of, this is wonderful. I'm working from wherever, I'm able to go biking when I want to, and I'm still productive, and this is just great. And as I stopped and wow, what environment have I created, and made a huge pause. We changed a bunch of things in our team and tried a lot of things and took advantage of the Brady Bunch that we were all living in, everybody there together, and make sure that more voices were heard. And as we hired more diverse voices very intentionally being put into those squares. But what has come now, right, with resignation to this great apathy, is I'm equally kind of really nervous. As things open up, offices again, there's a lot of concern. And people, I see the same face again. And you may feel it yourself. I'll be honest, I feel it myself too. Where I'm like, I'm there in my Brady Bunch square at times, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, I'm not sure that I'm buying it. And so it's once again, I'm back in this place of, I need to rethink, reinvent myself, and find new ways of engaging in my team, or I'm going to be down the road 6 months a year, and competitors will move beyond us. I'll lose people, and it just won't. It's harder to dig out of.
Yeah, we actually noticed that a little bit at Best Buy and on my team, where we are hiring people. We hired people 2 years ago that never entered the building, that never met a coworker face to face, and what we're encountering now is, a year and a half, 2 years later, they're getting new jobs, and they're taking them more than seasoned folks who have a network. And so I've done a lot of thinking about, what does inclusion look like different with somebody who's never been in the building and met their coworkers. So would love your perspective on that. If you guys, your team is a remote team, and how do you drive engagement in that world when you maybe never met physically?
We have had to be very intentional about how we bring in new people. I've got several folks on my team in senior roles who, in the same way, came and joined the organization during complete lockdowns, and just kind of leaning on old methods where you just sort of go to a few meetings, you figure it out, and meet people. Obviously doesn't make sense. So for people that we have brought in during the pandemic, both at senior levels and junior levels, it's been intentional connections, setting up one-on-one mentoring sessions and meet and greets with folks, giving people very intentionally chances to participate in senior reviews. All this seems like kind of simple, like, those are the kinds of things you would do. But the more I talk with peers and colleagues, and even here the last couple of days, the more I realized that we're all kind of in this same place. And so if there's one word I think that would go through this answer and probably a lot of others, is be incredibly intentional about integrating, about making sure that diverse voices are on your team and that they're being heard. And don't expect that just because somebody's there in their Brady Bunch square means that things are fine. And if you think that, don't be surprised when your Brady Bunch squares are empty and you've gone somewhere else. There's a huge shortage of marketing talent, especially seasoned marketing talent.
That's great. So one of the things you and I discussed on this topic, but shifting a little bit to innovation, is how diverse and inclusive teams we need those to drive innovation. When we were talking, you had a great story about your background and some self-discovery around the importance of diverse and inclusive perspectives to drive this innovation. I think that the audience would love to just hear this, your real hand experience.
Yeah, and I've had some, again, big moments in my career. Probably the biggest one that we were talking about is when I was at Microsoft. I moved over to run a team that was, well, we were headquartered out of Singapore, but was responsible for all of Greater Asia. And coming from Redmond headquarters, like, yeah, you're kind of close to all those things. Greater China is all kind of the same. Let's throw in a few of these other countries. And went, sure, I had no idea. He was a guy myself who'd grown up in a Latino family, blue collar in California, never traveled that much. And here I am going to go run this big team in Asia. And very quickly, did I realize that I was talking and people were nodding, and then the exact opposite things were happening. And so I talked with a mentor I had, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he told me this advice that someone else had given him. He says, "When you go over and you're doing a deal or anything else," he was speaking specifically about Japan in this case. He says, "If you need to make a decision, you call me. And at any time you call me." And he's like, "Well, what if I can't get a hold of you?" That doesn't seem to be really great advice. He said, "Well, if you can't get a hold of me," he says, "think about what you would do and then do the exact opposite, and you're probably close." And that was the advice that he's now handed on to me. And I was like, that's stupid. But it was kind of that. And so here I go from someone who just growing up and not a lot of global travel and other things, and really feel a bit of like I pulled myself from the bootstraps. I kind of got here because I can understand people and I can talk and sell something and this and that. And I had to just shut up and really, really listen. And I struggled.
Shut up and listen.
Shut up and listen, right?
Good
That's
advice.
advice anywhere. Thank you. My teenage daughter tells me that too quite often. So I'm still learning that. But it was this, like, you really have to go and rethink. And I thought a lot about that experience where I need to shut up and listen more today, because not just because of what we've gone through in a pandemic, but there is a lot of apathy. And particularly as you're looking to build more diverse teams, you've got to intentionally find other ways of listening. Last little bit, because I'm going on this question. There was a study last fall for Hispanic Heritage Month, and it called out the fact that in large corporations in the U.S., it was like 87% of Latinos felt that their company was prioritizing, at least they were hearing, was prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion. But only 50% of them said that they had noticed any difference in how things really work. So a lot of talk, but no change. And so I'd ask all of you here, and this is my open ask to all of you, and me being transparent about what I'm trying to do as well, is go run that study with your own team. Find ways to find out, are you really hearing those voices? Are you really, really making change? We just followed the best panel of the day on this.
The best,
right?
yeah.
There is no excuse to not listen. There is no excuse not to take advantage of the fact that we're virtual, to hire people from anywhere in the country and outside. Like our teams need to reflect the customers, the diversity that we sell to. There's just no excuse for it for not doing it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and we followed the best panel on that. Sophia from Hallmark was talking about the importance of representation. And what we, almost 75% of people hired into advertising careers today are white. I mean, if you just look around, right? We know we need to do better. With the launch of Best Buy Ads, with a very passionate group of folks on my team, we launched a advertising career pathway program in Best Buy's Teen Tech Centers that serve the underprivileged youth of today and get them the technology, get them visibility to technology, let them play with it, let them feel a little passion in some of those careers that they're interested in. And we're adding an advertising component. I would love to know from you, how are you a voice for representation? How do you bring forward the ideas that may be harder to make happen in AT&T, where when you probably walk the halls or are on your Zoom meetings, 9 times out of 10, they're not diverse?
Yeah, so the company published for the first time during COVID a really detailed report on diversity in all layers of employment and management. And it wasn't flattering. In several cases, we were slightly, a percentage point here or there better than some of our telecom competitors, but that absolutely wasn't good enough. We did really well in our retail stores, in our technical positions, and service positions, more junior positions, where there was a good mix both of gender, ethnicity, and so many other things. But when you looked into senior ranks, right, you went into corporate offices, it didn't reflect that. Where, in those junior levels, we had 17, 18% of our employee base was Hispanic, which is close to what the percentage in the country. So you feel kind of good about that. But so much needs to be done intentionally elsewhere. And I imagine a lot of you work at companies like that, and you have to intentionally set goals for yourself to go and make change. And so I find that to be everyone's responsibility to go and change. I'm part of several employee resource groups in the company, and we're actually, this will be the first time I've said this publicly, but we're actually running in one of those, we're actually running a pseudo-political campaign inside of our own company. We've selected people, it's like we the people have selected people that we want to elevate them. And nobody above us per se, nobody's fighting any of that. It's all welcome. But how can we as a group of people really lift somebody else? It's not so many ways you can do it, and you could fight through it, or you could say, hey, let's band together and make a change. And one of the things we're doing, this applies to everybody here, is we have also set really strict requirements. I wish we were in a world where we had to do that, but strict requirements on diversity and who we put in front of the screen. So in our advertising, in our content, as well as behind the screen. So at our agencies that we work with, really strict mandates on what that employee mix looks like, what the crews behind the camera are doing, et cetera, and then really try and push for breaking gender and ethnicity stereotypes. And that honestly has been a lot of fun and rewarding, and we're constantly kind of going in and being like, well, how can we do more of that? So I was talking with some people earlier about, like, how do we represent people with disabilities? And it's like, well, let's have a small business owner in their shop, like on a wheelchair, and we hear people going, well, that just changes the orientation of it all. Like, how would you come in? And they're like, so what? Like, let's go do that. We've got to better represent the world around us, and that helps us really connect with our customers.
Yeah, and I love the idea of holding your agency partners and your people that you spend money with, manufacturers, especially in the CD industry. There is not a lot of representation with the BIPOC communities. And so I think it is going to take companies like Best Buy and AT&T demanding that our partners do better to make real progress. So I love that. Taking a little bit of a turn, I want to talk a little bit about innovation. And I can't remember, one of the gals in the last panel talked about the advice she got from a leader was around operate like it's a crisis, because good ideas come out of crisis when you're forced to figure it out. And the pandemic, the biggest crisis we've all had as of late, drove a lot of innovation because we had to figure out how to operate differently. The world was shut down. I mean, for God's sake, we finally figured out the purpose of the QR code. And if that can happen, then a lot of ideas can happen. At Best Buy, we also did a lot of work around curbside pickup. Stores were shut down. We had to figure out ways to get things to customers with lockers and a lot of different things. But we don't always operate in a crisis. And hopefully this thing called the pandemic will move on. How do we continue innovation when we're not in that space of crisis? How do we take the goodness we learned from this and keep it going?
Well, I think you said it. Like, why revert back to some old way or old, multi-week, month processes to do the work that we've all seen that we can do in days and weeks? I would hope that none of us are arrogant enough to think that our work is ever perfect. So do you need that extra time, or are you better off not letting perfect get in the way of good and just iterate and learn and test and learn and go? And that comes from creative, it comes from different media partners. If you're here and you haven't, talked with, I'm sure you talk with lots of different companies that are selling different kinds of services. That's one of the beautiful things about the brand innovators community. We can come together as brand marketers and as other companies and talk about new ways in, because we need places we can test. I know at AT&T, we are very much want to find alternatives to some of the big companies. We want alternatives to Google and Facebook. We don't want to all be locked up there. And so, in fact, I'm super interested in what you guys are doing at Best Buy. It's a different approach.
Yeah, I mean, retail media is hot right now. And Best Buy ads sits right at the center of it. You read in all the headlines, you hear it in all the earnings calls for retailers, and there is definitely a lot going on in that space. And I think a lot of it comes to it's the intersection of the data and all the regulation that's happening around data right now. And retailers, we're closer to the customer when they're making those buying decisions. So it makes sense. And I think a lot of people are looking to retail media now for the exact reason you mentioned, which is, they're wanting to go away from some of the big guys when you spend all of your dollars.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly smart. We spend a lot of money in, as I said, in some of the big platforms, and with many of you who are here today. And too often, all of you let brands like us, at times when we get very financially focused, because we've got targets that we have to meet. Sometimes you let us use your media, your platforms to do things that we shouldn't. And so my ask to all of you would be to hold brands accountable to really use your assets in ways that they're intended, ways that respect your customers. Easy case example. When was the last time you saw an ad on Facebook that you actually appreciated that was contextually relevant to what you were doing at the time? Probably not very much, right? It doesn't happen much. Although Facebook will sell us everything. And unfortunately or fortunately, they drive a pretty good return, but that's not why you're there. We could go on and pick all kinds of other platforms. Whereas what you're talking about from a Best Buy perspective, people are there with you and they've done some research and they're ready to buy. So that's a better place, as one example.
Yeah, using it to improve the customer.
That's right. One of my things, I'm a bit of a Twitter fanboy. A lot of people know that about me, and we'll go in meetings and they're like, oh, we're kind of upset at Twitter because they're just not performing. I was like, yeah, it's because we've all run and we're trying to do what would be a lower funnel buy a phone ad with them, and it works kind of on occasion and you get lucky, but that's not why we're there, right? This is a place to really engage and educate and learn and listen. So I'm really excited about what you guys are doing.
Well, keeping on the customer obsession theme a little bit, at Best Buy, we talk a lot about customer obsession, and we talk a lot about being human. So in our experiences, in our language that we use with customers, when our employees in the store are working with a customer to solve a problem, using language that resonates with our customers. And I know you have a similar theme at AT&T where you talk about human first connection. And yesterday your colleague talked a little bit about your campaign called It Can Wait, which sounds super interesting. The whole context of it being to get people to put their devices down and do just, distraction-free driving. And you had 20 million people who committed to not driving with the phone in their hand, which is phenomenal. Which leads me to the question. So a really good social justice campaign, driving really good outcomes for the company. But all of us as marketers are also under a lot of pressure to prove not only engagement, but also return, also business results. And so I'm just curious, in a campaign like It Can Wait, how did you have that pressure? Did you have the senior leadership team asking to see the results, or what were the business drivers? What were the sales? What was the return? Just curious how you navigate that conversation.
Look, there's always pressure for a return. And when we think that there isn't pressure for a return, we're not really being honest with ourselves. Whether you are agency side, you're selling media or brand side, whatever, like there always is pressure to return. The opportunity is to demonstrate that value over time. I've done big efforts, big brand efforts, both at AT&T and other companies, and you can't completely separate what you're doing from, let's say, an It Can Wait kind of program or something you would call a brand or an awareness program. You can't completely separate those from what you do on a daily basis. And let's be honest, like your customers realize that you're in the business of probably selling something, so it's not like they're completely oblivious to that. So lean into that, but use that as an opportunity to speak like a human, to find real issues that really matter, and it's okay to connect those. But going back to your point, like I've found no silver bullet or some way of magically, having approval from at a publicly traded company to spend millions of dollars on something that is completely disconnected. It just never lasts. But it doesn't mean that you can't have incredibly important values that you are going to always represent. And one of those is being honest and transparent about what you're spending to your investors as well.
Yeah, that is that it's insightful. It's something that we feel a lot as the Best Buy marketing team, and trying to figure out where are those stories that we stand up, because we do a lot with social justice. We do a lot with climate change. When do we talk about those, and when do we talk about things that you can see on the P&L that drive the business? So super interesting. And okay, on that topic a little bit, I wanted to dig into both of our businesses. We're in kind of the CE space, and they are becoming more and more commoditized. You can buy a TV anywhere. You can buy a cell phone pretty much anywhere these days, right? And a lot of people buy based on, how fast can I get it? How cheap can I get it? Some of those types of things. So in a world where our businesses are commoditized, how are things you think about? We talk a lot about it at Best Buy, but are there things you think about with AT&T of like, how do you differentiate when ultimately it might come down to speed and price?
Yeah, there are a lot of industries where if you're really being honest with your evaluations, you're in a commodity type of business. And we talk a lot about this, where your company is, where others are, where the telecom industry is. There's a lot of sameness. And we all know that, like as individuals, we know where we can buy things. We know that you hear the same messages from a lot of different companies. Ultimately, I believe that the last great frontier of differentiation is in customer experience. And I'm not just talking about when you, hit a website, or when you go into a store, or when you make a call to a care center. Certainly, your brand gets defined at those points where you have 100% of somebody's intention. I'm borrowing from Ted Rubin from earlier today at a table conversation. If you don't know Ted, you should. Really, really big advocate on return on relationship and really being succinct and consistent with your customers. When you have 100% of their intention, like those are magical moments. That's your customer experience, like your real truth. It's not when I'm interrupting their life with an ad or trying to sell something to them in some way when they're really not paying attention. So we look at those moments where you have 100% of that person's attention, and then how do we connect everything in a way that removes friction from that experience. Give you a few examples, and some of these we all live. I've had people say that buying a new cell phone sometimes is like buying a new car. I've heard a few yeps. It's okay if there's a few yeps. I've experienced it myself personally. It's the same thing sometimes when you need, you need internet in your house and you've got to put some additional equipment somewhere to get around a corner or some interference. And those are like moments of fear and dread, typically by all of us, right? We all feel that. And so we've really been investing in changing that experience. You can go from AT&T, you can go online, pick your phone, get it all configured. A nice person will show up at your doorstep at a time that you schedule, and bring in your new phone. They'll stand right there at your door at a safe distance or whatever you would like, and they'll transfer data from old phone to new phone, and they leave you and are gone. That is the kind of example of looking at the whole experience and differentiating in the area that's the last frontier of differentiation, and that's customer experience.
That is awesome. So when I think about, I'd love to pick your brain a little bit about companies outside of AT&T that you think are doing customer experience well. Couple come to mind for me, Apple, right? You make it easy. You get a new phone, you swap the chips, and hopefully kind of walk you through it simply. I think about Nike. My 15-year-old is obsessed with all things Nike. And, they make that experience customizable. They've got a cult following. They let you pick the color, the texture, all of customize your tennis shoes however you want that. What companies do you watch? What companies do you look to say, you know what, they've got this, they're investing in this?
One of my favorite companies, I'm quite loyal to them and have been for years because their customer experience is REI. So REI is an outdoor outfitter. Stuff can be a bit pricey at times, but and the reason that I go back and many other people go back is there is no separation between you go into one of their retail locations and that salesperson that will come and help you, and they wear their little green jackets. They know their products, but they will find kind of what your needs are and help point you in the right direction. If they don't have it in the store, they don't say go online and find it on our website. They'll go to a terminal or they'll pull up their phone, they'll find it for you, watch you on your phone, find it and order it. Or they'll order it for you right there. Ship it to your house and bring it. There's no separation between that physical location and that digital location. They've been doing phygital for a long time. I became loyal to them a lot of years ago, probably at least 20 years. I was buying my first tent for my kids and I to go do a little bit of camping. And all I did was buy a tent. And based upon where I live and the type of tent I bought from them, I get this email that assumes that I'm probably doing things with family. They know my location. They didn't try to upsell me. They gave me a link to a few books on Amazon that were best hikes and campgrounds for families in the area I lived in. And it was amazing. And every time I've gone back over the years, they've just gotten smarter and smarter with that experience. So that's one example that really stand out. You need to, wherever they are, just take care of your customers.
I've had similar experiences with our REI. They really do nail it. They go above and beyond, and stand behind their mission. Another one that comes to mind is Patagonia, who just had a killer Black Friday this last year because of their pledge to donate the proceeds. I mean, it's just great to see companies kind of following through with what they say they're going to do and what they stand for.
Can I make a pitch for what I learned about this weekend for you?
Absolutely.
All right, so this is unplanned. She didn't ask me to do this at all.
Make me
But
look smart, please.
No, I think you're doing a good job yourself. No, you and the team were talking about this this loyalty program or subscription. I don't even know what the right term is for Best Buy.
Total Tech.
They were Total Tech. That includes what you pay. I think it was a few $100s a month, and you get all your Apple Care and all your devices free, and a bunch of others. And all of us around the table were like, "Can I buy that for my parents, my grandparents? Like they just have tech support taken
I bought
care
it
of?"
for my mom.
Like I think that's a really smart way of going back to the commodity place where you're in this commoditized market. You can buy phones and gadgets from anywhere, but if I can connect that with helping people, get that new TV on the wall and really figure out how to get my sound to work right, the tech support, bit, like that was slim dunk. Like I'm going to purchase that next week for family.
I felt the same way, even though I work at Best Buy. But when I found out that Apple Care was included in my Total Tech, I mean, my household with 2 teenagers, we buy a lot of Apple products. I was like, what? So for my $200 a year, I get free Apple Care on all my products. This is not planned, and now it's sounding like a sales pitch, but it's not. I'm not even responsible for Total Tech, so it's legit. But yeah, like you said, tech is hard. Buying a cell phone is like buying a car. Trying to set up your smart home is a similar experience. People have questions. They don't know how to do it. My mom does not know how to talk to Alexa, so she needs a little help. So hence where Total Tech comes in. So are we wrapping up? Okay, so let me get to close here so we can use a little time for the crowd to ask you questions. So I'll end with this question. Hopefully it doesn't put you too much on the spot, but 2022 is the year of what?
2022 is the year of more of this, please. Seriously. So, whole brand innovators team, thank you for pulling us together. A few folks have been out about the city, and I think the report last night was that this was the most happening spot in South by. So, congratulations. That's the first. It's like let's get together and share and ideas and
stuff. I can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday than at South by Southwest in Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. The second one, and we've hit this before, as we come back and offices open up, like the thing that I'm trying to focus on the most is that we don't slide backwards. Like we've had this grand experiment that's been painful, a lot of lives lost. Let's not let this learning experience go to waste. We can do things faster. Marketing can be more relevant in our organizations. We can do things faster with less money and be more impactful. And it's communities like this that we need to take better advantage of, sharing ideas in order for us to not slip back. In the advertising model, for example, I think stems back into the early 1900s. Right, the whole model of agencies stems back, more than 100 years, and we're still doing it. Like what? Like let's change that. I think collectively we can.
That's awesome. Do we have time for a question? No, we're out of time. All right. Well, thank you all. Thanks for having us, John. Thanks so much for sharing your wisdom.
Nice work, you guys. Awesome. Oh, thanks.
We seriously
Amazing job.
we seriously had to follow, like, the panel we followed was like
Thanks so much to John. Thank you. Please feel free to chase Darby down because he has an open invitation. All right. Me and Ariel, we're the content media over here at Innovators. We'll take it over for the rest of the afternoon. Can't wait. So this, let's who's next up, Pearl. We have Sarah Ford, Senior Vice President of Marketing for International, and moderated by Peter Sir, Head of Local Sales at Premium. And they will be talking about how the last 2 years have changed. Welcome.
Test, check. Everyone can hear us? Okay. Real quick, she was on fire earlier, right? Is that panel now off?
Yeah.
So please forgive me for the language, but fuck, I gotta compete with them. Okay, so I know I have to follow them, but real quick, thanks to Brandon Bears for putting this event together. We're having a blast, great turnout. For those of us that had a little bit of social anxiety coming to an in-person event, turned it up real quick, right? Yesterday, I think we were pretty done with that. So I'm Peter Jones. I'm with Premium. We're just a CTV, streaming TV administration platform. I had a great time talking to Sarah about her experience with NGM, all the way from Rhode Island to Las Vegas. She has an incredible story. So real quick, why don't we just learn a little bit about your background before we kind of jump into it?
So, 1983. I'm Senior Vice President of MGM Resorts Marketing. Thank you all for sharing your time with me today, which is here. I've been with MGM for 14 years in total, on and off. I took a little break and dabbled in some other hospitality, but came back. And it's just, for those that don't know MGM, we operate 29 resort casinos all over the US and in China. And we were just last year awarded the opportunity to open a resort in Japan. And so we are growing, and it's a really incredible, it's an incredible company to be a part of. And it's just exciting to be, for us that live in the live experiences space. It's just really exciting to see what's happening right now.
And how about the style with the speakers? I gotta take some notes. Awesome. All right, so how we're gonna start this off is we're gonna do a little bit of rapid fire. Okay, so I'm gonna ask her a bunch of questions just so we can kind of get to know her a little better. So I think it'll be fun before we kind of dive into the content. All right. So Sarah, what are you most excited about this year?
I'm excited for normalized 12-month P&L.
No, you can do better than that. You do better than that.
I'm really excited for what's happening with the entertainment industry, what's happening really, really fast, the digitization of the entertainment industry. I'm really excited to see what the incredible people that I am fortunate enough to be does with all of that.
Awesome.
Actually, no, we're at 9 minutes now. We're quarter of the way through here.
Awesome. All right. What have you been watching now?
I just wrapped up Ozark, first half.
Who likes Ozarks?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just wrapped it up.
What's next?
Don't judge me, but I think we're to build a beach.
What?
Build a beach.
Yes.
Downton. Yeah.
One person.
One person.
Okay, we got a couple. Okay. I will throw myself under the bus. I have a beautiful wife and daughters. It's 90 Day Fiance. Anybody need 90 Day Fiance in here? Okay.
Any Love is Blind?
Yeah. Okay. All right. There we go.
Trash. Beautiful trash.
Beautiful trash. Absolutely. What's your favorite drink?
A bourbon drinker.
Oh, she knows her bourbon. Old fashioned?
Old fashioned or neat, depends on how that day went.
What kind of bourbon?
My favorite kind of regular drinking bourbon is Jefferson Ocean.
Bartender, do we have Jefferson Ocean over there? What kind of bourbon do we have?
I won't say no.
What's a good burger? Do you want old fashioned? Do you want meat? Can we do 2 meats? Yeah. I don't know why anyone else up here has not taken advantage of that. So two meats. Absolutely, 2 meats. All right. Next one. Facebook or Instagram? Instagram. TikTok.
Only for work.
Only for work. All right. And besides brand engagement, what else did you look forward to being in Austin?
South by. So was able to attend some of the incredible sessions. We didn't attend the keynote with Alexis Johnson and Busy Phillip.
Good event. Good event. Anyone else see it? Couple people.
Important stuff happening
Awesome.
here.
How about that? Some service. Some cheers. It is after 1 o'clock, so if anyone else wants to cheers.
Someone tip in.
We'll do it after our session. Okay. All right. So now we'll get into it. So you have a great hospitality brand. The world's most well known. So what's the focus? What's your mission for MGM before we kind of dive into the last couple of years?
So at MGM Resorts, we believe our kind of foundation is that entertainment is a fundamental human need. So we truly believe entertainment is as critical to your life as food, water, shelter, clothing. And so everything we do is kind of boldly declaring that you need entertainment in your life. And entertainment comes in many different forms. Entertainment may be, a live show, maybe gaming, maybe an incredible meal. That's my form of entertainment. Many of other things, but at the end of the day, we offer the breadth and scale of all of those experiences that enrich your life.
And I think a lot of us here, obviously, we're in Austin running great events. I mean, we can all agree that entertainment obviously is a necessity, correct? Just give me some head nods, give me some high fives. Thank you. Okay, so now the travel and tourism industry, the entertainment industry, the last 2 years, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of pent-up demand. Sidebar, I do live in Florida, so we've been open for about 1.5 years. But the rest of the country, I feel like they've been through a lot the last 2.5 years, 2 years. So how do you see the markets opening up, regionally, with all the different properties? So what's going to be like you're coming out of your open messaging?
So we were decimated, as you can imagine. So every single one of our resorts closed its doors literally overnight, and some of our resorts don't have locks. Literally, we had to figure out how to lock the doors because we're a 24/7 business. Our resorts were built to never close. But what I will say is, once we reopened June 2nd, 2020, the day, I think what was incredibly validated for all of us was that positioning, was that entertainment is a fundamental human need. And so we didn't need to lure our customers back, our core customers. They came back in droves. We had, since any of our earnings call, which I'm sure you all have, we had record quarters last year. Our business is absolutely booming because, again, back to that, the goal that live experience is.
Absolutely. So, who in the room has been to Vegas or an MGM property in the last? Oh wow.
I hope so to my team in the back.
Yes, the MGM team definitely. But last 3 months, show of hands. About 6 months. Awesome. We have I was actually at a conference in the Lodge, MGM property in October, and no one was concerned about any pandemic. I can tell you that was for sure. So
okay, well, let's put in a little bit of context because you're from Florida. One of the things
we are in Texas, just so you know.
One of the things I think we're most proud of, though, is we took protocols, we took health and safety, we took health and safety of our customers so incredibly serious. And to this day, many of those practices that we put in place when we reopened in June 2020, granted, much of the plexiglass is down. It's not all down. Much of the social distancing on the floors and in our public spaces is, might have tightened a little bit, but didn't tighten fully. Even though our customers came back, we opened our doors, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like Vegas is open. The health and safety of our customers is still now a foundation for many of our customers, right? So maybe this is something that we took for granted previously, is so many of those practices will live on for the foreseeable future.
Great to hear, great to hear. So what are some of the initiatives, whether it's marketing or branding, that you're focusing on now, coming out of the pandemic? We're open, travel's open, obviously several hundred people here that are at this event. So what are you guys focused on now?
A couple of things. So I'll start kind of big picture. I think as many companies did during the pandemic, is we, when our doors were closed, we literally had an opportunity to take a step back and say, how are we doing business? How are we reaching out to our customers? How are we targeting our customers? So we completely overhauled like how we look at customer centricity in the company, or lack thereof, quite honestly. And so now we're very much on this journey of customer centricity. I know it's like a last couple of days.
I haven't heard any buzzwords here in the last 2 days.
But for us, it's completely reshaping how we do our business. And so from everything to how we target guests, how we tag them, how we follow them, how we service them once they get on property, we've been integrated. And I think we've taken for granted the fact that like the experiences we give people want to experience them. They come to them like it's kind of this goodness if we build it mentality. So customer centricity is a major focus area for us. Shameless plug with that comes our new rewards program, which is launched February 2nd. So if you haven't signed up, please do. But as a part of that, really deep diving into how we look at customer value and the value that we're providing for our loyalty program, which alienated a lot of customers. It was really built for our coordinating customer, but all of that has changed. It's very inclusive of the non-name. So I'm really excited about what that will do for customers.
And parking one more time, because that's you rebranded. It was in life, but now.
Correct. Now he's MGM Rewards.
So
makes sense, right?
Everyone's on MGM Rewards, right? Okay, so kind of we're talking about some of the trends. So what do you see impacting your business? Obviously, with the sports betting being legalized in 13, 14 states, or more than that now. So what are some of the other trends that are impacting the business?
Sure. Well, obviously, sports betting it's a huge part of the MGM business model with our JV Bet MGM, also another app, but also, so again, just customer centricity and how we're creating more value for our customers for our loyalty program, but then also social impact and sustainability is a huge focus for us this year in terms of how we engage customers around it. So MGM Resorts, foundationally, if you think about a lot of the markets in which we operate, we're the largest employer, we're the largest employer in Nevada, we're the largest taxpayer in Nevada, so we have this real obligation to ensure the communities in which we operate are better than what we need them. But so how we drive the community, how we make it more prosperous, and what we're doing from an environmental sustainability standpoint, it's a core pillar of who we are. And we've done for many years where we've learned a lot of spaces, specifically around environmental sustainability, whether it's our numerous LEED certifications across many of our resorts, or last year we actually flipped the switch on 100 megawatt mega solar, it's the largest solar array, directly sourced solar array, directly sourced solar array in the hospitality industry. All that to say, it's something we've done, and years ago we just did it because it was the right thing to do, and we wanted to be a more sustainable company. Fast forward though, now how do we engage our customers? It's a different world. We know that purpose drives value behavior. So we're on kind of this journey this year to engage our customers around it appropriately. We've actually partnered with an organization called Sustainable Brands. Everybody's worked with them, but they're an incredible network of systems and tools to help you unlock that value as part of your brand based on what you're doing to make company and communities more sustainable.
Incredible effort. So as you're making your shift, you're talking, and then you're obviously going after the customers that are shifting to innovation. Like what are your key marketing channels in order to grab those different audiences?
I mean, all channels are key marketing channels for us. It just depends on where you are. journey. But one of the things, because we haven't been very customer-centric historically, we've been hyper-focused on conversion. And so for us, it was all about like pumping a ton of effort and dollars into the bottom of the funnel. Surprised that doesn't work for a long time. So now it's really how are we approaching that full funnel approach, and how are we getting much more sophisticated with our audience building and our targeting, and again, creating deep, real trust.
And so a lot of brands are having, attribution is probably one of the biggest things that we, heard about in the last, couple of years. So what are the challenges or what are the opportunities that you see when you're measuring your different marketing efforts, different marketing channels?
Our biggest challenge is tech. Quite honestly, we're kind of rebuilding not rebuilding our tech stack, but like better optimizing our tech stack and rebuilding how we look at analytics and activity, and framework for how we measure these key channels. We're not there yet, but in order to kind of drive that key value for how we use media and how we target appropriately, we're kind of rebuilding everything. It's a bit, if you haven't just a bit of a transformation here. So really excited about what's to come this year.
Awesome. So who here has attribution challenges with their business or with their brand? I should see every damn hand go up. Okay.
Who knows what attribution challenges means?
How do you measure it? How do you measure all your marketing efforts? I'll give you a quick insight. So everyone, who has an iPhone in here? Okay, a lot of us, right? Everyone remembers what happened last year with the iOS 14.5 update, right? How many people in this room, just by a show of hands, how many people in this room, by a show of hands, is hitting allow when it's asking you, do you allow the app to track you across other apps? 2 people, 3 people.
One of them's on my team.
And that's on our team. And we're marketers. And we're marketers. And so do you think consumers are hitting allow? So now as consumers, we're so aware of our own data and the privacy behind that we're not volunteering that information. So attribution is going to continue to be a struggle with all our brands, all our marketers. This might be a little bit of a shock, but I'm kind of double clicking on this, but if you have any type of location attribution, if you're trying to measure device IDs for every single tablet or phone that you have, you're looking at about a 10 to 20% match rate of capturing that device ID. So this is an industry-wide issue that we're trying. I don't know how we're going to solve for it because consumers are not going to opt in anymore. So it's going to be definitely more of a directional type of KPI. So it's going to impact the industry. Sorry, I'm going on. Go ahead.
No, it's great. I'm going to add to it. I think it's easy when you talk about attribution modeling. It's easy to go to the tech, right? I went to the tech. We need to fix the tech, but I think it's also about how are you approaching content development and branded content specifically. As I said, we maybe in our history at MGM took some things for granted. For those of you that have been to Bellagio, like you can recall, or those that haven't, you can imagine what it feels like to stand in the lobby of Bellagio. We're very lucky. That emotion is not hard for us to create some incredible content around, whether it's with a creator or with a publisher or just organically ourselves. And so again, I think we took that for granted. So simultaneously, we're deeply taking a step back and looking at how we develop content that is portraying that emotion, because regardless of the fix of the tech, the only way you're going to get around the first party data issues is by creating that relationship. Someone said in a panel yesterday, the love follows the trust, buying behavior follows the trust of your brand. And so we got to look at it also in creating branded content.
Absolutely. So we have about 4 minutes left. So real quick, being in this streaming space, what kind of, how does streaming TV kind of fit your marketing strategy?
I think over 1.1 billion subscriptions to streaming channels last year in 2021. So I think streaming has to be a part of all of our marketing strategies. Our customers are on streaming, they're watching streaming. And one of the things we say often at IGN is like our competitive set is not Win, it's not Caesars, it's not the other resort companies that you would instinctually think of. It's whoever is potentially taking your discretionary time or dollars. So on a Friday night, I'm not competing, I'm not thinking like, are you gonna come to my resort or are you gonna go to Win? No, I'm thinking you're gonna stay home and binge watch and we're gonna take out, you're gonna watch Netflix. Like, how do I get you out of your house? And so for us, like streaming is just, it's a great tool for us, that mass reach, that mass awareness, but really driving home again through the content, the emotion of why your free time is streaming with us.
Okay, so real quick, so we get maybe a question or two in. Your key priorities for 2022 is it talent, retention, development programs? Touch on that real quick, and we'll dive into questions.
It's hands down my team. It's, you know, I think actually from State Farm, you said this morning, yeah. I appreciate that you dressed in your brand colors too. I noticed that. This morning, like our doors closed, but our team never stopped. Never stopped. Marketing never turned off. We have literally been grinding for over 2 years. And so right now, honestly, the only thing I really care about is how is my team set up for success? Do they have the tools? Do they have the time? Are they taking this moment away to like, you know, take care of themselves? And so I'm just really focused on this year getting my team. There's a lot of exciting stuff coming up. You know, talk about Web3 and teams, members. But just getting it ready. So right now my number one priority is getting the team set up for success, making sure they have the tools and the excitement and the training to do it.
Well, awesome. Well, Sarah's also killing it over at MGM. If you saw the panel earlier, she crushed it. So I think we've got about 1 or maybe 2 minutes for questions. It is not working.
All right.
Hi, Saul. Also, just want to give a plug for the MGM Rewards program because I'm going on vacation next month with my family. My wife said there were much better deals having MGM Rewards memberships. Anyway, but my question is, my question is, as things have changed, and it's great that people are traveling again and all this kind of demand, people's consumption habits changed over the last 2 years as well. And what changes did you do in different platforms you might be using? And I'll leave the witness because I'm on a podcast side, like do more in audio or something like that.
You know what? I think we've grown to be more broad across all of the channels. We've always been in audio. We've always kept in audio. And so I think now we're just being much more diverse across audio channels. But again, it's just based on the time and what we're trying to do, right? Like during the pandemic, it was just about delivering kind of content that keeps you engaged and that excites you and you know, delivers that visceral experience that, you know, MGM is known for, which is hard for, you know, content and not live experiences. But right now, I would say nothing's really changed except for like volume and reach and our reapproach to the phone. And so if anything, we're just being much more sophisticated about all of our channels because everyone's kind of at a different part of their journey and not everyone is come back. Right? Like different segments came back strong and not everyone has yet. So how we, those that maybe aren't comfortable yet to come to Vegas, like how do we still continue to keep them engaged and keep that customer alive?
There's a lot of pent up energy to get back out there and go travel and travel. Curious to know how you're watching the gas prices and what's happening there and how you can forecast that and make
Yeah, we're as you can imagine, we're 60% driving market in Vegas, from LA, Arizona, so we're absolutely keeping an eye on this. I will tell you, we haven't seen implications. I mean, some more impressive implications just yet, but we're preparing for it. We're modeling it out and what that means. But it's something, you know, I think if anything, the last 2 years has taught us all to just be incredibly resilient, and the playbook is now built on how to handle crisis at scale. And so we're much more thoughtful about looking forward and building our models and understanding if X happens, this happens, and what is contingency plan A, B, and C. We're not seeing it yet. We're keeping a close eye on it in our regional markets too. People come to Vegas 2.5 times a year on average. People go to our, you know, visit our regional properties sometimes 40 to 50
And so,
I just plan on winning my money back from gas. So simple as that. I wouldn't give you this in the time.
All right. Well, thank you so much. For our sizzle reel, so welcome.
Hello. I need everybody to pretend that this is the first thing in the morning, the first thing at South by, and we're just getting started, all right? So
thank you so
put on
much.
your imagination caps for a second. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Brand Innovators 2022 Austin here. We are thrilled to be back. This is my personal favorite event. It's our biggest activation ever. We have 4 days of content. We are running 2 stages. We have 10 private leadership roundtables. It is nonstop action here. We are so excited to be back with the marketing community during South by Southwest. It's just the most fun event ever. We have amazing speakers all weekend long, from Audi, from MetLife, from Bloomberg, from AT&T, from Pizza Hut, from Twitter, from a million brands that you're going to love to hear from and learn from. There's, I think we have over 100 speakers participating, almost 80 sponsors supporting this week's activity. Thank you again to the team, everybody behind the scenes who worked really hard to put this together. And of course, thank you to our wonderful community of industry leaders, of all sorts of amazing marketing industry executives who come out here and support us and participate with us every year at South by Southwest. So we are so happy to be back in person, seeing everyone's beautiful faces. I hope you enjoy the rest of the programming. So once again, also, and now I will hand it back over to Ariel and Pearl to take you through the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, David. Love the energy. All right. Next session of the day, we have 2 amazing brands, Roku and Best Buy. So please welcome Sophia Manelli, the Senior Manager of Marketing and Brand Strategy at Best Buy.
Hi, everyone. We also contemplated the cocktail on stage, but we decided to wait until after. Right after. Our order's already in and everything. First, thanks so much for having us. As the host said, I'm Christina Pappas-Walker. I lead ad sales and strategy for the Roku channel. If you haven't streamed on the Roku channel yet, we are about 5 years old. One of the largest ad-supported apps on Roku's platform. We started last year with original content with the acquisition of Cody's Library, and are excited to announce that we are continuing down the original content path, committed to over 50 net new shows over the next 2 years. I'm really excited to welcome Sophia on stage with me to talk about one of those net new shows we're bringing in the back half of this year, Idea House. But first, it would be, well, actually, just to start on the Roku note, let's start with what you're currently streaming.
Yes, so I just finished up Inventing Anna, which was fascinating. Read the book as well, and then started Genius, the Kanye West documentary, which is also fascinating. And there's always some form of Housewives, Bravos for me. So right now it's real halfway with Miami. Bravo fans, yeah, it's always a good Bravo fan, that's for sure. So tell us a little bit about your experience and how long you've been at Best Buy and your career journey that brought you there. Yeah, definitely. So I've been at Best Buy just under 7 years, and prior to Best Buy, I was always in the ad agency side. I swore I would never go to the dark side. Gonna stay in ad agency life forever. And really thought that going to the client side would be boring and slow, and all of these things here on that side. And when the opportunity came to join Best Buy, I was really hesitant at first. The company was, not really perceived as top of their game at that time. But as soon as I stepped inside the door and really felt the energy and the changing trajectory of the company, turning the business around and committed to bringing customers what they want and succeeding, in that changing landscape. I knew because I had to be, I wanted to be a part of that journey, that story. And so My first role was within creative services. I was able to work on every paid advertising campaign that came through Best Buy. I was the liaison with our ad agency to really help bring them to life. And then when we stood up a brand strategy marketing team, I joined that team. And in this role, I'm really one of the few teams that is able to focus on an overarching Best Buy brand. So I'm not beholden to a specific product category, a specific promotional period, or seasonality. It's really what does Best Buy stand for year round, regardless of what you're shopping for. How do we really connect with customers beyond that transaction and create that meaningful relationship to make sure that they're coming to us for all of their tech needs, regardless of finding their supply.
That's awesome. And obviously, retail is a highly competitive category. You mentioned a couple things, and so did Anna and John in a few sessions back. But how does Best Buy think about standing out? And obviously, how has that changed over the last few years, where retail has had to really rethink a lot of what they had been doing historically?
Yeah, definitely. So we're very focused on leaning into what makes Best Buy making Best Buy, which none of our competitors can really deliver on, and that is the omnichannel shopping experience that you can get at Best Buy. There's no other place you can go and really see, feel, experience, touch, hear the technology at the same level you can at Best Buy. Walk the aisle, get inspired, and discover new things. And you can also, transition to shopping to our app and then picking up curbside within an hour. There's no one else that delivers that same variety of technology. You can get that quickly. We've also stood up a new capability called our virtual experience, where you can connect one-on-one, almost like a FaceTime experience with a booster expert or there are experts in various categories, and they will walk you through product demos, recommendations, how to use the product to its full capability, etc. So that's really big for going into. And then the second part of that story is really our experts. So the research that we have in the store and now in our virtual store, the home experts that will come into your space, create that personalized technology solution that works best for you, and then just kind of an off-the-shelf solution. And then obviously our Geek Squad agents that we can all work together, install it, make sure that it's running to its full potential. And then as John and Anna mentioned, the total tech membership that really make sure that we're taking care of you and your technology throughout your whole journey, from the inspiration through, making sure that you're able to keep that technology running at its best with everyone in the family. So really what makes us uniquely Best Buy that no one else can figure out.
That's awesome. And can you tell us a little bit about how we think about audiences? Obviously, there's a ton changing in the media ecosystem where people are experiencing media differently than they have in the past. How do you guys think about audience, and how is that evolving?
Yeah, definitely. So we really look at our audience more from a psychographic perspective than a demographics. Everybody needs technology, especially over the last 2 years. We know technology is what kept our lives going when we were stuck in our homes. But what's different about people is where they are in the technology curve. Are they early adopters? Are they mainstream? Are they tech minimalists? And also how they want to purchase that technology and the amount of help they want throughout the process. So we really focus on the people that are leading kind of that technology curve, that are inspiration to those around them, and how they want the type of help and experience that they expect from Best Buy. And then we look to where are they consuming media. So that is changing quickly, as you said, and our audience is definitely over-indexing in a lot of the emerging platforms, especially connected to streaming TV. Even those that aren't cutting the cord, they're at least adding supplemental streaming services into their media mix that they're consuming, as well as all the social media channels, streaming audio. So really following our customer where they're going and doing it in authentic and relevant ways.
Yeah, that's really well said. I think meeting people in their journey throughout, the ways that they experience media, content, and every way that they're eventually getting to the store is super, super important. I think we have a sizzle just to dial in on the Idea House show. Can we just watch a sizzle and then we'll talk a little bit about our partnership there. If there's no audio, maybe I'll just sing along to it.
another something. I'm Jared.
And I'm Amber.
This old house, Mountain Modern. Modern is my favorite stuff.
We're in the Rockies, Monster Cast House. It's our homeland style. Modern place.
New stuff. Mountain Modern. Need to be construction.
Maybe we can give a synopsis.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you guys can talk about there. I think that as this also mentioned,
As this also mentioned, another acquisition that we made earlier in 2021 was this old house, and they come with a ton of experience producing really great entertainment in the lifestyle space. It's no surprise thinking about one of the things that's changed dramatically over the last 2 years is how much people are investing in their home and how much lifestyle content has actually grown substantially. We see lifestyle content on the Roku channel specifically has nearly doubled since pre-pandemic time. So building on that with this old house has been amazing. The show is about two designers and builders that are based in the Denver area. They're really taking sort of the impact, sustainability, and all the important things that people have come to love about Denver. And we're really excited to weave Best Buy's brand throughout the show. I think I'd love to talk a little bit about how you guys, it's not branded content, it's very much entertainment content. And what we've talked about is that line between editorial and branded content. How do you guys think about that, and why was this such an exciting opportunity to take advantage of that way? Yeah, so I've been on the content journey for Best Buy for almost 4 years, and what we identified is that customers or audiences really do want to see content from Best Buy, but we just had to build the authenticity and the credibility and the eyeballs, and so what we did was a three-pronged approach. On one side, we had Best Buy created and distributed content. In the middle, we had co-creation, where we would partner with other media brands, and we would use our expertise, our access to a lot of the cutting edge brands, the LG, the Samsung, etc., and co-create that content, use their storytellers and their platforms to distribute it. And then the third pillar is really this content integration and sponsorship, where we integrate our brand as a meaningful character, a meaningful role within these shows in a way, again, that no one else can. So you can't insert our competitor's name here. They couldn't play that same role within this content, and that's when it really becomes something more exponentially more meaningful to audiences, ourselves, and the media partners. Yeah, we actually, again, this show is not on the Roku platform yet, but one of the characters in the show is Kyle, who is a Best Buy, expert, and he leads the homeowners through their home security setup, the virtual store, talking about total tech. So really ingraining that person into the show has been super exciting to see. Anything to add on our excitement there? Yeah, definitely. So that's exactly what we look to do, is this authentic role for our brand to be a part of this content. And as Katrina mentioned, Kyle's really sitting down with the builders, with the designers, and the homeowners to create these custom tech solutions to really make this home all that it can be. And so he's playing the expert, he's also bringing these really innovative solutions to the table, so that our viewers can also be inspired by all of the things that technology can do in their space. And we're not doing it through ads, and we hope we're not doing it in an overly commercialized way, but really meaningful and authentic way.
I've definitely learned a lot about the types of products that Best Buy has. You guys will be very excited to see it yourselves. It's obviously a lot of work. Our teams are on calls every single week, going through the details of the integrations, making sure that it stays within Best Buy's voice, but also is going to be super entertaining to our streamers. Could you, give some advice to people who are doing one of these big custom programs for the first time? What would you tell them in preparing for that?
Definitely be patient. It won't all be figured out at the beginning, especially if it's something that's meaningful and not off the shelf. Be willing to take those risks, trust in the process, speak up when you feel like something's going off the rails, but also give teams the space to, infuse their creativity and the authenticity that your media partner is bringing to the table. And yeah, you are signing up for a lot of work if you want to do it in a meaningful way. So have a support team around you that can pick up the various pieces. So it's definitely not a one person job. Obviously, from today, we've learned a lot of the cool, innovative things that Best Buy is doing in the space. Are there other brands that you look at in the space that are doing equally, innovative things that you have your eye on? It's a great question. From a content perspective, what I've really been amazed with that I haven't in the past is actually Amazon. And again, this is back to my Bravo fandom. They're using a lot of the Bravo stars to do live shopping events for products that I would never consider Amazon for, like fashion and home goods and makeup and things like that. And so again, it's a very natural extension of the content of what we know those celebrities to be, and then bringing it into your fashion and doing it deliberately and continuously, and almost like they're wearing you down until you believe it, that you can go there for those things. One brand that's always been doing it is Legos. I was just thinking of, they had multiple movies, the song is stuck in your head if you have kids. But then they've also done great crowdsourcing and looking to their fans to give them inspiration and ideas for what are the next Lego sets that they will be releasing. So I think this winter they did the Home Alone house, the Seinfeld looking through other things, and the amount of crazy fandom that comes with that. The amount of people are willing to pay for those things is really remarkable for them to today's Legos. But people will follow you.
Totally. I think we're out of time, right?
So we were having tech issues. Would you still like to play the video?
Sure.
All right, let's play it.
Roll. We're still having tech issues.
Is the volume working?
There's a way to build smarter. Get up there. We follow Amber and Jared from exquisite design beat tech. High performance house units. You know the first question.
We joke about this at the beginning. So now, guys, when we are starting that process, we're like, people.
It's a tough job living and working.
You learn how many hours I can work a week without losing my mind. And before that, I'd be losing my mind. All right, thank you so much.
And go watch the show. I think we're hoping in this audience helps bring up those viewership numbers. But yeah, so thank you so much for the partnership and being here with us today. And thanks to Brand Innovators for hosting us.
Thank you. Another exciting session today. Please welcome Allison Griffin, the head of marketing at State Farm. Moderated by Lindsay Danek, the Vice President and Sales at IAS. Welcome.
I know.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Bearing with us as we get settled. I have a friend who's a singer, and she told me, put the microphone super close to your mouth. So I'm doing it.
Like you're eating it.
Exactly.
Hey everyone, thanks so much to Brand Innovators. Are we excited to be in Austin and be together? I mean, really. I know it's 2:00 in the afternoon and some of you were out late last night. So whether you got to get your coffee or not an espresso martini, the bartenders, no, stick with like a Jefferson Wells like Sarah and Peter, or neat like Sarah and Peter were talking about. But grab your drinks, come on in. We're excited to talk today. I'm Lindsay Danek with Integral Ad Science, or IAS. We are the global leader in media quality, and we help brands like State Farm make sure that their digital ads are seen by real people in brand safe environments. But I'm so excited to be here with Allison Griffin from State Farm, who is, and we're going to be talking today about context and relevancy. Now, I know that contextual alignment isn't necessarily a new concept, but at the same time, in this ever-changing digital world we live in, what are some new ways that we can really create consumer connections and drive relevancy using context? So I will say that Allison and the State Farm team has been doing just some incredible things, revolutionizing how we think about this and really pushing the limits in terms of innovating, even with a 100-year-old brand. So excited to talk to you. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you are and what you do.
Thank you so much. So I'm leading the marketing department at State Farm. I feel very blessed and fortunate to work in such a wonderful brand. I am fairly new to the company though, and have spent 27 years in the technology space, Intel and Hewlett Packard. So super interesting for me from a career perspective to think about marketing in that innovation, fast-paced technology, change, go, fail, do something else, hurry up, competitors everywhere, you know, crazy. And then to come into a completely different category that is looking forward to the next 100 years. So for me, super exciting to be able to walk into a team that has done an amazing job with its awareness. I'm pretty sure everybody knows State Farm, like a good neighbor. State Farm is there. And Jake from State Farm, we can talk about him a little bit later. He usually comes up in the Q&A section. It's funny, he was here in Austin actually this week, and would have been fun if we brought him up on stage. I think he's left already though. We had him working hard this week. But from our perspective, we're super excited about pushing the boundaries and using the platforms that we've been in, live sports, for example, where we went deep, and thinking about all the assets that we have at our disposal as a brand and making meaningful connections with customers or potential customers. So I think we'll probably get into some of that, but that's sort of what we're thinking about at State Farm right now.
Absolutely. And I think, just going to the topic here too, what does contextual relevancy mean to you from a brand perspective?
So we are looking at that in a couple of ways. So contextual relevance at the surface level, and something that the State Farm team has been doing for a really long time, is when you think about live sports. Our brand is synonymous. I mean, you can't watch a live sporting event, baseball, basketball, football, without seeing State Farm branding in stadiums. We have 2 stadiums, as well as the commercials that we do. But from a contextual perspective, the team learned early on that by using spokespeople relevant to the sport you're in and showing those commercials contextually relevant in the season, was helping our brand memorability, our relevancy, and overall, obviously, helping us get better use of the assets and the media buy that we were having. So we're really, really thinking about when we're in gaming, working with gamers, when we're in football, working with quarterbacks, etc. And we will continue to think that way in the few spots, the passion plays, we call it, the passion points of our customers, when we're making big investments in those ways. The other thing, a different side of contextual, is serving up content that is contextually relevant to the person in their search online. So if you're searching for, you're on Pinterest and you're looking about building a new baby room, like you're sort of building boards around a baby room. It's like, oh, I wonder if that's a life trigger for life insurance type conversation, for example, things like that. So creating little bits of content around the web that pop up relevant in a way that matches what the person is doing. Those are the kinds of things that we're thinking about. A lot of brands are, but that's a little bit new for us. And that's something that is kind of our next horizon. So and then the third and final contextual piece I'll say, and then we can dig in or move on, is Jake from State Farm himself. And in our general market work, so we've got NBA and NFL, but we have general market, and Jake is by himself in those, not with a quarterback or a basketball player, for example. And creating, helping him be relevant and delivering a message around the key insights. Currently, it's surprisingly great rates that fit my budget. So overcoming the question of, can I really afford State Farm? And the line of not giving up what you love. The idea that you don't have to give up what you love in order to in order to have wonderful insurance and great coverage that's right for you. I didn't mean that to be a commercial here. I just meant that really trying to be relevant to the people that we're talking to and overcoming those objections or what they think might be an objection.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. I mean, I was going to ask you how context fits into the strategy, but that's exactly it, right?
Yeah.
And really, let's go back to thinking about, you mentioned gaming. And I'm just wondering a little bit more if you can tell us about how you're thinking about meeting consumers in the mindset and in the right mindset using different platforms.
So gaming is an interesting one. We, any marketer is looking at capturing current demand and generating future demand. We're all doing that. And what we want to do is get those younger, under 40 customers and even younger, let's say under 30, and start getting in their mindset. I have 2 college-age boys, and I like to say, they're not off the payroll yet, but soon. When they are, I would like them to already have known State Farm, and when they have to make an insurance decision for themselves, for example, I want those younger folks to already have a good association and know who we are and know that we're an option for them. And so we're trying to now show up in gaming, for example, which is your question. And we're thinking about Jake from State Farm. He resonates really well with men, women, old, young, I don't know, that asset works very well for us. And we're making it work very hard. But from a gaming perspective, he was, and this is from an insurance company, the first non-playable character in a game, NBA 2K. And that it wasn't just that a gaming brand did that. An insurance brand did that. So unexpected, but because we have an interesting asset that's slightly human, but also brand spokesperson, and thinking very creatively and pushing the boundaries of, let's show up in that game. My team was just telling me, that we sell merch, not State Farm sells merch. It's whatever the coins in the game or whatever. We're not making money selling merch in a video game, but people are buying khakis and a red shirt and wearing it around NBA 2K because they interacted with Jake in the game and then went into the neighborhood goods store and bought an outfit. I'm thinking to myself, what? Wow. So, testing and learning and getting our asset in there, being in a game and making a connection and making sure our brand sort of proliferates in the game was something that the team was going for, and it seems to be working.
I have to say it is working because when I told my kids at the dinner table that I was coming and I'm going to be talking to Allison from State Farm, my 10-year-old son, who doesn't watch TV except for my sport, but he says to me, he's like, "Oh, Jake from State Farm, I love Jake. He's awesome. He's my favorite new thing in NBA 2K." And I was like, "What? Really?" Yeah. But then this is even funnier. My 7-year-old little boy said, "Oh, I like Patrick Mahomes in sneakers." And I was like, for these two to have the brand resonate and for them to be able to actually switch from one campaign to the next and what's working for them is pretty fascinating and definitely shows the deep roots of the brand and how you're resonating in the market.
I have to say that the team, they had a brief for Super Bowl for 2021, and the brief to the agency was make Jake famous. And the Drake from State Farm Super Bowl ad, we believe, was a very big step toward that. That then, we're like, we've never been in a Super Bowl ad before. And we thought if we can use that platform and the eyeballs for the Super Bowl and make Jake famous, and we make that investment as an insurance brand, then that asset will work 10 times harder for us the next 25 times we use it. And that's how we're seeing it play out. So it was the foresight of make a big splash, put the money and the effort and the energy behind it, and let's see if this can really work dividends, and it has.
Well, and that's interesting too, because, going from an old campaign, and what your strategy is for transitioning to the new, it's fascinating to hear that. And I'd love to hear
Jake, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we started out, Jake from State Farm, the original character, is still a real employee at our company. So when, what are you wearing? Midnight call. That was a real State Farm employee that we used. And so when we realized that we had some equity built up with Jake from State Farm and that we wanted to lean into it and use it more, we realized, well, the guy, he's a great guy and he's lovely, awesome, but he's not an actor. And where we wanted to stretch and move and pull and change, and the range we thought of needing in the future required an actor. And so that was the impetus to then say, okay, how do we evolve from the original, which was and is still seen on YouTube, has, I don't even know how many views, people like it. But then to create this new embodiment of our brand, and it's that neighborness. And it was really important to us. It wasn't about the physical look of the actor. It was about who are we? And is there a personality that can be a living, breathing representation of what we stand for? And that's what we decided to create with this now current Jake from State Farm.
Well, and I have to throw this out here. This wasn't a question, but I heard it when Patty was talking on her panel earlier today, that there was just some viral situation that happened with Jake like last night.
No, it wasn't last night. So the All-Star weekend, Jake walked in. We helped him a little bit with that. He was dressed in a fabulous, as the NBA players all are, very fashion forward crew, and he had this fabulous jacket on and was sitting courtside at the All-Star game. But totally separate from that, like on his own, Kevin, the actor, walking by, a guy, just a person who had, how many followers did the person originally have? 300 followers. And he had a TikTok, and he's like, hey, it's Jake from State Farm. And Jake walks by and says, like a good neighbor, and the guy doesn't say anything. And Jake says, say it. And the guy says, State Farm is there. And that clip of that TikTok it's now 8 million views, 9 million views. The guy had 300 followers and he's got, I don't even know how many now. And it was from that one clip. So I guess the asset is doing something right.
I would say so. I want to talk a little bit though, just like, as you mentioned, TikTok.
Yes.
And thinking about evolving platforms, whether it be CTV or social, how does that fit into your strategy?
So we did not do a Super Bowl ad this year, despite the fact that it was extremely beneficial to us in 2021. And instead, we decided that we wanted to have an engagement period through the playoffs to the Super Bowl, because at the time we had both of our quarterbacks who could have maybe both made it. Anyway, and so Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes were both doing very well going into the playoffs. And so we thought, hey, let's engage fans. Let's do something more than just a one-day Super Bowl commercial moment. And the team thought about TikTok as well. So, and we hadn't played on TikTok. And what we did was we created a Jake from State Farm TikTok account. He had some small amount of followers. And then we did a TikTok challenge from Jake, and somebody could win a spot in our commercial or NFL spots the next year. And somebody has now won that duet challenge. And so we were like, get the young folks, how do we get on TikTok? Don't want to do a Super Bowl ad this year, want to have a longer period of engagement. And all of those factors then culminated in this duet and this contest. And Jake now, we haven't spent one penny on media on TikTok, not one penny. and he's got over 300,000 followers in just like 2 months and growing almost every day.
That's great. And just so you know, there are brand safe options on TikTok. Little plug there.
Right, and that's a big one for us.
But I do think it's interesting too to just take it back to context and innovation with context. Can you talk to us a little bit about Football Fund? Because this is such an interesting initiative.
So you can take the girl out of Silicon Valley, but you can't take the Silicon Valley native out of the girl. And I was looking at innovative campaigns, did a whole bunch of them at HP and Intel, of course. And when I got into State Farm, there's this one idea that I had, and I'm like, when am I dropping that one on them? Gotta wait for the exact right moment. And we had a November football game where Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes, our two spokespeople quarterbacks, played each other. And it's very rare. It does not happen in a regular season. And we wanted to activate and do something interesting. So what we did was a national augmented reality campaign where for 4 days, anyone could use like a augmented reality footballs. You could open up the camera on your phone right here in this room, for example, and footballs would be flying around and you could interact with them to win prizes. Among the prizes, we were giving away NFTs. And at the time, we were super forward thinking in giving away NFTs. We weren't taking any money for them either, which I think is probably one of the few brands who didn't do that. And we just wanted to do something different, interesting, that was more tech industry-like instead of insurance industry-like. And we were really doing it to drive opt-ins, actually. So we've been talking about it a lot, and getting first-party data and getting through the cookie-less future. And so, you know, it's true that people will opt in if there's something of inherent value to them. And good, bad, right, wrong, winning an NFT and some of the other prizes that we had were valuable enough for them to give us their permission to market to them. So that was a test for us. And it turned out to be, you know, really, really great, went viral. And not only activating on site there at the game, but also having this national ability for anyone to have an augmented reality experience with our brand.
Fascinating, right? I mean, for so long, and I heard someone say, we finally know how to use the QR code after the pandemic, but really, people are just engaging in different ways, you know, and digital has just kind of accelerated so much of that. Going back to what Patty said in an earlier panel today, she talked about how, you know, during the pandemic when everything slowed down, marketing was accelerated. And I think we all felt that, and we're all really tired from it, but we're still going, right? But when you think about that, and I know we've talked a little bit about intestinal fortitude and what that means to you and how that translates to taking risks, how that can make an impact, and what you learn from it. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that comes from, for me, you have to have the intestinal fortitude, I say this all the time, to make bold, hard, tough decisions. Of course, reasonable risk. You can't do ridiculous things with your company's money or your company's brand. But if you're not pushing and trying, you can't ever get better. You can't ever get out of the rut that you're in. And me, that's, you know, coming from outside the insurance category, from tech, and that constant pace and change and trying new things and do this and try that. And, oh my gosh, it's okay if it didn't work really well, we'll do the next one. That kind of intestinal fortitude is really important. In our category, I mean, let's be frank, nobody cares about insurance. Nobody thinks about it. Nobody wants to think about it. And so for us, we really got to break through from a relevance perspective and create a connection with people in this country on a topic that is a really tough topic. Auto insurance is one thing. Everybody who drives a car in this country has to have it, but we sell a lot of other insurance, life insurance, homeowners, renters, small business, recreational vehicles, right? All that stuff. And people just are not going around every day going, you know what, today I'm going to go think about insurance. And so if we're not in the right spots, breaking through with interesting ideas and coming up and showing up in unexpected ways, then even really no one's going to think about it, like, ever. And we also have to think about our almost 20,000 agents they're independent contractors. They are not, State Farm employees. They are all independent small businesses. They do not have to do anything that we at the mothership tell them to do, right? And I say that to say, if you're not creating and pushing the boundaries, some really interesting messages and ideas that they can then capture and use when they're trying to break through in their market and sell, then we're falling down and not helping them. So that's all the intestinal fortitude to think big, creatively, and try new things.
I love that. So important. Now, you mentioned cookies earlier, and we have to talk a little bit, with a focus on context, cookie deprecation. And I'm wondering, from your opinion, what does this upcoming change, what does that mean for brands and publishers and ad tech in terms of collaborating?
Yeah, it's really important. We all are facing this future, although I come from the tech industry and I kind of doubt Facebook and Google are going to just go, oh, well, there's no more cookies, so I'm not going to sell ads to brands anymore. Believe me, I know those people. I live with those people for my entire career. They're not going to just let that go. So, but I still have to be ready in case it does go. And to me, that's where that first party data and creating experiences that people are willing to opt into, that they're willing to exchange value with you as a brand. Yes, I will give you my email address. You can talk to me and own my data, as long as you give me something of value in exchange. And so we have to be really, really creative about what those valuable nuggets are that people are willing to exchange their email address for. And so we will continue to show up in interesting places. Our competitors are loud and they're smart, and we know we've got to be a step ahead. We can't out-shout them with a media megaphone and be the only thing that happens and basically just have insurance industry yelling at all of you all day, every day. So therefore, we don't want to do that. We want to create some of these interesting new experiences, personification of Jake, where he's in the real world, the All-Star game as an example, and that we're showing up and doing things differently and having a value exchange with a potential customer.
I think that's great. And just from a context standpoint too, like it's so important to have that alignment and continue that relevancy, just as you were saying. Now, in speaking of relevancy, because I know we only have a couple minutes left, but maybe we can keep talking. But I do want to, continue to just with the South by Southwest theme here, ask you a little fun question as we're wrapping up. Although no one's here, maybe we can keep talking. Let's just keep going. Keep going. Okay, good, right. All right, great. So tell us a little bit about, I know we talked a little bit about social. How are you thinking about CTV as part of your strategy and still continuing to go back to context?
Social is really important. Okay, so when I walked into my new team, being new-ish, I'm wondering if it's not quite been 1 year there, so I feel like I can still say I'm new. So I'm gonna say I'm new. And the team was really leaning into linear television, and I was surprised because in tech we 100% pulled out, went to zero, not just decreased linear television. We said we are not paying a dime for linear television anymore. Now, it's a different category, and insurance is really important, and it needs to be part of the mix, but it was really heavy up. And so to me, I'm coming in with that. I wasn't doing any of it. And so I think we can take down and have a better mix, to your point about social and digital. And that's when we decided, what can we do on TikTok without paying for it? How can we take some money out of linear television and bring it down into digital and social and start having a bigger connection and a better relevant conversation with our potential targets around either simple insights, we call them, where, if we can target with zip codes, and if it's snowing in that part of the world, how do you winterize your home? For example. And by the way, I moved from the Bay Area to Bloomington, Illinois, central Illinois, just this last September. I had just done my first winter there, and I'm not kidding. I did not know that I needed to keep my garage warm or a pipe would burst, because a pipe burst when it froze. I had no idea. thank God my State Farm agent, I swear to God, I'm not just saying this. I was in Florida, found out it was raining inside my garage. She went there, turned off my water, and had it fixed before we got back from our vacation. Side note. Thank you, Abby Spockman.
Like a good neighbor.
Like a good neighbor. Very good neighbor. But my point is, we're trying to, be relevant and move from linear to digital and make these meaningful conversations. And I don't know why. Oh, simple insights. And so winterizing your home would have been good for me to know to heat up those pipes so that it didn't freeze and burst.
Welcome to the Midwest.
I know. Oh my gosh.
Oh, great. I think, with that, I think if we can let the audience ask some questions, that'd be great.
Thank you so much. Very insightful, and I'm proud State Farm customer myself. House, car, no car. But I work at a youth sports platform. And as you start thinking about ways to reach new consumers, and it was really interesting when you mentioned that your 10-year-old and your 7-year-old have an identity or don't understand what Jake from State Farm is. Talk to me a little bit about how you look to onboard new partners to try to test and reach out to new audiences in order to maintain that preference and also have that State Farm identity to grow with that audience.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of testing with new platforms. Overtime Elite is one. It's the high school age sports players, and they're now, my gosh, signing and contracts, and we're a big partner with them. So my point is of that, live sports and sports is known with us. So we're not going to necessarily go off in some other random direction. Maybe we'll test and learn in random places that make sense. But we're like, well, let's lean into sports. And now we see this new opportunity with younger people. And why don't we test and learn with them? So we've partnered with Overtime Elite, and we are expanding that that base. And it's just brand new. We launched it fairly recently, and we're gonna try to understand how we take advantage. And the point is not to veer too far off of what we're known for, where we have success, and where we already have advertising content in sports, as an example. So it's not odd that we're showing up there. And so we're kind of thinking about new players and new partners in those ways that are similarly attached to something we've already are known for.
Are you thinking about any other passion points? Because obviously sports is such a huge passion point, but
gaming is for us. I already mentioned NBA 2K, but stay tuned. We are going to revolutionize how we think about gaming. And it will be a surprise because it's coming from an insurance company, not a gaming company. So stay tuned there. But we're going to continue to push the boundaries where we already have some kind of presence, but man, we're going to do something different every single time. I've said to partners, to like our media agency and some of our bigger, larger partners, I do not ever want to just do what everybody else is doing. I want to know what your next product role is, and I want to partner with you to do something creative that way. And so again, where you already see me, but seeing me now do something completely new and different, that's the intestinal fortitude that my team is like, all right, man, we're doing it. That's great.
Cliffhanger for next year, right? Speaking of next year, though, Allison, what are we going to be talking about next year?
I think that this gaming stuff and innovation, metaverse, of course, we're already thinking about that. I'm really look to the tech industry to help kind of build the sort of breadcrumbs for all of us that we're going to want to follow. And I think that metaverse is another one, which is kind of tied to gaming too. That escaping from my current real life and entertainment in a way that isn't just what I'm used to. The woman before me two before me was from Vegas, MGM Hotel. And she's like, my competition isn't necessarily the Wynn hotel next door. It's I'm trying to get your money in an entertainment fashion. And my competitors are any other type of entertainment that might take your money. So my point of saying that is that's how we're thinking about, where to show up, what to do. It's not just Geico or Progressive, it's how are we showing up in ways and being in places that our people are wanting to be.
Love it. Relevant, right? All right. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate it very much.
Okay. Ready for that? Next up, we have a great panel just right around the corner. We have Christine Miller, Senior Director of CRM at HBO Max, and also Jerry Cutright, the Head of Marketing at Amazon Prime Video. This is moderated by Whitney, the VP and GM of Global Strategic Accounts and Trades.
Okay, get started. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. And thanks to both of you guys. It's been really great to get to know you over the last couple of days and to have you up here. I'm up here with two of your favorite brands, HBO and Amazon, and I think we have a lot of great stories to tell. So I'm very privileged to be up here. Maybe we just start by hearing the basics, name, role, where you live, in case people want to stalk you, and a little bit about your professional background up to now, because you've worked with a lot of awesome brands. And let's start with you, Andrea.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea Cutright, and I'm with Amazon Games. I have been a part of Amazon Games just for 3 months, so my stats are a little bit weak, but my energy is pretty good. I would say that prior to Amazon Games, I came from Disney streaming, and I think the setup is really good. My role is really marketing lead across Prime Gaming. We'll talk a lot about Prime Gaming later today, but why don't I turn it over to you?
Hi everyone, I'm Christine Miller. I'm our Senior Director of CRM at HBO Max. And yeah, woo! Got some fans in the house. I've been here about a little over 2 years. So I started a few months before HBO Max launched, and have had the opportunity to build the team, the program up from zero, which has been really exciting to see how things have changed over the last couple of years. Prior to HBO, I led the CRM program at Hulu, and before that, Ticketmaster. So that is me, and my team manages all of the CRM operations. So all email, push, in-app messaging, transactional marketing product, everything under the sun that goes out to those channels goes through my team. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. I think everyone probably is pretty familiar with HBO, and everyone knows Amazon, but people may not be familiar with gaming at Amazon. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
I would love to. So I don't know how many people in the audience are members of Amazon Prime. That's about all. You may not know that you have 3 benefits associated with being a Prime member that are gaming benefits. Those include free downloadable games. It includes downloadable content for the games that you already love. Everything from Fall Guys to Valorant to Apex to League of Legends, etc. And those are available to you every month. In addition, if there's any Twitch folks in the house, like over Twitch, you get a free Twitch sub as part of your Prime membership. And I think Amazon's approach to games has been really interesting because it's, of course, creating content. Hopefully there's some Lost Ark players out there in the audience too. We just hit 20 million players on Lost Ark. And Twitch, of course, around our communities, so sort of a game you can play, communities that you can find, and then making the games you already play much better through free skins, free player packs, etc. available to you.
So thank you. I definitely enjoyed it. Maybe Christine, we can talk about how at HBO you act on customer insights, because I love hearing some of the examples you guys use, and I think people will find it very interesting.
Sure. So I think something that makes HBO Max particularly special in this space is that instead of focusing just on science and algorithms or just on kind of human curated content, we really have a healthy mix of both. So a lot of our campaigns for CRM, we try to focus it around both arts and science. So while the algorithms and personalization and those kind of engines, I think customers nowadays really expect that level of personalization, which is great. And we're able to give that. We have a really incredible data science team that powers a lot of these APIs. But it's not just about that, because I think you need that human touch as well. So we try to really make sure that every email, every push, everything has a really healthy mix of the science and the tech savvy, as well as the art behind human curation. So I heard someone say once something about, like, I'm not going to say this exactly right, but you think about arts and science, you think about a tomato, and it's like science tells you that a tomato is technically a fruit, but the human logic tells you you wouldn't put a tomato in a fruit salad. So it's kind of like, if it's all algorithm, then you get a tomato in your fruit salad, right? And so we try to just to live up to the prestige and the quality that HBO's brand, I think, has been known for decades, and by funneling that through our CRM messaging.
One thing I really appreciate about that is that it requires you to not just guess, but really ask and be close to community. So every brand has a user base, and every user base is divided into people who are either very passionate or moderately passionate or lightly passionate around the brand. But having relationships with all of them, being able to glean in what are they really thinking? How can I improve things based on who you are, what you're attracted to, what you're not attracted to within the brand experience or product experience? Just makes that big difference. It makes that, some things more maybe that seem logical are intuitive
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that is a good reminder to me that also, I think when we think about personalization, we don't think of it just as what populates in the email or the campaign anymore. Personalization, exactly as Andrea is talking about, is about, like, you're getting this email because we've already done the personalization. So it's about the audience segmentation, and it's not so much about, like, saying, like, hi Christine, and the first name, like, that was so 2008, right? And so it's like, now I feel like it's really, the customers are expecting, if I'm getting something from a brand like HBO Max, like, this is for me. And that's, it's kind of like the age of demographic is over, and it's really about all behavior.
One of the things that I've really been encouraging more of our CRM teams to think about in this job and previous jobs is, how do you actually invite feedback? Now, in gaming, you get the feedback whether you want it or not. It's a very passionate community. You'll hear right away, I really love that, I really hate that. You almost want to be in the middle. But every opportunity is a chance to get feedback. Do you have a reply available to you? Do you have a place for social where people can invite the kind of feedback that you want people?
Do you want to share examples of insights that were really surprising? I think you have one about kids.
Oh yeah, sure. So I think one of the things, as I'm talking about the behavior-based personalization, something that we've done is we looked at, when we first launched HBO Max, we had no data, right? Because it was just a brand new app, and we weren't going to rest on the laurels of apps in the past and the cable network. It was something really new D2C. So we let it just run, and we kind of put out some very generic linear blast campaigns to see the reactions, and then started tweaking based on that, and tweaking. And then I think that we started to see what makes a healthy subscriber, healthy meaning not likely to churn anytime soon. And then creating, like, attempts to create lookalikes, because we found that that will help retention if someone just acts like they're a healthy subscriber. and then they become a healthy subscriber. And one of the things we noticed was that people that have a lot of viewing behavior on the primary profile that's around kids and family content, if they don't have a kids profile, but they add a kids profile, are significantly more likely to be retained. So we started putting a lot of emphasis with people with this kind of behavior to create a kids profile and add one to their account. And we saw that retention really went up with those profiles, which was really interesting, just kind of pushing that lookalike behavior really made a big difference.
Maybe we should gears slightly. Obviously the theme of our session today is all about subscription businesses, and a key part of that is retention. That's paramount in a subscription business. And I think when you say the word subscription, people automatically often think about Amazon and Amazon Prime. And so we'd love to just hear a little bit of the idea about some of the key elements of your relationship.
I think it was good to see a lot of hands around Amazon Prime membership, and I think for myself, Prime membership really started with 2-day shipping and our ability to keep things together. And retention has really come from thinking about people's lives, being very customer-centric, customer-obsessed, as Amazon would call it, and trying to find more ways to add value. And I do think retention comes from an ability to evolve your product over time, with more and more value being added the deeper people get into the experience. So Prime Video, Amazon Music, Amazon Games, Amazon Fresh, it's an ability to continue to extend the one price payment to more and more opportunities to delight people. So you can feel more delighted, not just that you get 2-day shipping, but that you can continue to experience different parts of your life being enhanced in different ways.
Awesome. With all these features though, and all these channels, you mentioned all these different channels, how do you guys think about which channels to use when in different use cases? I know you guys are obviously doing all sorts of omni-channel communications, and maybe you start with you, Christine.
For sure, yeah. I think that is a great question, because it's really, marketing is not, one size does not fit all when it comes to different messaging. So for us, we have a lot of different strategies out there, from maybe just a weekly newsletter, or here's what to watch this weekend, to premiere a Peacemaker, or whatever it is. And I think that it depends on what the goal is of the campaign. So if the goal is really more educational around here's some different content we have, here's stuff you might like, and the goal is to get people to be familiar with multiple shows or movies, then email usually works best. And we did actually do a study recently, a test in Braze that showed that even if people are receiving an email, but they're not opening it, usually in the email world, people think that an open is a success and people get really counted on open rates. But we did a study where we held out people from getting emails that would have otherwise gotten them, sent some people emails, and did this on a parallel path for a period of time, and saw that even just receiving the email, seeing the subject line, even if you don't open it, has a really high impact in viewership and conversion in these types of behaviors. So I think that email, years ago, there was a whole thing about is email dead, and it's no, email's not going anywhere. Yes, it all shifted to mobile, but a lot of people use mobile to check their email. And so even just something like a subject line can be helpful. And then if they want to open it and scroll through, a lot of our emails to paid subscribers are not action-based. You're not necessarily going to click and immediately start watching a 3-hour movie, but it's really more you see this and it goes into your mind and you see it repeated, and then you kind of, when you decide it's time to watch something, you might remember that. So that's how we really decide when to use email. Things like push notifications and in-app messaging are better for urgency. So I think if it's this is premiering right now, you turn on your TV and you can see it, or more transactional updates, or credit cards about to expire, or just kind of fun brand messaging to just kind of embed ourselves in different parts of your day. That's where push and in-app really come into play. So we try to have a lot of omnichannel journeys within our Canvas tool in Braze, and so that way people are getting hit at different channels at different times, and you're not getting kind of overdrive in a certain one channel.
One thing I'm going to just pass on a little tidbit. I sat on a panel earlier today, and what I would normally have called life stage thinking, in this gaming panel, one of my fellow panelists talked about
oppositional thinking. And I really love that when you apply it to a life cycle, like customer journey, which is what are all the ways that this could go wrong? What are all the ways that someone might veer off in the wrong path? Or what are all the ways they might want to get be disrupted in a negative sense through messaging? And I would say that, lots of us, develop rules and philosophies around certain content, but it's also nice to go back with a fresh eye and think about maybe there's a different opportunity for a different channel based on different customer behaviors or indications, or just what that content really is. Maybe there's a different way of experiencing it. And I do think just having that mindset of where could that go wrong and how can I do it in a different way could be really beneficial for anyone to just take a look through the things that they plan on making.
No, I love that. Nothing ever really goes for anymore. Christine, I think literally just this week, maybe Tuesday, you guys expanded to 15 more countries in Europe. I'd love to hear about how you thought about setting up the team. There's always this balance of these big, global companies and what should be decided at the local level versus the global company or at the mothership here back in the US. So we'd love to hear maybe first about how you thought about that, and then maybe for you, Andrea, both at Amazon and then at Disney, obviously super global as well.
Absolutely. We're now, EQMax is now in 61 countries, and just 2 years ago we were in one, and that was just the US. And so when we launched, that had been, the focus was just on getting it right in the US. And I feel like we did a great job there. We expanded to Latin America, parts of Europe, and now more of Europe. And the way that we're looking at it is this global but local mentality. So we're trying to think of certain things stay centralized for just consistency and ease of sharing data and using the same program. So we have our MarTech stack is centralized. A lot of our analytics support is centralized. Our data is centralized. So that way I can go to the LATAM team and say, oh, the custom attribute named blah, 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 and they know exactly what I'm talking about, and we can share insights and apply them in the same ways. But the things that are important to stay local, so we have local teams on site in each of these regions, there's obviously things like language and dialect, but then there's also just things like content availability is not the same across different regions. And there's cultural differences, and there's different holidays, there's so many things that are different that I think it would be naive to assume that our US team would be able to get it exactly right across the globe. So I think while centralizing certain important things like our tech stack and our data has made it incredibly easy to just say, oh, let me log into your account and I'll just change this and then you'll see how I do this here. And it's able to apply insights like instantly, but being able to keep the kind of the shell, the base of it local. I think that's really important.
I would say our businesses are set up pretty similar. Content driven businesses, that you have definite local attributes and content that you want to talk about, and definitely global things that you want to mention. And I think the only thing that I can add to that is localization and language is such a big piece, and having a very good localization team, manager, agency, whatever you work with, that really gets your lingo. So it's less translation and more real localization. That's sort of a really key part. Might be like, oh, how do I get this done and how do I get this out? And actually, how is this going to reflect the brand that I want it to reflect in all of these markets? Is another really important component of internationalization. And then I would say the third thing is speed is sometimes really critical too. So you want to make sure that similarly, not everybody has the ability to put folks in region reports, but thinking about time zones, time zone management. I think in the very early days of Disney was, we watched Disney Plus globally and just right away. Because people had to work in shifts for a limited time. Just to make sure that if anything went down, service went down, site went down, and another issue, that there could be reaction in a very narrow period of time. So really just two things about it.
And then on both sides of the global and local, and there's always a lot of drama there, so maybe just finally, to say the obvious, you guys are both women, as am I, and are both very successful in spaces that are not always traditionally very female. I mean, digital, but also media, gaming, a bunch of other spaces you guys have come from.
before that, and it's very, very inspiring. And I just love to hear about what inspires both of you guys every day, and then how you guys inspire others around you and empower other women, really specifically. Especially after some of our conversations last night. We would love to hear about that. I'll start, sure. So definitely it's not always been easy. I think coming to HBO is a real breath of fresh air in that I think just from knowing their diversity of storytelling and the importance they put on that kind of thing is really key. So taking a similar approach to the way that we staff has been really inspiring to see. I work for a woman named Sue Kelsey, who is our SVP of MarTech and Operations. And she's a real mentor to me and showing me how to do it right and showing me how to balance the right things. And I would say that I have kind of cut my teeth in areas that were less female focused, and it had been a challenge. So what I always decided to do when I began to manage teams was I want to be the boss that I always wished that I had, before I met you. And so I decided that from an equity standpoint, I had been on the wrong side of the gender pay gap at prior companies. And I think creating a team and knowing that my team is going to be diverse and represent the world that we're marketing to, and also that they could all sit in a room together, the men, the women, of all different shapes, sizes, and colors, and they can talk about, we all are going to share how much we make, and they'll all go, yeah, that sounds about right. I don't want there to be any surprises or gotchas or whatever. I mean, because when it comes to pay, we should be paid for the good work that we do, for our experience, and it doesn't always work out that way in corporate America. So I think it just takes all of us to have that kind of integrity to know that I go to sleep well at night because people are going to be treated right. And I can't control everything, but I can control that for my own personal team. And so that is where I try to focus.
One important thing about being in an executive position is to make sure that you call things out and see them. It takes a certain amount of fearlessness in a lot of cases because often folks don't want to look at it. But I have a wicked sense of humor that always put it on stage. But a lot of times I'll take pictures of my Zoom meetings that don't have any women in it, and I send them to my bosses. They can just take a little look, sometimes I decorate them a little bit, or cut people in. But it's important to be able to talk about the idea that there aren't. So, especially as I've moved into this gaming role, a lot on our engineering team. It's always a truth. Like, there's not enough women here, but I can pick up the phone and say, hey, I really need you to hire someone. I'm going to introduce you to as many women as I can who work in engineering. So that networking piece is really important. That does keep me inspired, and I get like a little source of view that I see, not just myself sometimes representing one gender. So speaking up is important. Taking the time to be on campus is really important, and I think in similar fashion, having women around you that you can network with and compare to, and just relate different stories and share different ideas about how to address these situations. We don't see enough either people of color in positions, women in positions. Like, it doesn't really matter, but as soon as you realize they're not reflecting the world, or I'm on a team that doesn't reflect the world, it's your job actually to make those changes. That's awesome. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks for the idea of screenshotting the Zoom meeting. Good luck.
Yeah, I think that is one of the most important things that we do. I think when you look at our email campaign, let's say, for example, something that makes them stand apart, besides the arts and science that I talked about before, is that you'll see little
little things. Like I think of it as brand sentiment. Like you'll see, for example, when Godzilla versus Kong came out last year, and we did the same day premieres. The email was beautiful work of art of email and the key art, but if you look closely, the helicopters in the key art were actually whirling and the fog was moving. And maybe a lot of people didn't necessarily stop and notice it, or if they did, it's kind of like, oh, cool, but anyway, continue. But it's like we don't do it because it's gonna like that one email is gonna suddenly drive sales, but it's over a period of time, you begin to associate a brand with things that are special, things that are high quality, things that are prestige, things that make you stop and go, hmm. And so I've, my husband, who is not in this business at all, he will now look at emails from any other company and he'll be like, this one didn't even have a video in it. And I'm like, that's right. So we're trying to like set the bar and want to be like focused on being the best in class that we can be in terms of having beautiful, dynamic, inspired, creative, but also making sure that people are getting the personalization and the science behind it that they expect.
I would say one last thing that I'll just tag onto that is, you know, as marketers, it's a pretty optimistic group. I think for the most part, you go to parties or situations like this, almost everyone's like very, very brilliant human. It's sort of taking what that is naturally and transferring it into giving people little bits of joy with every communication that they receive. And I think it's a really good principle to say, hey, did I do it? It's not like in Marie Kondo sense, but in that, you know, did I add anything here that's gonna, you know, do something a little bit more for people? Like, worked on the headline a little harder, worked on the artwork a little bit harder. Like, you know, that's the ability is to build a relationship with the brand. It's the front row of doing it. I think it's a very fun part.
I totally agree. I couldn't agree more. I think that we like to show with a company like HBO Max, like our content is fun. It's like market really cool things. Same with like inside gaming and music, and it's like it's fun, entertaining stuff. So we have to show that like we get it. Like we're also fans, and we have to make sure that like if we're sending an email about you just finished watching Gossip Girl and let's get you into something new. If we know that you watched the whole series, like we should talk to you in the voice of Gossip Girl, right? Because like that's gonna be connected to you. It just is like, thank you for finishing fill-in show here and da 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 da. It's like that's fine, but it's not special. And I think that making things special, you know, I had someone ask me to be like, oh, can you prove the value of adding different, you know, dynamic animated videos in the email? And it was like, kind of, but it's really more about the sentiment, and it's about doing that over a period of time. And so we can do that. It takes some work and it takes some testing, but it's not as we're so focused on conversion. One and done. Did this work? A/B test this. Hold it control. And it's like I think to think of it that way can be important in certain situations, but it's the long game. It's the long game of brand building.
One thing that we've done in the past is hang up all the artwork in one room and invite people in. It really does, like, you get the immense experience over time, which is what we sell. Like, this is an immense experience. It's just concealed out one at a time, every day in, day out. And sometimes you can really surround people with what that is. They get a real feel for, oh, this could go even further. Or people can invest in more some original work. Like, just the big impact that you're really looking for versus what you show single drops or drops at a time.
Is there one last question? Anything else? Burning questions? No? Mars getting warm. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for being here.
So good.
I know. Okay, smart.
All right. I want to make the move where we just everyone gets drinks. So we got a big move from the MGM group. So keep copying that. Very cool. Do it. So what I want to do first is, I know we have marketers in the room, we have media people in the room, but I want to give some background on Chad Brown and how it got to the point of launching an iconic brand like Virgin in an iconic market. I know people around. Who's been to Las Vegas before? Raise your hand. Okay, a lot of people.
Has anybody been to Virgin? Yeah.
Who's been to Virgin? A couple people. All right. How about Hard Rock? Anyone go to Hard Rock? Okay. And the other thing Chad and I talked about is everyone was doing kind of this panel thing, so we're like, screw that, we got to be different. So we actually have some slides, some commercials, we're going to keep it fun. But Chad and I have been working together a while now, so this will be fun. It's not like a normal moderated kind of situation, but I mean, Chad's been at MGM. We saw them up here earlier. Launched the Bellagio. I mean, he's been doing this in Vegas at a level for a long time. Chad, you want to just give like a quick background on your?
You know, I'm not your traditional story. I'm probably a little unique here. I cut my teeth in hospitality in grad student. I was actually running the rides. I was running the rides at the top at a very young age, and I got an opportunity with casino marketing to make a couple extra dollars, and I was doing promotion, getting people to sign up for email on the casino floor. So that's how I cut my teeth. I was there for a little while, then I went over to graphic design for a Review Journal newspaper in Las Vegas. Then I got this hairy idea to join the military. And I went active duty Army. I was in combat arms. I was a gunner on an M181 battle tank. An absolute honor to serve. I joined a special forces unit in Fort Owens, California, and was trained in foreign weapons tactics and weaponry, and trained our troops when they were going to deploy. Actually trained them on the tactics they were in the weaponry they were going to go up against when they went overseas. So it was an awesome experience. And I came out of the Army and started working for a gaming manufacturer in Las Vegas. And I was marketing 2 casinos. For any of you in advertising, marketing, whatever field you're in, if you're trying to market to us, the casinos, I know how hard that is. I lived it for 4 years. So after that, I actually decided I didn't want to market to the casinos, I wanted to market for them. So I started a 15-year career with MGM Resorts. We heard from Sarah Moore here. She was a longtime colleague of mine, very close friend and colleague at MGM. I started off at Treasure Island, spent a few years there, moved over to Bellagio, spent 4.5 years at that property. Moved over to Mandalay Bay, spent another 4 years there. I opened I was on the team that opened Delano Hotel there. And then I moved over to be the vice president of marketing for marketing and gaming for what's known as Calvert Hotel. Was those 2 properties for a few years, and then finally, MGM Resorts. And this is when I worked closely with Sarah. I worked as the vice president of marketing operations for all U.S. properties. So it was a really good run. And then interestingly enough, as we transitioned into Virgin, I started with a company called JC Hospitality in January of 2020. And my sole purpose was to transition Hard Rock Hotel into Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. And that's kind of where the journey began with that. And then we had this weird little screwball thrown at us called COVID.
So I mean, it's kind of interesting. So you can see Chad's career that kind of put to this point. How in the hell do you launch Richard Branson's, baby brand? It's super iconic in a market like Vegas. That's kind of what we want to go over today. But the other hard part is how do you sunset a brand like Hard Rock at the same time? Yeah. So tell us a little bit about that. I mean, who's been to the Hard Rock before? Right? Everybody has a certain memory, right?
Well, we don't talk about those memories. I grew up in Vegas. I got Hard Rock memories too.
Circle bar. It's been a circle bar.
Circle bar. Interestingly enough, Hard Rock was open for 25 years. Extremely iconic brand in Las Vegas. Peter Morton opened this hotel in 1995. It was very important to us as the new owners of the property to make sure we sunsetted a brand that was so important to the local community. So we actually threw a 5-day party for locals only. Well, anybody who wanted to come, but we really focused on the locals. And the employees were able to join in on that party to really sunset this brand. JC Hospitality bought Hard Rock Hotels in 2018. And ultimately, when Peter Morton bought the Hard Rock, or built the Hard Rock, it was dubbed a resort for a new generation. Well, a generation is typically 20 to 30 years. So we saw it as an opportunity to sunset that generational brand and create a brand for a new generation. And I'll talk about what generation means just a little bit for us.
So Virgin, I mean, this is a mega resort. I mean, if you think about launching a hotel, 1,500 rooms, 12 restaurants, clubs,
concert halls, theaters, outdoor, beach clubs. You name it, we've got it all.
So here's a front shot of Virgin. Let's bring the Virgin next slide. This is kind of unique. It's different. What I love, I think the most about marketing is it's a kind of like what's the business first, and then how do you figure out the market around the business opportunity. So explain this kind of different partnership that hasn't really been done in Vegas before.
This has not been done in Vegas. It may have been done elsewhere. We're not aware of it. It might be too far away. Okay, sorry. So JC Hospitality is the owners and property managers of Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. We're a multi-operator property. There's no other properties in Las Vegas that are multi-operator driven like we are. So what that means is we are a licensed Virgin brand. That's the flag we fly on the side of the building. We are Virgin Hotels. We follow the brand standards 100%. But our hotel is operated by Hilton. We're a member of the Curio Collection. So Hilton is the hotel manager. The casino floor is leased by Mohegan Sun Casino. They're the first Native American gaming operator in the state of Nevada. So very proud to partner with them and be a part of that historical moment. But they lease the casino floor, so we don't manage the gaming license, which is a big benefit to us in other areas of investment. In addition, AEG, the largest entertainment company in the world, manages our 4,800 seat theater. And they manage the artist bookings, they manage the ushers and every part of that theater. And then on the last part here, we've got, I talk about AEG Curio, the license. The best part here we're going to get to is our partner OH. I know you have a question for that, I think.
I totally forgot to look at my script, so we're not going to go there. But oh, you want to move? Okay, we can do that. Should I scoot? Oh yes, boom.
I feel left out.
We might need some boots up here. So let's go into the campaign. So I run an agency. Chad's my client. Okay, in the deal. We also have a film company, Matter Films, and let's talk about how the hell do you shoot in the desert at 100 degrees? Over 100 actors and people to shoot a badass commercial. It was pretty special. So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about, Chad's about to launch this mega resort, COVID hits, and production goes to a complete halt. So how the hell do you figure this shit out? It was pretty cool.
I'll tell you what, none of this gray existed before COVID. I'm thinking about following your lead this time, just shaving it off. But we thought it works. Okay, I got you. I've been lucky so far. Nothing up here. It's all my face. But we thought we dodged a bullet. We closed Hard Rock Hotel on February 3rd, 2020, the day after the Super Bowl weekend. COVID really didn't hit Vegas hard until about end of March timeframe. But one of the things we did before I jump into the campaign work here is we actually launched a bonus program for our employees. When you're closing a resort, a restaurant, people start to jump ship.
So what we did a year before we closed, we offered any employee who stayed until the last day a bonus program if they stayed until the day we closed. We unlimited their vacation time so that they could get that paid out on the last day. We also offered them their job back in their seniority without an interview. In addition, we were set up to draw unemployment right away. This is all before the city closed. And unemployment, you guys know what happened with all of that. So we had 90% retention rate of employees who stayed until the very last day. And I'm honored and privileged to tell you 80% of them came back the day we opened Virgin. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But we thought we dodged a bullet. So now COVID hits, we have to launch some campaigns here. We need a transition campaign between closing this iconic resort and opening a new resort that I can't take pictures of yet. So we created this campaign along with OH. OH Partners is our agency of record. I'm not quite sure if they knew what they were getting into. They would have wanted to do this, and Matter Films played a gigantic role in doing this. And so we launched a campaign called While You Wait.
So I think let's just cue it. I want to get a little bit here. Quick story there. You saw the strip empty. It was insane. I mean, there were people skateboarding down there. There were no cars. There were like bike rides going on. It was pretty.
Guys, I grew up in Vegas. This was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Interestingly enough, during the summertime, when Vegas was closed, when there were no cars on the streets, no people anywhere, thousands of Las Vegas locals would gather on the weekends and ride their bikes down Las Vegas Boulevard. It was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. This was some Walking Dead stuff here, guys. It was incredibly eerie. And as you heard Sarah talk about earlier, we don't have locks on the doors. There's no lock on a casino door. We had to board up the doors of some of the casinos just to keep people out. So it was a very interesting time, Scott.
So let's launch the campaign. Who doesn't want to see TV work? And of course I do. So, and I will just talk about this, and maybe let's see it in the chat here. I mean, who's seen a Vegas commercial before? It's like, I'm sorry, but it's a very specific demographic of people. And I think what the big insight was with this is looking for something, first of all, unique and different, but something that the Virgin can own. And it was really cool. I mean, you would never see, drag queens and, plus size model, like being headline commercials. So no one had ever seen shit like this in Vegas. So I give Chad all the credit to find that insight and to own it, to say, look, come to Virgin, everyone's welcome. This isn't some exclusivity bullshit. And people loved it. I don't want to say that.
We obviously want to roll in the Virgin corporate brand and what we're trying to do at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. And for those of you that enjoy Virgin brands and products and services, or those of you that know it, they're a market disruptor. Richard Branson does not enter industry unless he can absolutely disrupt that industry. For us, it was about being real. It was about opening the velvet red ropes for everybody. It was about being inclusive. And earlier when I talked about being a resort for a new generation, a generation to us is not an age group. It's a personality. It's a characteristic of an individual. It's older, it's younger, it's hip, it's plus size, it's beautiful, it's everything. And so we wanted to reflect that in a commercial that, remember, we had no product to market here. And working with Matter Films and working with OH Partners, they came up with a brilliant idea to purchase this double-decker bus out of London that was actually in circulation, branded Virgin Hotels, and we gutted the inside and built a casino inside. And so you're going to see all of this reflected in this commercial. And I have to tell you, we had to postpone this commercial. We had to postpone this a few times. We ended up shooting this in the middle of a dry lake bed between Nevada and California. We had 100 people out there. We had to split them in half. We had to serve individually packaged meals. We had to van 4 actors at a time out to the set. We had to watch. I couldn't even go out to the set. We had to watch from a teleprompter and get cues. I mean, shooting a commercial during COVID was incredibly complicated. But I'm super proud of what the team and what we came up with here, and I'm happy to show you guys this commercial. Let it roll. No sound.
You knew we were going to have text problem when you decided to be the first people to do the PowerPoint.
Well, there was sound yesterday, and it worked. I know they'll get it. We got this. sneak peek of what we're going to talk about next. Right, if it doesn't work, we can keep going.
You just let it roll in the background.
So just imagine some kick-ass music to this. There's no words, it's all music. What I hope you'll catch while you're watching this is we try to represent the core pillars of the experience you have when you show up to the resort. It's entertainment, it's music, it's food and beverage and dining, it's gaming. So you'll see the craps table, you'll see the sushi being thrown into the mouth, you'll see the girl kicking with the guitar up top. You'll see the VIP experience and the red velvet couch and the bottle service. So we try to represent all the things that you're actually going to experience when we open this property in a double-decker bus in the middle of the desert. And of course, we have a little cameo or a sound cameo. You won't hear Richard Branson was at the end of this. Here we are breaking the red ropes. Everybody's welcome. They're coming into Las Vegas. They're getting excited about their destination. The party's going. And now you see the red V where Virgin Hotels Las Vegas is as they're getting ready to enter into the valley. And Richard Branson is, So that's phase one of the commercial. Sorry about the sound. Hopefully we can get that in the next one. We got another one there.
So what's interesting, Chad, COVID was just the thing that obviously didn't go away. And in Vegas, it was devastating. I mean, it's a different town when you have to deal with that. So how do you, at least now we have now a property to where you can actually shoot a commercial and product and what it's going to look like. But it's at what, 50% capacity?
Yeah.
It's insane.
So we postponed our opening 3 times. We were ready to open, but we didn't feel, and you heard this a little earlier, we didn't feel it was safe to open. Our employee safety and our guest safety was paramount. It was the #1 reason we postponed opening 3 times. We were ready to go. Now, on February 17th, our governor went online and gave a speech about reopening capacities from 25% to 50%. For us, when we got to the 50% mark, that was our cue. Let's go, let's do it. So the governor, halfway through his speech, announced the 50% capacity rule. We sent out a PR announcement right in the middle of that speech and said, we are opening March 25th. That's 5 weeks from when we announced we're going to open the hotel. So quite the challenge. We had to open the hotel at 50% capacity, full mask mandate, 6 feet distancing. They actually had clickers counting people coming in. They had clickers in the restaurants. You had to be 50% capacity. We couldn't have bar stools at the bar. It was incredible. So what we did is we decided to do an official opening, not a grand opening, an official opening. And it was quite the challenge. But on top of that challenge, the folks from Virgin Corporate talked us into shooting phase 2 of our commercial on official opening weekend. If I can give any advice in here, do not open a mega resort and shoot a commercial on the same day. Again, I went double great that day, but it was all worth it. So
yeah, we keep going through. We want to get to questions and go to post-campaign launch.
So we were very fortunate. We got all the same actors. We got the same director, Dean Alexander, amazing director. We got Matter Films came back in, and these guys know their stuff. And so what we wanted to do was take what you saw in that first commercial and show you what the actual experience on property is going to be. So it was very fun to shoot, and I hope you'll see the tie-in between the first commercial and the actual opening of the property. Smoke the sound. So again, we were super proud of that commercial. The work that the team did was incredible. We went nationwide with this campaign, so I'm hoping that this isn't the first time you've seen it, but maybe it is. But
but we were really proud of this.
Well, one thing is just kind of talk about how did you know what another insight about this kind of inclusivity, the no fees, the no resort fees? What consumer insight did you gather from that?
It's a whole group of construction. If you guys have been to Vegas, you're paying resort fees, you're paying ridiculous parking fees, you're paying $16 for the bottle of water. Your pets aren't allowed. We took all of that away. So it's free parking. You can bring pets, you can bring big ones, small ones. If you go to the mini bar, we charge street level pricing. So you're paying a couple of bucks for a candy bar, $1 for a bottle of water. We try to disrupt the market and offer things that we knew, being in the industry as long as I have, we knew what pissed people off. So, being a part of Virgin and being a part of their brand standards and trying to launch something that's disruptive in the market, not only that, but being inclusive, but having plus size, having diversity. And this is a direct representation of what you'll see when you show up on property.
100%. It's certainly what the market is calling for, I think. I'm biased. But what do you think? What's next, Chad? What do you see next?
We're so excited. Number one, we have season 2 of our Beach Club grand opening next week at Elia Beach Club. Now, last year we opened midway through the season, so this will be our first full season. We've already got Snoop Dogg, Lane 8. We're actually doing a country series out there, Undone at Beach Clubs, and we have some very big new country acts that'll be out there on Sundays. So I'm excited about that.
Who here? I can keep going. Who's been to a beach club before in Vegas?
Like, don't be shy. You don't have to tell us what happened. Tell us you were there.
How insane is that? Like, who came up with that in Vegas to come up with the beach club? Like, when did that happen?
I love to take credit, but it was not us. In addition, we're super excited to see that entertainment's coming back. We had a very difficult time booking artists because they weren't touring. If you know about how artists book, they don't book destinations unless they're on tour. So we have a full lineup of entertainment. As a matter of fact, I got an email this morning. We have 3 days of widespread panic, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Yesterday broke an all-time 26-year record in sales and bar for the concert of widespread panic at the property last night. And we had Jeff Goldblum perform with his jazz band. We sold out the first show in 4 minutes, so we added the second show, sold out just as fast last night at our other theater. And we have an outdoor amphitheater, which we filled in the old beach club, opened a new beach club, built a 2,000-person outdoor amphitheater, and our summer concert series starts next month. So entertainment's coming back, and we're super excited.
It's going to be awesome. So we want to get through mainly questions, but here's what Chad and I talked about. No questions about metaverse or blockchain or NFTs, okay? We've heard enough of that. So any other questions other than that?
First of all, great presentation. This is by far my favorite so far. I did not know that Hard Rock was being sunsetted and now turning to Virgin. I'm definitely one of those generations that you guys are getting past. Just thinking about Hard Rock just exhausts me already. So I'm kind of excited to visit Virgin and see what you guys got in store. How much of that nostalgia are you keeping from Hard Rock to basically maybe appeal to somebody like me versus just moving on completely with the Virgin brand?
Which is awesome. That's a great question, and it's something we contemplated quite a bit. So there's a few, what we did is we kept a few very small Easter eggs, if you will, of things that people who knew the Hard Rock would recognize. New customers or customers who kind of went to the Hard Rock wish list, they'll never even see it. But there's a couple of things, like I'll give you guys a little sneak hint. We kept the dome above the center bar, and if you know the center bar, you know that if you sat on one side of the center bar and then you whisper something, it would go across the dome, and the person on the other side could hear it like you were talking in their ear. We kept that dome, and we kept that reverberation around the dome. If you don't know Hard Rock, you wouldn't know that. But I will tell you, it was extremely important to our designers and to our owner to make sure that we didn't just slap paint on a pig, right? Stick on a pig. We wanted this to be a new resort. We put $300 million into this remodel. So when you walk in, we moved restaurants, we moved bars, we redesigned the casino floor. There's not a square inch of the property we didn't touch. We filled in a beach club and built a brand new one. We redid the entire resort pool. There's nothing the same. Like I said, there's a couple of those small Easter eggs, and those are a nod to the locals and the people who really need the Hard Rock. You'll know it when you walk in if you know that property.
If you're able to talk about it, we'd love to hear about any aspirations of online gambling and sports gambling. I live in New Jersey, and you can't turn on a sporting event without seeing MGM or JP Saloons and Caesars. And as you were talking about, with brands that are getting really disruptive in the industry that gets into, we'd love to hear about any brands that you're talking about.
Well, I will tell you we're looking into it from a JCH ownership perspective. We are having conversations with some folks. There is an online Virgin Casino. We're talking, it's online, it's free to play. We're talking to them about some opportunities. We're also talking to some other individuals that own the technology. We don't have anything else yet, but we're a little bit early in that cycle, and there's not a whole lot more I can share about that, but we are absolutely looking into it. That's it. All right. Any other questions? Come see me. Happy to answer any questions you guys have. Thank you. And thank you for the drink. I love it. Japanese. Nice. Good call.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry. That's okay.
Oh yeah, we're so much.
Okay, all right, everyone. We're just looking at we're ready to go, right? Okay, sounds good.
All these folks say, Jennifer Warren, VP Global Brand Marketing, Communications, Innovation.
Thank you so much. I'm a little bit of a low talker, so I really have to get this close up to the mic. Hi everyone, my name is Noor Nasir. I am a VP of Media Innovations and Technology at a company that was formerly called Centro, now it's called Basis Technologies, and I have the pleasure today to speak to Jennifer Warren, who's seated there next to me. I think the nice thing about everybody who is doing one of these fireside chats is you have the opportunity to make a connection with this person who you may or may not already work with. I have not worked with Jennifer before, and it's been really a pleasure getting to know her a little bit. So appreciate brand innovators making these connections and letting us have these conversations. So with that, we're going to jump right into some of the things that are happening with Indeed. If you are already familiar with Indeed, you won't need this puppets, but it is the highest traffic website for job listings in the United States, and it has been for the last 12 years. Jennifer, you're the VP of Global Brand Marketing. That means so many different things depending upon who you ask. Tell me a little bit about what you do.
Thank you. So I think I have the best job in the world, and I get to wake up every day and truly support our mission of helping people get jobs. When I first started at Indeed, I was told, well, here's my mission, and that's the reason I joined. And what I learned is that they live and breathe it. And so I look at my job as taking all of the great things we're doing with the company to truly live our mission and be helpful as it relates to getting jobs and putting that out into the world. And so we've got, we are a global brand. We've got 9 countries in which we invest in media, the US, and of course Japan, and Germany, and France. And so I would say the harder part of my job is figuring out always how to translate what we do in other countries and making sure that it's culturally relevant wherever we go. And so that's probably the bigger challenge of my role. But in terms of defining who we are and putting that out in the world, I think it's pretty easy because we're so mission driven, we're clear on our values. One of our top values that we refer to a lot as being job seeker first. And so if you think about if you understand your mission and understand your values, and it's clear to us as a marketplace brand, we've got job seekers and we've got employers. And it's clear from day one, we're job seeker first. So we just
I'm trying to think about what's the mindset of the audience right now. You know, you've been at Brand Innovators maybe all day today. It's quite late in the day, and we've talked to a lot of people with brands like MGM and Virgin, and maybe you don't have that same deep connection with Indeed. But as I've had conversations with Jennifer, I realized that there's this deep emotional state that you are in when you are looking for a job. That's something that actually distinguishes everybody in this room from somebody who's not employed right now, who's going through those emotions, thinking about if they can find a position that's going to be the right fit for them, help them live a fulfilling life. So I've really learned a lot about that from Jennifer and just how important it is to be customer first. So I want to ask a seemingly simple question. You said that you're going after our job seekers, really a broad audience. Like from a strategic standpoint, are there segments? Like how do you think about it in more detail? If you think about it in more detail, and if you don't, why not?
That's a great question. Okay. We are. I should have said our mission is to help all people get jobs. That's a word I was going to insert in when I talk about it because it really means something to me and to us as a company. And so when I think about our segments, so most of the work we do, we say we're targeting new entrepreneurs. And that's a lot of people. But a couple of things that are different about our category, or I'm sure some of you are in similar categories. If you're not in the market for a new job, you don't really think about Indeed or think about job sites. And so we have to stay present on a regular basis with the entire labor force so that when a job need comes to mind or an employer wants to hire, that we are top of mind for them. So first of all, we want to say, let's talk to the whole labor force. Let's make sure we stay top of mind for people. But on top of that, because our mission is to help all people get jobs, we also spend quite a bit of time trying to understand segments of the labor force that are having greater challenges with getting a job, or there might be bias or barriers that are getting in their way, and work hard to help address some of those barriers and speak to that audience from that perspective as well. For example, coming out of the pandemic or during the pandemic, there are certain segments, including women, who have struggled to re-enter the workforce because they're caretakers and their kids are, and not just women, I'll be clear. But if you look at the numbers, there's a lot of women who come in and out of the workforce or who left the workforce because their responsibilities are their kids are going to school, getting sent home from school, and things of that nature. So we also take the approach of who is it that needs the most help right now, and what can we do to help support them. So that's how we get there.
Expand on what you just said about using the pandemic as a base for a question. Many of you may know, or you might have heard, whether or not you're a fan of the Kardashians. Kim Kardashian was recently caught saying, she's asked, what advice do you have for women in the Association with International Women's Day? And she said something like, women need to get off their ass and get up and fucking work. Like that's what she said. And yeah, the PR team, they really could have worked on that. That's what she said, and she's gotten a lot of people, and she's not looking up on Twitter. Like there's a lot of people coming off of this, and I feel like what you're describing right now, Jennifer, is the opposite. There's this intention with which you're trying to make sure that you're thinking about the emotional state of the job seeker and the circumstances that they're facing. How does it show up in your actual campaigns? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I'll give you, I guess, a couple of examples. One is we launched a campaign early this year, and this applied to people not just women, but people who are struggling to get back to work. And it was called One Skill, and it talked about how there are all these skills that we might bring with us to work, but the one skill that's most important is having empathy in the workplace and putting yourself in people's shoes and understanding that these are very challenging times and trying to recognize what they bring to the table. And so I would say one way it shows up in the market is just through our championing the challenges that job seekers are facing and helping employers understand, they're trying to attract more people to their company where there's a labor shortage. And so we see one of our roles is in helping employers understand how to get people to come to work for them. And a lot of that goes down to really understanding what their needs are and how they can attract people to their company. So, and then specifically on women, one of our favorite efforts that we've done this last year was a whole campaign that was called Work Needs Women. And it was really explaining the benefits of having women and how it helps drive company performance and drive the economy and really championing. So going back to Kim Kardashian, I hate to do, it couldn't be more opposite than what she said. Like, I felt kind of angry when I read it, understanding how hard women are working and wanting to come back to work. But if you're given a choice, whether you're a man or woman, if there are other priorities that you have in your life, and your employer is making a choice between your family and work or some other situation at work, you've got to choose, in a lot of cases, if you have the privilege to do so, your family. And I think that's the struggle that
ask you a question on the opposite spectrum of what you just discussed, which is that the pandemic put many people in a position where maybe they were no longer able to work. And then you're also reconciling with what is now the Great Resignation, where people are intentionally quitting their jobs and they're not planning necessarily on getting new ones. How has Indeed reacted to that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Like right after the pandemic, we're all seeing the headlines about all the job losses, and we thought, people are gonna flock to our site, all these job seekers looking for work, and we were actually shocked to see that was not the reaction. Traffic was down. And why could that be? Really did some social listening and talk to people, and then we started seeing on the media the Great Resignation and the government checks and all these things that really painted job seekers, I would say, in a pretty negative light, the way it kind of came out. And we tried to reframe it in the media, and we were talking about it as the Great Realization, which has a little bit of a different meaning to it for us, because what we heard from people, there certainly was this time of reflection during the pandemic where they had some time off and really thought to reevaluate what they wanted in life. I don't know why it's always stood out to me, this one guy who was a cook, and he said, I went every day and I was a chef, and I would come home and I would have recent burns on my arm, and I have really bad feet and ankles now because I stand up on concrete all day. And I really stepped back and said, I really want to go back to that kind of a job. And I think that just represents, a lot of people's situations where they weren't that happy. And so it's really this realization that people want to have their work be something that they enjoy. And I know it is a luxury for some people to get that choice, but I think more and more people are finding ways to upskill, reskill, explore other things right now, which is actually a really great thing for the world. Even though I know it's been a little hard and there's some worker shortages out there, it's also caused employers to kind of step up and look at how can I create a better work environment that people actually want to come to every day. And so, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a great thing for the world and make people a lot happier at work. It's like a struggle right now for sure.
Jennifer, you just mentioned that employers
employers having to step up and react to what's been happening with the pandemic or the great resignation or whatever the case may be. There's been a shift in power towards the person who's looking for jobs. So the challenge for Indeed is that they're not paid by the customer, they're paid by the employer. But you're talking about something where you're kind of sounds like you're deprioritizing the employer in favor of the customer. How is your company overall subscribe to this mentality, and why is that a thing for you to do? That's a great question. We get that a lot. And to be honest, when I first started at Indeed, I was really confused when I was told that was my job, because I was like, but we get paid for the employers, but my whole job is to talk to the job seeker. Like, yeah, I'm like, okay, it sounds great, but how am I going to connect that back to revenue and business and all of these things I know that I need to be accountable for. And when it makes sense, if it's good for the job seeker, it's good for the employer too. So we're a marketplace brand, and so my job is really to make sure we're balancing the marketplace between job seekers and employers. And if we are the brand that has the most job seekers that come to our site, we get 250 million visitors a month, then employers are going to want to be there. And so for us, it's an important part. Not only is it our mission, but it's also a big part of what drives our business model is we have all the job seekers on our site. So if you're hiring, you're going to want to come to Indeed as the place to be. And then I think we also are able to use our job seeker first mission to represent what job seekers want to employers. And we found that during this time, they actually come to us, and they ask us how do we get more people to our company, what are some of the things you guys are hearing. And so, being job seeker first could have actually a lot of advantages beyond the fact that we all can look at them every day and feel great about what we do.
One of our earlier conversations, Jennifer, you talked about the fact that when you make this decision to prioritize siding with the customer, or in this case, the job seeker over the employer, that there are hard decisions that need to be made, that there are compromises that need to be made. And ultimately, when you make those compromises, you're VP of the apprenticeship, right? So in that role, there's an expectation that you're still ensuring that quarterly revenue goals are hit. So how do you uphold this seemingly altruistic responsibility while still making sure that the finances are in check?
Yeah, and it really goes back to it's not mutually exclusive for us, because if we didn't have the job seekers, we actually wouldn't make the money, either. And so for us, having job seekers come to the site helps drive our business. Now, when we were talking, earlier about the hard choices, it could be things like we invest a whole lot of money behind a team that really scrubs our jobs to make sure they're not scams, and sometimes we'll actually accidentally remove some jobs that are real jobs that look like they're scams, and so we'll get employers every once in a while upset about that, and but we always err on the side of doing what's safe for the job seeker, what's right for the job seeker. The other example I could give, just to your point, that I guess good from a revenue perspective, via compromise, we've got company pages on our site, which is basically reviews on employers, similar to Glassdoor, which is a partner company of ours, and so we also use Glassdoor. And sometimes employers are like, hey, I don't really like that review that was posted, or hey, you think we could bump up our stars? And of course, we can't do that. We're representing the job seeker, and we see our job as being transparent, and because job seekers, what's right for some people from a culture perspective is not going to be right for others, and so it kind of is what it is, and it's not up to us to try to fix that in those cases. So that's what we do.
Ultimately, on my end, I am in the media business, so I am going to ask you a question about media. So as far as ad formats that are a priority, we've had a lot of people come up on stage and say that every format is a priority, but I'd like to learn a little bit more about what Indeed has been doing. Of course, I've been speaking to you, so now I'm noticing every single Indeed ad out there on every podcast I listen to. So I want to hear a little bit more from you. What are those priority areas? Just knowing what you said earlier, it's an emotional state of being. You're trying to convey that you're this place where people can go to find trusted job listing. What are priority ad formats for the Indeed brand?
Good question. So we do a lot of, I would just say, video across, whether it's linear TV, online video, OTT, but a lot of what we do is in video format because job search is emotional and we are mission driven, and so there's a lot of storytelling coming to our brand building efforts. So I would say there's a lot we do in that format. We started doing online TikTok, and that's been pretty fun. One of my favorite things that we just did is kind of make fun of the video resume, but basically showing how hard it is. And if you come to Indeed, you can basically actually get noticed from people, not just your mom and your friends. And so really we're looking, of course, across channel, but almost all of our efforts have some sort of video component to them from the brand marketing side. Of course, we have a whole other acquisition side of the team that is doing basic search and SEM and all of that. But we do a ton of video.
All the greatest hits are part of the lineup. So do we have time for a question, or are we done?
All right, we have time for one question.
Somebody have a question.
Does anyone have a question out there? All right, so I'll leave with one last question.
All right. What's a good question to ask? Anymore. I would say that a question to ask for 2022 is, what is something innovative that Indeed is planning to launch into for this year?
One of the things that's more of an evolution that came out of the pandemic was a new, we call it like our hiring. We use our online platform and we can hire thousands of people pretty immediately on the spot. And so what we're trying to do in 2022 is expand that and take it on the road so that we can get more people jobs more quickly.
Okay. Thank you to Jennifer Warren for this conversation.
Thank you so much, everybody. All right, is everyone ready for this next amazing session? We have a real treat for you. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. All right, so we'll be coming together for a panel on reinventing legacy brands and maintaining relevance for cross-generational consumers. And we will be joined by Forever 21's head of brand creative, Joanna Chu, and the three founders of FUBU, Keith Perrin, Jay Alexander Martin, and Carlton Brown. The session will be moderated by Rob DeSalvo, Chief Revenue Officer at Undertone. So please give a warm welcome to everyone coming out.
Go ahead and have that drink.
Everyone needs to get their cocktails. All right. Yes, let's go. This is great. Welcome, guys. Thanks for coming today. Really excited to have this conversation with you guys, and for the audience is extremely excited as well. So one of the things we've been talking about is Google and Forever 21 just being such entrenched brands when you guys launched back in the 90s, and Forever 21 launched in the 80s, but really ingrained in the 90s culture. And now those trends are coming back now, right? I'm seeing it. Google actually launched when I was playing college football, and my entire team adopted the brand right away. I had t-shirts, I had hats. It was part of our culture. I played 91 to 95, but now maybe not that many people here know the history. So we'd love to hear a little bit about how the brand launched, really the foundation of how it came about.
Well, we started in 1992 But we started basically by I guess trying to figure out an answer to a question that we had. At one time we were selling me and Damon and Pete, we were selling hats, basically having trouble about car. These real popular hats that were popular in the 90s. And we were doing that and doing pretty good at it. And but we were just selling, taking money and reinvesting and selling it. We really didn't have a company yet. And one day we figured out, we heard a rumor, I can't say it was facts or not, but a rumor was going around where a company, I think it was Timberland, they were saying that they didn't make their boots for city kids. Which in reality they probably didn't. I mean, I don't think they thought that would be that popular in New York, and they probably didn't make it with us in mind. Well, that being said, it got around in a negative way. And we said that maybe we should make something for us by us. And we came up with that name, and obviously took the first letter from each word and came up with Fubu. Now, mind you, we were still small, still working out of Damon's living room and dining room. And we actually shut down the business a couple of times. One time because of financial reasons and what have you. One time we shut down, our partner Jay came home from the Navy.
He's the fashion guy.
And he's the fashion guy. Jay's that guy in school where he would have a bow tie on and really dressed up every day. That's that guy. And he came home from the Navy and said, yo, let's give it another shot. I got some money to invest from the military I saved up. And he actually went to FIT, which is the Fashion School of Technology in New York. And he came with some structure. Really came in, showed us how to put a clothing brand together. And from there, he just took off.
So once you built the foundation, what tactics really worked for you guys to break through the clutter of some of the other companies that were out there? And then even more so, maybe what are a couple of things that didn't work that you guys had to put to the wayside?
Product placement.
Yeah, product placement was, I think, we knew a lot of the artists, they were just coming up, launching their careers. And we had a good friend called Hype Williams. So he was directing a lot of these artist videos. And he would call us and say, hey, I'm doing Busta Rhymes this week, or I'm doing, Janet Jackson next week, or whatever the case may be. And we would go down to the set and spend 16, 17 hours on set, because at that time, nobody really knew the brand. So it wasn't like, hey, who's here? Let me get the clothes. I was just like, hey, what you got? Purple shirts? Looks like Barney on it or whatever. You know what I mean? So we finally were able to develop, and Jay helped us a lot because we were just a t-shirt and hat brand. Jay helped us develop outerwear, different pieces that we needed to get to that next level. And then the artists, they bought into it early. And we didn't even know it was like product placement or marketing. We just knew that we needed to get up for the scene. And we were one of the first, we were the reason why MTV started blurring out logos and videos. So, once we saw that, we said, okay, we got to go with BET because we're not going to make it on MTV. But we actually, that was the reason why we started blurring videos, see that big FB in every video.
Keep in mind, there was no internet, there was no Instagram, and the kids were glued to the TVs when it came to music videos. And from that platform, by putting our phones in these artists, we were building up a fan base that we really didn't even know about. There's people demanding our clothes that we didn't even know about. So we went to our first magic show, which is a trade show in Las Vegas. When we went there, we didn't know what to expect. But we got the room in the Mandalay Bay. And we didn't know what to expect. We set our clothes up in the bathroom on the floor, and hopefully some stores would come see us. And lo and behold, once the stores heard that we were there, they came up to our room and said, listen, we've been walking the floor looking for you guys all week. The kids in our neighborhood, the kids in our community are asking for these clothes. We're seeing them on the videos. And we really built a bigger base than we even knew about because of the videos.
You mentioned the internet, Instagram, one of the things we've been talking about all week is the evolution and and how you have to adapt and adjust when tech changes, things like that. But what about for you guys in the fashion industry? You guys have done such a great job of keeping the brand relevant. What have you guys done to evolve the brand over the years?
Well, I can say it like this: we are the customer, so we're always going to know what's the next thing. So as we evolve, our brand evolves.
And we also, ventured out to get a bunch of other things. When the brand started going down around 2006, we were like, okay, it's over, guys. You know, let's figure out what we're gonna do next. You know, James started Forest Buyers Network TV station. Carl's working on our Google hotels, and I started Google Radio. So, and obviously, you know, Damon is doing very well on Shark Tank. So he was doing that. And then around 2008, we tried to come back out. Obviously, it was the wrong time, 2008. It didn't happen. So we just continued to do what we were doing separately. And about 2016, the young kids, you know, they started drifting. And they started wearing all this stuff and posting it. And they were like, listen, you know, you guys need to come back out. So we were like, yeah, okay, all right, we'll be back out soon. And it just kept building up and building up. And we were like, maybe we got something again. Like maybe we can, you know, launch this again. So we did a lot of collaborations where we reached out to people like Pata, and Pepe Man, and Mitchell and Ness, and Puma, and you know, Ebbets Field and Sorella, and maybe try to do something with Forever 21 right before the pandemic. That didn't work out. So we revisited and we did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, so I guess that's a good segue. We'd love to hear from your guys' perspective about the collab with Forever 21 and you know what makes it special for you guys.
For us, is we knew that we had to really capture the hearts of the young people. I mean, we knew that people my age and up, they heard about the brand and knew about the history. A lot of kids, they may have heard about it, they knew nothing about the history, nothing about the brand. So the platform that Forever 21 gave us was that consumer. A consumer that was maybe in their parents' class and pulling out thrifting and pulling out old clothes. They really didn't know about the brand. This gives us a chance to re-educate the consumer about our brand at the right age range.
Right. So you guys are looking at you know what I was going to say, I just feel blessed to be on our 30th anniversary, you know, in the business and you're able to reach out to a 15-year-old kid who weren't even born yet. So just that in itself is a Herculean feat. You know what I mean? Like we're so much, we're doing so much. And it's a good thing. And Forever 21 really came with the right clothes, the right colors, the right fits in the bodies. And so it's a good thing. I'm looking forward to this, knocking this out.
The key thing, one remark I have from such a said the clothing brand went down. We took a conscious decision to pull our brand off the market because we knew that kids change, styles change, and we said, why fight the change that's going to happen? Let's pull out and wait for the right time to reintroduce the brand. So we knew fashion, we knew it goes in cycles. We just knew that the cycle would come back around. We just had to be ready for it.
I'll talk loud, my mic's not working.
When you look at collaborations like this from a fashion standpoint, what are the types of things that you are evaluating or just thinking about when you launch something?
I think the first step is to look at the demographics of who we're dealing with. You know, it has to be a synergy between what our brand stands for and what their brand stands for. What our brand stands for and what their brand stands for. And it was pretty much seamless when it came to and us kind of getting together, and especially from the design point of view. I knew what they liked. I actually been to the store, looking through every line that they had in there, just to kind of see the sensibility of what they put together. And me as a creative director, I have to kind of give my vision of what I think that we should be and how we can collaborate together. But I think it was a great deal.
Yeah. All right, Joanna, let's switch sides for a second. What about your perspective, from the creative and marketing perspective on the Forever 21 side? How did you guys do into the lens from your side of things?
Over 5 years ago, we were sitting in an office putting together a list of dream brands that the Forever 21 team wanted to partner with. Lulu was on top of that list. All of us, grew up with the brand. We knew the legacy behind the brand, so it was such an exciting opportunity for us. And just being able to take this great heritage and bring it to our consumers in a kind of reinvented way, right? And make it, great content around it, tell the story of founders, tell the story of moving to this generation. It's just been really exciting.
seems, when you guys describe it from both perspectives, it seems like such a natural fit. Yeah. So I guess from a marketing and advertising standpoint, a lot of people in the room are in the industry looking at everything on that side. What areas are you guys digging into to highlight as far as the collection goes? And then I guess one of the things that we do at Undertone is we're always looking at the creative messaging or looking through the lens of the creative messaging and how that's going to evoke some sort of emotional response from the consumer. Right? What is it going to bring out from the consumer standpoint? So what are you guys looking? How are you guys answering that question? How are you guys evaluating it from that perspective? What do you envision at the end of the day?
I think when it comes to creating relevant storytelling, it's going to be the heritage and story around Google. So it's really important for Forever 21 to not only honor the legacy around Google, but also highlight the founders, bring them to the forefront, tell their story, their journey of how they brought this amazing brand to the forefront. And then, just from day one, our first marketing call, it was Jay, it was Keith, it was Carl, like on the call, and that just never happens. So the enthusiasm, the fact that they were so involved from day one, is just a testament to how they were able to bring such an amazing brand alive for the last 30 years. And they've been working with us in lockstep. They are here with us today in Austin. Earlier today, we were even at a local Austin store. We had an activation with the Boys and Girls Club. It's just been a great journey for us. And having that opportunity to share that with our consumer was really cool.
That's great. I mean, you just set the tone right now. Sets it from just over encompassing, and you can see it. I feel like you can see it out in the marketplace. You guys going to the store and being able to have a Boys and Girls Club. And that's just such a great activation as well. Yeah.
We're hands-on despite our baby. And for us, like if we see one shirt, we see 1,000 shirts. Every shirt is almost like the first time we see it. And every time we come to the floor, it's like, wow.
Absolutely. And what I love about what Forever 21 and how they stepped up to the plate was they weren't about just slapping a name on the shirt and just putting it out there. The whole world, from the marketing and advertising, from the influences that we talked about, the events that we're doing, the give back situations that we have in place, like everything was in order. So it wasn't about, hey, you guys have been out for 30 years, let's do a collaboration and we can sell it. And it's like, no, we're gonna do as much as we can. And on our side, we always do as much as we can on our side. So when we came together, it was a good trip.
Yeah. I mean, I was downstairs putting this shirt on, and someone who works here grabbed my arm and said, "How much can I give you for that shirt?" Yeah. Yeah.
The enthusiasm, like I said, we've done collaborations with 400 organizations. Forever 21, off the, as you said, off the top, the enthusiasm was very natural, and it really made me feel good about the future of the stuff.
Yeah. So, Joanna, from your perspective, you've done a couple of these types of collaborations from an established standpoint. Talk a little bit about some of the other projects that you've done.
Forever 21 being the legacy brand, cross-generational, we have this great opportunity to partner with other legacy brands and bring this sense of nostalgia to not only millennials, but also this Gen Z audience. So what's exciting about that is you don't just only see fashion, you see lifestyle opportunities, we see storytelling opportunities, collabs like Cheetos, or other ones that we've done similar to people like Juicy. They've been very successful in that. People get excited to see these nostalgic moments that set the tone for their childhood and has a lot to do with who they are today. So I think that excitement carries when we have these great partnerships and makes sense.
So give the audience a little look into, you guys having a marketing meeting, right? What does that collaboration look like? What's that creative? You're talking about like the image that the brand needs to have in the marketplace with this collection. Are there considerations you need to make to really bring a multi-generational product, right? We're talking 30 years, like you said, 15-year-old kids who weren't even born and have parents that wore this gear, and now they're wearing it, not even knowing about the legacy of them. This is really cool stuff. I know So how does that work? Like, what's the, we would love to know a little bit about like what the brainstorms are like, what, you know, how the collection came together.
What it is it's no longer enough to shoot a full right? What we need to do is tell a story that connects with our audience. And just as mentioned so many times, having a partnership with Google allows us to do that. So being a brand creator, creative is no longer, hey, let's make all this content and just put it through channels. It's now, how do we create this bigger story that connects creators, co-creators, influencers, and bring that and drive that in an authentic way? And how do we also bring cause to community and do activations with the Boys and Girls Club? And how do we also highlight great history and legacy of brands? So being able to have this bigger connected story and then having that drive the campaign is really how we're seeing these bigger discussions.
Great segue. We're talking about the Boys and Girls Club. You guys have obviously been very big with social responsibility and giving back to the communities over the years. We'd like to have you guys tell the audience a little bit about some of the initiatives that you've worked on in the past to help give back to the communities.
Well, for a few years in a row, we bought like $20,000 worth of turkeys and gave them out to people in our neighborhood. And the funny thing about it is when we do it, people are like, "Oh, you guys even have the news people down here seeing what you're doing." And it's like, it's not about the news people for us. It's about what we're doing and us providing service for you and making sure that you're eating this Thanksgiving, this Thanksgiving holiday. It's not a PR moment. Like, now everything is a PR moment. It's now on Instagram. It didn't happen. But for us, people know what we did in the community. And that's where we get a lot of our support from. We come back to our community and give, and it doesn't even have to be our community. We do it everywhere. We try to do it everywhere to all our consumers. We also did, Clark Atlanta University, where we put computers in the school and the university. Yeah, and then we did the park program with the NBA, where we went to do the service on the basketball courts in the neighborhood. So we always try to give back in some type of way, and it's been good for us. And even when we partnered with Forever 21, the first thing we said was like, I think Paul brought it up. It's like, hey, let's connect to some community, some way, let's do something for somebody. And we came up with the Boys and Girls Club, and that's what we're doing now.
What about from the Forever 21 side? Are there some things that you guys are doing now from social responsibility standpoint?
This past 3 years has been a really amazing opportunity for our brand to find meaningful partnerships like the Boys and Girls Club. Just this past 2 years alone, we were able to raise over $4 million for various campaigns we've had. So it's been quite amazing, and it's truly a bigger factor that our consumers, our audiences, our customers, and also our employees, they are very connected to these programs and they want to see them succeed. So just giving an opportunity like that, you immediately see it. So we're really excited about continuing our partnership with Boys and Girls Club. We're also partnering with great organizations like the Trevor Project, and we're going to continue to find means and ways to integrate that into what we do, not just from a branding perspective, but as a company.
So we talked about it a little bit, but I think the overarching theme that we've seen not only in fashion, but some of the other things that are going on in social media is what's old is new again, right? It's the younger generation is really starting to attach to some of the things that were amazing that we attached to 25, 30 years ago. TikTok, social media, trends happening, fashion trends. We're talking about someone does a dance and all of a sudden it's a TikTok challenge and everyone's doing it. 90s challenge. I'm wearing things from the 90s, things like that. How do you guys, A, keeping track of all that, and then B, leaning into the ones that you think you can really attach yourselves to?
Yeah, it's really about just kind of having a great team that's very much the audience as well. So that's always been our kind of goal. But when it comes to Google, the kind of cross-generational fun ways that we can create content, for instance, like on TikTok, having kind of style challenges, millennials versus Gen Z, and having mother-daughter creators partner with us on that, or even having older sister, younger sister kind of style battles around that, and providing more of like this authentic, fun way of showing. Some of that has been really fun for us, especially in developing our campaign on Google.
About from your guys' perspective, and like you said earlier, the internet didn't even exist in the way that it does now. No social media, obviously, which we always say, kind of glad I was in college, there was no social media. But what are you guys leading into from your perspective?
Social media has been a God's gift. I mean, put it this way: we used to we had this idea one time where we would paint the guardrails of the store. When the store closed up for the day, they put the gate down. We went around the city painting those gates, getting permission at first to make them an authorized Uber dealer. We could take the paint ourselves, go out at night, and actually paint these on these walls. That was our social media back then. That's how we was getting these looks, these likes. But it just takes that same consistency and effort. If you apply that to social media, it's almost a no-brainer. And we've been really just taking, like you said, just taking time to create different programs and different kind of, things to bring attention to what we do, but also the interactions really helpful for us as far as just spreading the word and sharing all these things. So to me, I don't see how a company like ours can survive without it.
And also too, we have kids, and we employ our interns, and we have all these great people who bring stuff to us and keep us, we're like the old cats now, right. You don't know what you're talking about, but these kids, they keep us on our toes, and they'll tell us, hey, there's this new platform coming out, it's TikTok. You got to get on TikTok. I put TikTok for about 9 months now. And now I'm sitting on TikTok trying to learn how to do it. But we have a good team that we surround ourselves with, and they make sure that we stay up on certain things. Even people like past employees will text us or something and say, hey, did you see this? Or did you see this movie? You guys are in this movie. They always keep us abreast of what's going on, what's we're charting out there. So like I said, keeping a great team around is key.
So I guess from a marketing standpoint, for all the marketers in the room, what advice would you give from a branding, a cultural relevancy standpoint for people that are out there working on initiatives like this, collaborations, and really partnerships overall?
I think the first thing you have to do is protect your brand. We've been in this business 30 years. We've never heard any craziness about us getting into trouble or doing anything crazy, because we know we have a brand to protect, and it's feeding us, it's been feeding us for over 30 years. But as far as marketing is concerned, you just got to stay on top of your game and stay true to yourself and what you're putting out there. And we've always put out positive. Even with the radio station, it's clean music. There's no gossip. I'm not trying to find out what's going on. I'm trying to give you your flowers. So that's a different angle that I've come from. And I'm pretty sure Jerry Paul can speak on theirs, but that's what we did. We just put out positive stuff. And we've always had great relationships. We built our company with great relationships. Most of the people that we work with been working with us for over 20 years, some 25 years. So, if they leave, they come back. And the door is always open. So we also build a family. Like we run our business as a family. Like once you're in, you're in. You're out. But once you're in, you're in. And no matter what we go through, disagreements or whatever, like we was arguing last night, like going crazy at each other, and then going to the door, hey, come on, let's go. We got to go hit it first. Like it never happens. So that's the type of business that we run.
Our brand is really attached to us. So people look at our brand as us, and they bought into our lifestyle and things that we did and how we live. And as long as they felt we was authentic about it, our company would thrive. So we always know that we got to be authentic, know our consumer, know who they are, and really just give them exactly what they need, what they want.
Anything to add, Joe? Yeah. What about from the February 21 Saturday?
I couldn't agree more. Just really having authentic connections and knowing what works for your audience, and that's what even if it doesn't make 100% sense, like 7-Eleven perhaps. However, we find really fun ways to make that relevant for our audience, to make it fun and fashion too.
So what's next? Anything big? Next thing. Google Radio. I need everybody download Google Radio, please. It's free. The shameless plug, I'm sorry. I got to build this business up too. Okay, brother. Hey, Google Radio, we take classic hip hop, R&B. We got great shows. We got great mix shows. Like I said, it's clean music. You can play it in your stores. You can play it in your business. Please download Google Radio. Right. What else? What other projects? Hotels you guys are working on, right? Yeah.
But like I said, right now it's all about the brand. It's all about expanding. It's all about building a larger consumer base. I mean, we started in New York City, but we want to make sure that the brand has the same consistency all around the world. So we're really paying attention to that because all these other things branch off of that. So the brand is everything else falls as well. So we just focus on strengthening the brand, widening our consumer base, and putting out quality products.
Yeah.
Same thing said. And again, distribution right now for me is key. Getting out. Again, e-commerce is a big thing for a long time. I am right now want to get out of e-commerce, get back to the stores, and get people to feel the clothes. I think that to me is better than the fashion guy. So it is.
Yeah. And you're launching what next week?
So I'm very quiet about what I do. Of course, I was launching the first student service for Forest Lives Network. I have 4 series in production right now as we speak, and still in Atlanta. I have 3 reality shows still in as we speak in LA. I have 275 movies.
What else?
So I'm launching it first. You can download it on all platforms, OTT, Source, AVOD, SVOD, and Linear. You like? Please.
Yes, that's great. I'm sorry, I had to pull that out. That's a big thing. That is big. That's great. Yes. Yes.
Boohoo is going to be the first of many great collabs this year. We have some really amazing collections that are coming as well, and we're just finding new and innovative ways to meet our audiences, whether it's in store, online, through social, through the metaverse and beyond. So we'll definitely have a lot of things planned to share that.
Oh, that's great. Excellent. I think we still have a few minutes left, so I wanted to open it up to the audience for some questions. I'm sure we'll have a few. Do we have a mic to pass around? Or?
With 2 brands that both have real history and legacy, where do you find that balance?
It's a partnership. That's what we noted from day one. Having every single founder on our first call and taking them through our marketing plans, hearing their feedback, hearing the parts that were really important to them, and then us sharing back like what we can do from a Forever 21 perspective. It was very clear from day one we were aligned on so many of those things, whether it be influencers that we wanted to send forth and celebrate the collection, the messaging behind what we wanted to do as well, from all the way from in-store execution and what that looked like. So I think it's a ton of communication and just dedicated conversation.
A part of it also is respect. Mutual respect for what we're trying to do and what they're trying to do. And once we come together, it's like two dynamic situations at one time.
Definitely communication. Completely, like there's been a few times where we didn't see eye to eye. But I think an open mind and talk things out, we found a way to find a middle ground. I think that's what it really came down to, is communicating and finding a solution.
Congratulations on when you did it in the first. Someone who was 43 years old from Brooklyn, New York. And I remember the first time. What would you say is kind of one of the keys to maintaining that authenticity and also the legacy of the brand? You see so many other brands, and you have to compare the popular with Sean Thomas. You don't have the same relationship. You want to do so there's to be a piece of that. And you learn that. I don't know how the hell we can do this long, to tell you the truth. I just think that the work we put in, the way we carried ourselves over the years, the quality of our products, because when a person pulls out a sweatshirt that's 20 years old and still looks brand new and has no wall holes in it and has no rips, the seams is still intact. You know, that just shows the longevity of the brand and the quality that we put behind it. And I think that's always been our biggest thing, putting quality in clothes so that it doesn't, so that it lasts and it doesn't tear apart. Because, you'll have so many different, clothing or outfits over the years that you'll go back in your closet to go pull it out and it's ripped or it's falling apart. And we just built our brand on that legacy. It's just having quality product and running a smooth brand, and not, like I said, not staying out of trouble, not getting into things and destroying the brand. I remember a funny story when Pump started Sean John. He came to us and he was like, "Listen, I want to start this brand. Sean John, it's my real name. This is what I want to do." We were like, "That's cool, but you should name it something else in case something happens, you get in trouble, and your brand will go down with you." And he was like, "I'm an icon. I'm going to name it Sean John." I said, "Okay." A year later, a couple of years later, he got to that thing in the club. And I was just looking at it, we were like, "Man, don't let this thing go down." Because at that point we were rooting for him, because even though he was our competition, we needed him. We needed that brand in the store so that we could build this, at the time it was the urban section, but we needed him. So, things like that we went through and we saw it happen.
It's a misconception, because I have to come down in your background and say it, but a lot of times they come into the office, "I like this, I like that, and they leave. We've been in our business from day one, from sales, marketing, you name it. We shipping in the warehouse. So we actually come to work at 10 o'clock in the morning and leave, sometime at night every day around the clock around the year. So that's the difference between us and, let's say, a brand that's kind of pushed by entertainment. We actually get every day, working every day, we're making the calls.
Like we tried our hand in the music business, it didn't work, so maybe that's what it is. We were made for fashion and they were made for music.
Actually, music.
Next question. The revitalization of the brand through the thrift store, that's fascinating. I've not heard of revitalization through a thrift store. Because the brand died a little bit, but it got revitalized by kids being younger through the thrift store aspect. I love that part of the story. Have y'all taken that and then thrown any strategy around that aspect as the new generation comes up, as your brand gets rediscovered by people who truly like the thrift store, as you introduce new products and new things, how do you bring them through that new generation? I'm really fascinated.
I just want to start like this. It's not about a situation happening and then you go feed into the situation. It's about the situation happening and you just like the situation, just let it happen. It comes authentic. If you push it and try to make it work, it just never works. It has to happen organically.
Some things you want to, like you said, feed it a little bit, give it a little gas, but a lot of things like that, you kind of let it go on their own. Because that's when it becomes authentic. And you can kind of benefit from it in other ways.
You both were talking about food room. You guys were talking about how influencers brands have been for your business. But I know personally it can get pain in the ass to find the right ones and measure what the hell is actually happening with the data people talk about. What are your biggest challenges with influencers?
Well, we kind of stay away from the paid part. We, like I said earlier, we kind of develop a family, whether it's us here, whether it's our employees that work with us, whether it's people who support us, or whether it's influencers that know the brand. And, we don't get into, if we have to pay somebody, it's a big thing, but we usually develop a relationship with these guys where we provide them with product and then post it. And some of them just go buy it and post it and do great photo shoots for us and say, hey, guys, use my photos. So we kind of develop, those type of relationships with influencers as opposed to, the paid version all the time, because sometimes that can get a little tricky.
It comes back to being authentic. Because the kids know when you paid for something. It doesn't come up as natural, as organic. So we try to stay away from it because it does make a difference. When you have a relationship with a certain influencer, they have a certain amount of enthusiasm when they work with you as opposed to just getting a check.
Also go to extra mile, but do things that we're not teaching to do. Because if I pay someone to do a post, they're gonna do that one post. But if they are friends, they're gonna just keep let them ride.
It's not gonna be up to 24 hours.
And just to add to that, when we went to our network and said, hey, we're partnering with FUBU, the amount of hands that were raised in our community of influencers, because they were just so excited to be a part of this collection and this heritage of this brand. So absolutely finding creators that authentically have some sort of connection with the brand, with what you're trying to do, is going to really help partnerships on the back end, making sure that the content is relevant and it's organic and it feels real. And so that's what we've been able to accomplish with FUBU and so many of our other collections as well.
Hey, so I don't have a question. I actually have a little different story that I relate to you guys with. So I was working a job that I didn't like, and I was on the subway in New York City, and I was reading David John's Rise and Grind. And I read about how you guys were selling hats out of the trunk. And it actually inspired me to quit my job and start my own company. So I wanted to thank you guys for
We always say we're more than a clothing company, we're a movement, because over the years we've seen us inspire other people to do things they wouldn't normally do, or to get into business, like, be an entrepreneur, so thank you for sharing that.
So you guys talked about partnering with Instagram. How did you guys kind of think through who you wanted to partner with? So it's kind of actually really relevant. So I work for Toyota, how process is doing. So we're thinking about who should we partner with to extend his legacy and his brand. And so we talked through how that could work.
A lot of it happens with asking our employees what they care about. And really, because again, I think the reason our partnership with Boys and Girls Club was so successful is that our store staff is engaged. They were pushing it to our customers. And then on the marketing side too, just the fact that there's so much passion behind it and so much connection that resonates with our employees and also our communities, made it just very clear from day one that Boys and Girls Club was an organization that spoke to our company and felt authentic to us. So there's many others too, but I would always start by having an internal discussion of, as companies, what is meaningful to us? What is the thing that we want to do here? And it was very good.
And FUBU was for the kids.
Any last questions?
panel. So live streaming has been immensely popular with my it's about $1 billion content today. What do you guys thought about using creative environment to turn a live stream something else?
I can't hear you. You gotta speak up a little bit.
Sorry. So in Asia, live streaming is about $360 billion industry annually. In the US, it's only $10 billion. How have you guys thought about using the creative economy to start selling products to live stream like on the site or to publish?
I never knew that, but we gotta definitely look into it. We do sell overseas. You know, we have a division in Japan. We have a division in Korea. And, you know, we just opened up Brazil, United Emirates. What else? In Europe, South Africa.
I mean, I have we are looking at live streaming. It's something that's on our radar, but like you said, we haven't figured out a way to do it in an authentic manner. So we are looking for content creators to team up with to create certain content for it, but we haven't figured out that part yet.
All right, well, thank you so much. Thank you all for listening. Go up because we have another amazing panel. Stay tuned. We're gathering everyone to do some chairs.
Oh, thanks. Nice meeting you.
All right, our next session will be around leadership's perspective, the future of digital and media trends. So please give a warm welcome to 5 amazing speakers. One more chair. All right, we have Caroline Dawkins, the SVP and Global CMO at Politically Estee Lauder Companies. We've got Sarah Gable, the Chief Marketing Officer at Bruce Wine. Raul Chowdhury, the Chief Marketing and Digital Officer at Q-Home. Alex Richmeyer, the Media Director at Conagra Brands. And Ann Kowalerski, the Global Chief Marketing Officer with Bloomberg Media. The session will be moderated by Lauren Benedict, the SVP of Enterprise Sales with Mountain. So welcome. We'll share. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to, I believe, the last panel of today. Here at 8 a.m. It's 4:30 p.m. Time for this to go on. In all seriousness, thank you for being here. It's been a great 2 days. Really excited to be here with this awesome group of panelists. I'm Lauren Benedict, I'm SVP of Enterprise Sales. I'm really new with Mountain, and I'm really new to the Mountain company. I just started 8 weeks ago, but I've grown up in the connected television space, spent 12 years with Hulu. At Mountain, we are really turning connected television into a performance marketing channel. So a lot of talk about attribution. If you have any questions, we can talk to you later. That's my sales pitch. And on to what's fun and next. So we're here to talk about the future of and digital from a leadership perspective. I'd say over the course of the past 2 days, we've heard a lot about all of the disruption that's gone on in this space over the course of the past 2 years. whether it's streaming, e-com, NFTs, the metaverse, so much excitement, right? And so what better than to have these great leaders here to talk about how complex this world is, really, and truly some of the trends that are emerging, not to keep up, but to get ahead. And so I'm really excited to kind of dig in and talk about the future of digital and media. And so before we kick off, I'm actually going to let everybody introduce themselves because we have a big panel here. You can just go down the line and just introduce yourself and talk a little bit more about obviously the great brands that you represent and work for, and a little bit more about the scope of your responsibility.
I'm Sarah, so our team is trying to say, well, we curious. Basically, we bring large international regions, but that's international regions, museums, so that we can get people, meet people in their lifestyle. So we like to say, oh, that's for it. And just a lot of different ways. Hey everyone, I'm Kevin Global Chief Marketing Officer of Bloomberg Media Group. So I wear a couple hats there. On one side, obviously, we're producing a lot of content for our subscribers and our visitors to our multi-platform brand and ways to engage with our content. On the other hand, we are working with our advertising partners and thinking about how do we create the right environments for brands to show up and tell their stories in a really trusted, credible environment. So excited to dig into that more on this panel.
Hi everyone, Carolyn Dawkins. I am the Global Chief Marketing Officer for Plenty. That cost me a lot of money. I will be paying for that dealing. So I look after our global integrated marketing, product marketing, data and analytics, and our online team with the mandate of growing the business and growing the next generation of consumers. So I am thrilled to be here and look forward to the discussion.
Hi everyone, I'm Rahul. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer and Chief Digital Officer for Qlog. It's a leading heart health and joint health supplement company. Been there for the last 8 months. Prior to that, I used to work in Reckitt, where I worked for around 8+ years. I was the global marketing director on Lysol, starting their way in the digital and e-commerce space for the future. That's why I'm super excited to be here for this esteemed panel.
Then, hi everyone, I'm Alex Birchfire, Director of Media for Conagra Brands. If you don't know Conagra, you might not know that name, but we own 85+ brands in the food and beverage space. Brands like Slim Jim, my personal favorite, Healthy Choice, Birdseye, Ready Whip.
Awesome, thank you guys. So let's kick it off. We're going to focus and start our topic on streaming TV. I read yesterday that ad-supported streaming TV is like the new gold rush of media. And clearly it's been a huge disruptor over the course of the past 2 years with the rise of AVOD and SVOD services and stay at home. People have been streaming more than ever before. And really looking at what's happening, it's very much disruptive legacy ways of reaching audiences through linear channels. And so, Alex, the first question is really for you. As working for Conagra, representing brands like Slim Jim, who have been household names and brands in a very competitive CPG marketplace that tend to use linear TV as sort of a foundational media element. You and I have talked a lot about this, and you really reinvigorated how you're using video and really disrupted the model. So can you talk about sort of how you look at the trends and what you're doing to think about video and reaching audiences in new ways?
Sure. Yeah, it's crazy to think of almost a year ago when we were going through our upfront negotiations with our agency. The data just wasn't there for us to continue with the model of the upfront. So we actually moved to 100% digital plans, focusing on OTT, digital, social, all of those types of channels, which is scary because you're not, as a marketer, you always have got, the gold standard linear television, and then you build your plan around that. Now it's building from the bottom up and really figuring out the ways to communicate effectively to our consumers without that channel of television. So it's been a fun ride, tricky conversations to have with your C-suite, But it's been awesome.
I love it. I think it's hugely disruptive, and you know, I'd love to learn a little bit more too about how you're sort of looking at buying, whether it's upfront or you know, a little bit more of like the scatter marketplace, just-in-time buying. Has that model changed for you too?
No scatter, no anything. We've moved completely away from that. So quarterly planning, all digital, and it makes us more nimble that way too. It's kind of archaic how you have to buy a complete year's worth of stuff and then want to go activate that. Too much happens, especially with all the trends and all of the new social platforms and digital platforms that keep talking about. So we are completely out of that model.
I need to move with the speed of culture and relevance, so I get it. A little similar to what Alex has experienced. I know we talked a lot about your brand. Really, you know, TV was steadfast in terms of how you're reaching audiences. So can you take us through a little bit of how your video investment strategy has evolved, where your biggest strength has become a little bit more of a challenge?
Yeah, the audience we speak with are 50 plus if you take it. TV by far, traditional leading TV, is the one that works. It's been a big challenge. We knew cord cutting is happening, but we also knew that during COVID, it got accelerated. However, people staying in home, people watching so much on the TV, as well as the election of 2020, that just kept it afloat. We didn't really realize how bad it has hit till we have come out of it. And now when you look at CPL, now when you look at the TRPs, it's just rocketed. So it's a big challenge, it's a tough one. Honestly, I don't think we haven't found any player, and I'm offered to give to you, but we haven't found any player who can deliver that amount of volume through retailers like Walmart, Costco, build that kind of trust and reputation for a brand at the cost efficiency that we can achieve. I believe OTT will come in, but I think the curve is inverse as of now, right? The CPMs at OTT are much higher, but with the course of time, it's a matter of years. I heard some stats yesterday, which was shared in the Southwest session of featured content, that this year is the first year where there are more amount of series and upfront series being bought by OTT players than the national TV, which means it's a tipping point. With the increase in eyeballs here, with the increase in good content there, it's a matter of time when the CPMs there are going to drop in. It's a challenge for key network players to battle up. And for us, that's the opportunity we're looking for. But to really keep the mix in such a way which can drive volumes. But it's still wait and see for a long time.
Yeah, I think it begs the question in terms too of how they can drive engagement in order to increase the eyeballs. And I think as sort of that scale continues to grow, you know, the CPMs and the price value equation will start to make a little bit more sense.
Yes, and one point on that again, video strategy depends a lot on the brand. You could be an impulse product and it works perfectly fine. If you want to build trust for like a supplement category, it's very, very difficult to pull down that attention and keep saying, trust us. There are some companies who do it well, and I take inspiration from insurance companies who are still able to do it. But there is a hack to it. It's not that easy.
Lauren, can you comment on what you just mentioned about engagement? Yeah. So Bloomberg Behavior has 2 OTT streaming channels. We have Bloomberg Television and we have Bloomberg Pixel. And I think when we think about streaming, to your point, of really how do we create that critical point of engagement, we think about it in 2 main ways. One, which is developing content for the big screen, which is a big shift, right? It's not just about the cut downs, it's not just about social, but it's about that environment. And secondly is the need to talent-driven programming, right? In this time when there's so much out there, how are we going to cut through? And so we're really excited to partner with Chris Paul. Going to have a show that's launching this spring, and Barnett at the UK. So we're thinking about how to expand globally with relevant people that are trusted to make sure that we have that investment. So thinking about the context and also the talent to drive that engagement.
Hang on to your mic. Next question to you too. Now we're on the topic of content. I think Bloomberg has done a lot with purpose-driven content, specifically focused around sustainability, equality, personal finance. So can you talk a little bit more about the success that you've had in those channels, and also how you've gained insights to think about the future and sort of planning of how you make that?
Sure. So
am very fortunate to be part of the Bloomberg. When you think about purpose-oriented content, Mike Bloomberg is obviously the leader of our company and a public policy leader in a lot of realms like sustainability, like inclusion. And then Bloomberg has built its business on data. So when we actually think about pairing those two things, it really inspires purpose-driven innovation in a really natural way. So we're motivated to do that all the time. I think only 3 years ago, we had this sort of epiphany that climate change is perhaps the biggest challenge we're all facing since the Industrial Revolution, and there's no media brand that owns sustainability. And so pairing those ideals of data, pairing that idea of being a trusted resource around sustainability to launch Bloomberg Green, to really be that sort of global perspective of climate change and take a really optimistic view about all the great work that's happening in that space. After killing George Floyd, we had a similar sort of existential question and conversation. Who's covering equality from a global perspective? And the answer is no one. We have great things that are happening. The New York Times 1619 project is amazing, but it's US-centric. It's a project, and there's really not a global multi-platform brand that's covering that. And so we created this quality brand. And as you mentioned, we were well launched a couple of years ago too, to really think about how do we deliver both information on personal finance and investing, but also think about solutions and proactive advice for women, particularly in finance, are really looking for more tools and actions to support their growth, and really ensure that we were there to provide that. We do a lot of research, as you mentioned, around the modern leader. 80% of the modern leaders that we surveyed in the US just this past January say that they want to change the world, and only 57% of them feel that they are empowered to do so. And so it's our mission to close that gap and to give them the data and the tools they need to feel empowered to change the world. That's awesome. I'm super proud of that work. It's really great. And I think the part that's so powerful too is as brands, we connect with consumers, and you have the ability to take the microphone and make it different. And I feel like people are doing that at Bloomberg, so it's really powerful. I love it. All right, so shifting gears, it's not all about video. Obviously, there's a ton of other emerging platforms that are out there. So Sarah, for you specifically, just thinking about in this fragmented market, what are some of the emerging platforms and tools that you're really using to break through? Like, what are the big things that you have your eye on at Archer Roos as you think about being an up-and-coming brand? How do you break through?
So really for come along on a journey. So really trying to describe really interesting content that, so I just keep trying to beat them and find
We've talked a lot just about emerging platforms in TikTok or the metaverse, and you're talking just about how your business models have had to evolve as Philippe continues to look at this marketplace and be specialized and nimble. Can you talk a little bit about kind of your experience and some of the things that you're most proud of?
Yeah, no, just that context, right? Philippe is one of the longest standing leaders in skincare and makeup. I hope there are some users in the room amazing. If not, we will convert you before the end of this session. But I think for us, right, like that next generation of consumer matters more than ever before, because we have so much trust, we have so much equity that we have to convince a new consumer that they don't know, what their mom knew about our brand. So for us, we've really been accelerating into new platforms and really taking a bet on where we think these platforms are going. So, for us, we've been mapping where do we think the value and the growth is going to sit on some of these platforms, and let's invest in them today as though they're already there. So we've been doing this on TikTok.
We've been a fast mover into the metaverse thanks to my exceptional team. And we have had some phenomenal results. We have been able to, pick up more impressions than we would have in some traditional media formats, more reach, more connectivity with young consumers, a social conversation with young consumers that wouldn't have been with us. And I think one of the things you guys are talking about is content. I think you have to release the reins a little bit. And, I worked at Google for a long time. We used to say this all the time, but even more so in these environments, you have to hold on to your equity, but you have to let go of some of those reins so the consumer can find their way to you. And I think that's some of the pivots that we're making. I think a couple of other things. If you're not test learning and iterating in your organization right now, make sure it's the number one thing that you're doing, because you will not get it right. Every step will not be the right step. But the next step and the next step after that, they get so much stronger. And that's the journey. Like that is the map in order to succeed in this space. And we've had some phenomenal wins just by doing that. And I think if you're mapping, some of the things that we're doing, you'll see that along the way. And you can do that with your traditional media, right? We have torture test the heck out of our search bar. We do not let that search bar sit static ever. We're running pilots constantly. We knock out geos. There's so much stuff that we're doing to make sure that we are getting the most effective and efficiency out of our buyers.
And I just have to say that coming from food and fat, we actually look at cosmetics, health, and beauty as the North Star for what you guys are doing out there, because it's really, legacy food can kind of sometimes be known to not be with the times all the time, and stick with those 15-second videos and all of that. So totally, it's really very worth it.
Love it. Feel the love. It's awesome. So shifting gears just a little bit, there's been a lot of conversation about consumer first and taking an approach that really does put the consumer in the center of everything that you do. And a lot of that is fundamentally rooted in data. And I think somebody was saying earlier, shut up and listen. Really, we've got so much data and at our disposal to be able to be making informed marketing decisions. And I know a lot of you have been sort of touching on that through the course of the questions, but thinking about data in a different light, one of the things that obviously has been hugely disruptive is just the way in which consumers are buying products today. And with the rise of e-commerce, many of you have, for a long time relied on more in-store sales, brick and mortar, and have had to evolve your model to be more e-commerce driven. So Sarah, for you first, I'd say, how have you kind of evolved your strategy or kind of moved ahead with the understanding that, having someone go into the store to buy our Toulouse is not always the discovery? And has there been data that's really been powering the way that you push your product to different channels?
Yeah, it's a great question. So our Toulouse actually started as a little bars and restaurants, brands. And obviously we're in 2020 at Amazon partners. So we have consumer channel in October 2020. And so we've been learning a lot from building our brands. I think what we're really hoping is to consumer since our great first party data to really drive to our communication strategy and win there.
Does anybody else? I'm sure somebody else has something to say on this topic.
So I think, for me, just for context again, we were ELC's first brand, or Estée first brand to be on the D2C platform. So we have a really deep global platform in the D2C market. So a couple of things for us that we've learned is if you walk into a department store and you interact with that brand, we've been built on this really beautiful high-touch diagnostic service. We promise we will understand your skin concern or your skin tone, and we will give you the most optimal solution. So with COVID, we had to rapidly bring that online because consumers, if they're going to put their hand in their pocket and spend on prestige, they have better still deliver that same experience. So we have some amazing high-touch and high-tech services that sit on our brand.com, and they actually now spin off across different channels. And some great stats, right? We find that more of our AI-based technology significantly over-indexes with a younger consumer. We are more likely to touch a younger consumer who can quickly take a selfie and rely on our derm-based protocols that can run through in the blink of an eye and diagnose their concern and give them a solution. Yet our older consumers, they want to have a really beautiful consult with a new consultant. And what happens is when you consumers that service online, the time they spend with the brand, the frequency in which they return, and then the way that they convert and what they spend just continues to grow. And in a world where it's really hard to build loyalty, we just continue to see that services online is of so much value. Someone asked before about live streaming in China. My goodness me, yes, we are all up in it. We are all up about it. It's just so true. Like, shopping is entertainment. Make that entertainment super engaging. So we're continuing to build in that space. Love it. That's awesome. Alex, so thinking about data in a different way, and with some of the disruption and changes you've made in the media strategy that's been very, historically dependent on MMM model, MMA, like how do you look at the future of measurement and performance based on just all of the new channels and ways in which you're buying?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been doing MMMs for years now. Got rid of that model. It just wasn't timely enough. We weren't getting the insights fast enough, and we actually weren't even checking or trusting the metrics that were even coming back at some points. So we actually think we're actually exploring a few different opportunities right now with bespoke data providers, because every business is completely different, and measuring those sales touch points, e-com, commerce, in-store, D2C, we need to come up with a new solution. So I don't have a silver bullet answer, but I know we're exploring a lot of different ways to measure this stuff, because it's not just in store anymore.
Yeah, it's hugely complicated. And Rahul, I think we talk a lot just about how on earth do you keep up with all of this and remain specialized at the same time? So
it's one of the toughest leadership challenge that you have. You have a constantly evolving machine, and you have to fit it. Right? You have to fit your whole team, your whole operating model to it. I look at it in a very simple manner. It's first of all, you need to understand what is the ecosystem you want to create internally. What are you going to outsource? What are you going to keep in-house? That obviously depends a lot on the maturity of the organization, the maturity of the muscle. Like something like streaming, nobody knows which one you can outsource it. But also, is that going to be a competitive advantage for your company? Once you have that line, then you need to go back and see, how do I recruit talent for it? Honestly, I've had the privilege of building organizations, digital-first organizations, a couple of times. The job descriptions I wrote in 2017 were new for them. The job descriptions I'm writing now are not the ones I wrote in 2017. So it's so fast evolving as a leader. It's fascinating, but also super challenging.
It's super challenging, and I would say, diversity of talent is hugely important. And I'd say how we source this talent and invest in this talent is just going to be table stakes to how we grow into the future. And that is, being representative across our the world that we live in. And so, and I'd love to just talk or listen a little bit more to kind of how you capitalized on diversifying the talent at Bloomberg and sort of things that you've been focused on, specifically with the work that you're doing.
Sure. So I'll maybe first start with some of the partnerships that we're doing externally first. So I think in terms of what you mentioned about staying on top of things and thinking about how to just keep up with everything that's happening, I think one of the ways that we're doing that is actually partnering with other people to do that, right? And really bringing other people's credibilities and strengths where it makes sense. So one thing that we're spending a lot of time on, which I'm sure a lot of us are, is crypto, right? And thinking about how do we marry our data-driven journalism on crypto with Twitter? Twitter is where the conversation is happening. The conversation is so saturated, and the conversation is quite frequently not necessarily fact-driven. And so Twitter and Bloomberg are partnering to create new products to help users understand what is actually valid and what isn't valid. How do we curate the latest on coins? How do we curate the latest on the news of the day and really provide that to our audience? That's one way. The other thing I mentioned Bloomberg equality before, is not lost on us that we are owned by a white owner, right? And so as we get into the equality space, we wanted to partner with Black-owned media brands to think about how do we reach communities of color? How do we support Black-owned media? So we're partnering with Ebony and Atlanta Black Star on original content, on sharing our data, on working through different offerings for advertisers and sort of sharing ad revenue. but really getting into partners to help us with that credibility. And then internally, obviously, a lot of programs around having people be able to move from one region to another. That's been very important for us and to show growth. I think one of the big things that we're trying to do is show career progression and education and expansion of goals, so making that available to people.
Talk mobility is awareness, and a really nice demonstration of just how people can grow.
All right, we're being told that we're pretty much almost at time, so opening it up for the room for questions.
Hey, Anne, I have a question for you. Can you talk about the validation model, that like how you're getting the kind of crypto influencers on? Like, what does that validation model look like for you guys? Like for the trusted content, what does that look like?
Sure. Just to make sure I understand the question, when you're referencing validation model, what specifically?
So you mentioned that there's a lot of news on Twitter that's not necessarily trustworthy.
Yes.
So what is your model for validating that trustworthy content, and how are you using DeFi to drive that?
Yeah, great question. So it's a combination between proprietary Bloomberg intelligence on crypto and financial markets with Twitter data around verified accounts, and then actually manually going through verified accounts and sort of fact checking some of this. So a lot of it is actually manual because it isn't easy to actually understand what is validated.
You should create an NFT where people have to get in to basically you create the NFT where I'm a validated source and I have this NFT that proves that I'm a validated source.
Let's talk. Let's talk after this.
Okay. I got ideas. I got the lightning bolts.
That sounds good. More questions? All right, one last question. You want to do like a fireside round? Fire round? Sure. I think if we could just go down the line, what is the one emerging platform or technology that's like the must-have of the future that you're, thinking about? And we can go in either order, but.
The metaverse and what some gyms call it the metaverse is, I think actually trademarked it, this is going to be something big, and NFT is actually.
I guess I would have sold live streaming, but it's more related to social commerce. The live streaming separate would be different, but I'll also add, I think, watch out for regional media networks. They are going to become huge, just Walmart and everyone coming out. They are just at the tip of the iceberg.
Both good points. For us, we're obsessed with communities in Web3, making sure that we're understanding them and we're testing on them and we're moving through them. That's really important for us.
For us, it's thinking about video everywhere. So we spent a lot of time today talking about OTT, but really thinking about it a little bit more holistically and thinking about how we actually engage with customers across all aspects of video on all platforms.
And for us, I think that we're a new brand, and so what we did with video first for a lot of our customers, some social media for TV, but I think that we also find ways to catch the consumer more quickly via blog and more traditional vehicles, but we're still going to be accessible to us as attention.
Just because we're looking at the future doesn't mean everything from the past is back to the basics. So we got to be brilliant at the basics. So thank you so much. This has been a great conversation.